Let's cash in on the diamond with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
That's drilled right center field. Bush puts a charge into one. That's back, and it's gone! Into the bleachers in right center, Michael Bush. A two-run homer into the wind, and it's 4-0.
Exclamation point on the Cincinnati Reds in this series because of the Michael Bush homer and the key actions of one PCA. What a monster game on Sunday. Shout out to Marquis for that Bush call from Boog Shambi. Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house as well on this Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to do another edition of Batter Up here momentarily. Get some more bets on the board in baseball. We got some late night action tonight. So if you're looking to get a sweat on, we're going to give you various options that we're digging in on, plus our crew to cash, our hot hit parlay of the night, and nearly 2-1 odds. What are the legs? Well, you got to stick around to find out. On top of that, if you want to talk to us about Major League Baseball betting, if you want to talk to us about fantasy football in the NFL, maybe the NBA playoffs with the final set, or the Stanley Cup playoffs, or anything else top of mind, all gaming related, all you got to do to contact Tori and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also reach out to us on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among New York Jets, which player profits most at his current half-point PPR fantasy football position ADP? Your options are Justin Fields at quarterback 19, Breece Hall at running back 12, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver 16, or Mason Taylor, rookie, at tight end, and he is number tight end 29 towards ADP right now. Nearly 300 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise in democratic rights. Keep bringing your votes and bringing the noise. Drop us a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show. Fire that off on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. All right, with that business put aside, it's time for another edition of Batter Up.
Cash in on the diamond. Ryan Horvath and Brad Evans are swinging for profits. It's Batter Up on BetMGM tonight.
Yes, sirs. Let's get after it here. Here are your options. Of course, futures market always open for business. You can look ahead to some of the Tuesday games, some of those lines already trickling out right now at BetMGM. Or you got 3 games yet to be played tonight: Padres, Giants, Twins, A's, Mets, and Dodgers. So as always, a man with elite speed on the base pass. He is our PCA. Though PCA has been batting further down the order because he's just raking everywhere, whether the 4 spot, the 5 spot, 6 spot, sometimes the 3, doesn't really matter. But tonight he's going to bat leadoff. That is, of course, Ryan Horvath. He's going to probably slap a base hit in the outfield, and he's going to steal some bags as well. So he is our guy, stepping to the plate first, taking some hacks at the dish. He is going to give his picks, going to give the reasoning behind it, and then he's going to drop a little baseball-ism at that point. That's going to be the signal to one Brandon working the board here on BetMGM tonight. Brandon's going to drop a famous baseball call or a movie reference, and that sounder will be my cue to pick up the baton and run with it. We'll go back and forth and work at as many bets as we can, and then apply the exclamation point with our crew to cash hot hit parlay of the night. So, Ryan, you're up first with your initial Batter Up.
All right, let's go with another future in the National League. We took a long shot with the Dodgers, of course, and that's still plus 140 for them to win the National League, which I, of course, do like. But I think the prices are a little bit off here, man. I think that if the Detroit Tigers had the opposite roster, right? Like if the Yankees and Tigers switched places, I think these prices would be different. Right now, the Yankees, and I know they made the World Series last year, they have the second best record right now in the American League, but they're plus 220 to win the pennant, and the Tigers are plus 325. the Tigers are the better team. I know it's the regular season, but they're not going anywhere. They're 6-4 in their last 10. And right now they're plus 325 to rep the AL. I just think it's the name, man. The Detroit Tigers, why they're not getting enough respect. I'm a big AJ Hinch guy. If I was the Chicago White Sox, that would have been the hire that I made a couple of years ago. But I love this team at the plate. Spencer Torkelson this year has 14 homers. He's only hitting 235, but he's getting on base, and he has a 510 slugging percentage and an 856 OPS. Riley Green's been really good. He's got 13 dingers. Kerry Carpenter's got 11. Kerry Carpenter, I can't speak English today, has 11 homers and 24 RBI. And I don't know where this came from, Javi Baez, man. He's hitting 273. He's got an on-base percentage of 306. His slugging percentage is 442. His OPS is 748. I don't know if that's sustainable. History says probably not. But they have the lineup, they have the manager, and they have Skubal, who's right now the best pitcher in the American League. So I'll take a shot here on the Tigers, plus 325. Right now, the best team in the American League to represent the AL in the World Series. I think that's a really good bet. Brando, fire me the heater.
That ball hit deep into left center field. Wise back, makes the catch. What a play. Wise makes the catch. What a play by Wise. Mercy.
No, shout out to Hawk Harrelson. By the way, Tigers up 5-0. Kerry Carpenter, you mentioned him. He's got a 2-run home run tonight. They're playing the White Sox. The White Sox are playing better baseball, but the sucky version definitely showing up. And I'm looking at you, John the Cannon. All I need is one more strikeout to cash the over on 4.5 Ks if he can survive another inning. All right, let's go to the left coast, which indeed is the best coast. That's working a little two-leg parlay. We're going to start off with one of those Golden State matchups. I'm going to take the Giants on the money line for leg numero 2. Leg numero 2, give me Joe Ryan on the over 17.5 outs, taking on the A's there in the sack. That's plus 128 on both of those legs. Look at the Giants. Last couple of weeks, they're only number 28 in WRC+. San Diego not a whole lot better, though, at number 27 in that category, only one spot higher. But the Giants at home, 17-9 straight up. San Diego on the road, 13-14 this season. It's Logan Webb against, was it like Kolick? For San Diego, who got rocked at his last start. Webb has been money in the bank. He's an innings eater. The K per 9 way up. I think he'll get enough run support, possibly get the W, but I think San Francisco ultimately will win the game. So I'm going to take them on the money line. And then look at Joe Ryan at 2.31 road ERA this season. He has gone over 17.5 outs in 5 of his last 6 starts. I know the A's are number 5 in WRC plus over the last couple of weeks, but the 1.86 ERA, the very low walks per 9 mark on the year, that 1.86 ERA in May for Joe Ryan, I think he'll last a full 6 innings. So 2-leg parlay, Giants money line, Joe Ryan over 17.5 outs against the A's, plus 128 there at BetMGM. Brando, let's book it out of the box.
The outfield is shallow, the infield is up. Finley today is 1 for 4. Franklin set, Wayne ready and deal, swung on, high fly ball to deep right field. Wherever it goes, the Dodgers have won, and it's a grand slam home run.
Love it. All right, let's go with the player prop here, actually. I am going to go against Logan Webb, which is always scary, but I don't want to bet against the Giants. If anything, I would bet the Giants, but they're minus 180 favorites. Don't really want to do that here on my Monday night. So instead, I'm going to look for a player prop, and I'm going to go with Jackson Merrill. I'm going to go with over 1.5 total bags, which is plus money. You could also go over 1.5 hits in the game, which is plus 150. You, of course, need 2 hits, but short sample size against Logan Webb. He's 5 for 7. He struck out once. That would give him a 7.14 average, and the guy's just an absolute stud. Doesn't matter who's on the mound. He's hitting .331 this season. He's got 5 homers, 22 RBI, and his OPS is 905. So let's target Jackson Merrill, Baltimore legend tonight for the Padres. Over 1.5 total bases, plus 115 is the price right now. Brando, let's go around the horn.
Or maybe not.
Again in the air, down the left field line. Reaching into the stands and couldn't get it, and he's littered with a fan.
That's awfully close to fan interference right there. The umpire's all over it.
Oh, yeah, fan interference still haunts my nightmares with the Cubs won a World Series in my lifetime. It's all that matters. Let's go with another Friar. Luis Ariz. You're going to hear that name again. I'm going to take the over 1.5 hits at San Francisco to plus 160 juice. Yeah, I'll roll the shoulders because I got seduced by the juice. A guy that's done this 8 times. Since May the 1st. Hasn't happened often, but a guy that has rocked Webb's world in his career. 8 for 13 lifetime. Actually, all 8 of those hits have been of the first base variety. He's batting 303 on the road this season. His rise. And on top of that, he's batting 392 lifetime against the Giants in 79 at-bats. So I think he's got a really good shot of collecting a pair of hits. Luis Ariz over 1.5 hits at plus 160. Awesome value. Hey, somebody buy me a hot dog.
And Bonds hits one high. Hits it deep. It is out of here.
756. All right, let's go with my main man, Carlos Correa, to have an RBI tonight. Short sample size, 16 ABs against Luis Severino. He's 5 for 16, but he's got 4 RBI. Has also struck out 5 times, but a 313 batting average. You're nearly getting a 2-to-1 price. He's got 18 RBI this season. Correa does. He's only hitting 247 with 5 homers and a 677 OPS, but I like that price. And I do think we'll get some runs tonight in Minnesota and I almost said Oakland. Twins, A's, whatever the hell we call them these days. I kind of like the over, so I'm going to go with Carlos Correa instead to have an RBI at nearly a 2-to-1 price. Right now, plus 180 at BetMGM. Brando, give me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
And Schwarber sends one high and deep, way back, and this ball is long gone.
Mercy. What in the world?
Over the scoreboard on to Sheffield it goes. Schwarber.
Schwarbs! Oh, man, that's another fun, memorable moment, to say the least. All right, cherry on top of the Sunday for me. This is going to be famous last words. I'm going to fade Juan Soto. Give me the under on 1.5 on the HER, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as HRR. In LA, taking on the Dodgers at a minus 130 juice. It's going against Dustin May. Not a great history against May. 1 for 8 lifetime. I just have the 3 walks, only 2 strikeouts, but he has gone under 1.5 on the HRR in 9 of his last 13 games. So he did it in every game of the series against Colorado. That's the Pebbles. By the way, you're still winning right now, 5-4 in Miami. He's also done this in 2 or 3 matchups earlier this season against the Dodgers back in the earlier part of May. But Dustin May, 2.96 home ERA. And a K per 9, much higher at home. I think Juan Soto, he may get a hit, but I don't think he's going to apply the 2 needed to cash the over 1.5 HRR at a minus 130 juice. Brando, give me one more baseballism.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
Yes, indeed. And they're going to win one, too. And it happened. I can die happy now. All right, crew to cash time. This is our hot hit parlay of the night. Every single one of us is going to give you a leg and the reason why. And I'm going to finish it off with the odds. So I'll bet lead off here. Luis Ariz, why the hell not? I've already featured him on Parlay Pete's parlay, the over 1/2 a single. I think he's going to go over 1.5 hits, so he's going to get a hit tonight. I'm confident of that. Again, batting 392 lifetime against the Giants. I can't ignore it. And 79 at bats. He gets a hit this evening. That is my pick to click. What is yours, Ryan? Who gets a hit?
I'll go with that Shohei Ohtani guy. He's pretty good at baseball. Right now, he's minus 300 favorite to win the MVP. In his career against Paul Blackburn, 4 for 9 with the homer, 2 RBI. He's got a 444 batting average. Ohtani for me.
War Daddy, our producer Mario, who gets a hit tonight?
Manny Machado got great numbers against Logan Webb, and I DM'd Machado. So, "Do you get a hit tonight?" You said, "Yes, sir." So, Manny Machado.
Macho man. Great call there. Brando, look at the board. Wrap it for us, my man. Who is the 4th man to knock in, or maybe he's going to knock in somebody, just knock a hit in the outfield. What do you like?
Give me Byron Buxton. The guy has 4 hits since coming off the IL on Friday, and he is 1 for 2 actually against Luis Severino with a home run. So give me Byron Buxton to stay hot.
All right, to recap our crew to cash tonight, Luis Arise, Shohei Ohtani, Manny Machado, and Byron Buxton. Uno, dos, tres, and cuatro, mi amigos. All 4 legs if they get a hit. Plus 199 there at BetMGM. Fader followers, we always say that is up to you. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to go from the diamond to the hardwood with another edition of Hoop Scoops, all NBA Finals related. You don't want to miss that. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, like 2 blocks away from where I lived the first time, in Old Town, right off LaSalle. My, yeah. One of my good buddies just has a place, and he was just like texting me. He's like, "Yo, if you need, somewhere to crash, like I need a roommate." So I was like, all right, that's perfect. Surprisingly, this is what's crazy. It's cheaper there than here. Yeah, I don't know why it rattled me so much. I was like, holy shit. coming in with a highlight too.
Long shot, Halliburton. Oh! Tyrese Halliburton has gone mad.
For TNT for that call on the rejoiner. Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday. We're going to do another edition of Hoop Scoops here momentarily. Get some of our favorite plays, whether on the NBA Finals from a futures perspective or possibly in Game 1 as well. We've already talked about the spread and who we like on that. Maybe Horvat's going to be doubling down in that market. By the way, if you want to talk NBA with us, you want to talk the Stanley Cup playoffs, you want to talk fantasy football or action on the Major League Baseball diamond, all gaming all the time, you absolutely can. Phone lines wide open, Team Huevos. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among New York Jets, which player profits most at his current half-point PPR fantasy football position ADP? Your options are Justin Fields at quarterback 19, Breece Hall at RB 12, Garrett Wilson at WR16, or Mason Taylor, rookie tight end. A lot of people impressed with him at tight end 29. Nearly 300 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep bringing your votes and also bring the noise. Drop us a comment. We're going to read those a little later on the show, so keep on sending them in. Jerome on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. The Rockies are hanging on right now. End of 7. 5-4 over the Miami Marlins. Again, hell might be freezing over tonight. The devil is got teeth chattering as we speak. I bet on Miami. I think they're like plus 120 right now on the live line at BetMGM. I'd still play the Marlins because I just completely distrust the Colorado Rockies in the bullpen. But maybe, just maybe, this is going to be their night. A 9 and miserable team that's won like 3 games on the road all season. Maybe they will win game 1 of the series. They have not taken a series the entire year, but could get a leg up on the Miami Marlins, who played some decent baseball. I mean, they're 11 games below 500, but they've been highly competitive, unlike the Rockies, who are just an absolute miserable, embarrassing, humiliating 9-50 this season. But right now, the Pebbles up 5-4 on the Miami Marlins. So keep you abreast of the action there and elsewhere on the diamond. But right now, we got to talk a little kisses off the glass in another edition of Hoop Scoops. All right, here is how this segment works. So the newbies in attendance, the veterans already know the ins and outs of all this. Ryan, he just keeps growing, folks. Last checked, he is 9 feet 6 inches tall. So naturally, he is going to win the tip. He's just bigger than everybody else. And he's uber athletic at 9'6". It's kind of crazy, obscene, absurd. So he's going to win the tip. He's got to throw it up the court to a man who's already sprinting out. I think it's Tyrese Halliburton, who's going to throw it down and hopefully get us home a winner straight away. So Ryan's going to give you the first play. He's going to give the reasons behind said first play. And then he's going to say, hey, Brando, who's working the board here on BetMGM tonight, hit me with the hoops. Brandon then is going to drop a famous call, some sort of basketball reference. I will take it from there and do the same thing. We're going to go back and forth and work in as many wagers as we possibly can. So, Ryan, again, you're going to win this tip. What is your first hoop scoop?
All right, let's go to game one, and I'm going to take the 9.5 with the Pacers. I also like the plus 310 on the money line. Good chance I regret this bet, and OKC just is that good, man. But, it's game one of the NBA Finals. I do think that there's going to be some nerves setting in, really for both teams. Maybe Indiana in the first half, also worth a look. But, this team right now is playing with house money, Brad. Coming into the season, their win total was 46.5. Their NBA Finals odds were 66-1. You had to go all the way down the board. But ever since that most overrated player poll or whatever, Tyrese Halliburton has been on another level. Kind of reminds me of Fred VanVleet when he had a child and then all of a sudden was like unconscious from the field against the Milwaukee Bucks and against the Warriors in the NBA Finals. But Siakam has NBA championship experience. I don't think he's going to be rattled or, I don't think the moment's going to be too big for Pascal Siakam. And I just love this roster, really well coached. What scares me, the trends, right? Game one, NBA Finals, dogs are only 2-18 straight up and 3-17 against the spread going back to 2005. 4-25 straight up, 8-21 against the number going back to 96. So history tells you to take the favorite, and that's why this number's priced the way it is. I'll take the 9.5 with Indiana, though. I don't think they're getting enough respect, and I think they might even be able to steal game one on the road. So I like plus 310, and I like Indiana at 9.5. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
The hungry dog gets the bone. We got guys that think they're way better than they are. They're nice kids. They're completely delusional about who they are. And the team that's mind is on the right stuff and hungry to get a win in conference play is the team that's probably going to win.
That's Mick Cronin, is it not?
Yes.
Brandon, was that Mick Cronin?
Right?
Yes, it was.
Oh, that's outstanding.
Where'd you even find it?
So much. I think that just happened last year. Yeah, he had a moment there. He had a complete meltdown behind the mic, and he got lambasted for that. Kind of run through the ring, and understandably so, throwing his team under the bus and in spectacular fashion. But that's typical Mick Cronin. He's a firebrand. Yeah. That's fantastic. Good pull by you there, Brando. All right, Pacers are going to win this series, and I'm double checking this because I had to go back and make sure this is correct, and it is. NBA Finals winner right now. The odds are Thunder minus 700, which is absurd. The Pacers are plus 500, 5-1. To hoist Larry O'Brien. Is OKC that much better than the Indiana Pacers? No, I'm not buying that at all. There's only one bet to make, folks, unless you're going to make it like Oklahoma City in 6, Oklahoma City in 5, Oklahoma City in 7. You can get decent odds as a result. But if you're taking this straight up, you can only bet Indiana at 5-1 because that's where the value lies, and I'm going to do exactly that. The story this entire NBA playoffs, they just find ways to win, to overcome, to silence their critics, to silence their doubters, and I think they are going to do it again. Indiana, number 4 in net efficiency in the playoffs, number 2 in offensive efficiency, number 9, and that's a shortcoming in defensive efficiency for the team. Outside of Miles Turner, they really have a true rim protector. You look at OKC, number 2 in the net. They're number 3 in offensive efficiency and number 1 in defensive efficiency. In the regular season, they only played twice. Indiana lost both those games, 120-114, 132-111. So there's a lot of evidence that suggests Thunder, and Thunder again. But where there's a will, there's a way. They're going to find a way to, again, overcome. I say Indiana takes this series at plus 500. Why the hell not? Little sprinkle, certainly worth the investment. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
I'm unhappy with these seniors. That's what I'm unhappy with. It has nothing to do with X's and O's. We got the worst group of seniors right now that I've ever been associated with. Their mentality's awful. Their attitude's awful. I'm unhappy with these seniors.
Love these.
Got a new folder tonight or something, Brando. We got some great coaches press conference. This isn't my favorite bet, man, but there's not a whole lot I like in this series, to be honest with you right now. SGA points were 33.5. Definitely don't want to go over that number, although he's been on a tear. I kind of like Chet. I agree with Keith Smith, who came on earlier and said he could be the X factor, but I ended up going with Jalen Williams, man. In the regular season, averaged 21 points per game. He's been off and on here in the playoffs. He had 19 in the clincher against Minnesota, 7 of 14 shooting. Didn't have to do a whole lot. He also facilitates and rebounds. He had 5 dimes and 8 boards in that game, but before that, had 34 points against Minnesota on 13 of 24 shooting. 26 against Minnesota on 12 of 20 shooting. It's right at his average. I think he goes off game one and scores closer to 24. So I'm going to go over on Williams at 21.5, minus 115. I think one of those guys is going to have to go off between him and Shea, and I would rather take the guy to score 23 than 35. I think Shea's properly priced. So let's go with Jalen Williams game one to score 22. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
Yes, Kawhi is better than Kobe was.
And I say this now with Ben Simmons. Hey, LeBron, we're good, bro. You can go. You can go.
The game on the line, Iggy or Curry?
Of everyone on Golden State, open shot, fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth, you better hit it. I want Iguodala.
Oh, look at that. Going with Iguodala. There's a deep pull. We're up against it here, and I have no sound reasoning outside of just gut faith in this. Series in 6 games. It doesn't matter if it's OKC, Indiana. I think it's going to go 6 games exactly, plus 275. Mic drop. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
They shot 18 times in the paint and had 32 free throws. Kawhi shot more free throws than our whole team. Explain it to me. You know, I know Pop's got pedigree and I'm a young rookie, but they're not going to rook us. That's unacceptable. That was unprofessional. My guys dug in that game and earned the right to be in that game, and they did not even give us a chance. Take that for data.
I was looking at the Finals MVP market, and I feel like if you like Indiana, you should bet some Halliburton 7-1, especially after he thought that he was going to win Eastern Conference Finals MVP and it went to Siakam. Instead, though, I do think OKC ultimately wins this series. Let's say it is an SGA. Minus 625 is an insane price, man. It could easily be Jalen Williams. He's their second leading scorer. And if they throw the kitchen table, Indiana at SGA, I think he could average 25 in this series. And 30-1 is a crazy price, down from 35-1. So Jalen Williams, Finals MVP, 30-1 is my final bet. And I like that one quite a bit.
And I'm going to go with Tyrese Halliburton, doubling down on Indiana to take MVP at 7-1. All right, we got to exit stage left. We come back. NFL Exotics. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
from the BetMGM Network, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us. Here we go. It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Great to have you with us as per usual. Coming up, we will tell you if we cashed last night or not when we look at our best bets, followed by some big news last night in baseball. Some big news coming this evening as well. In 20 minutes, another honor for Saquon Barkley as we get to the NFL, followed by my streaming corner at 6:40. We've got some baseball futures bets at 7 o'clock while looking at what bets we might make today on the baseball schedule at 7:20 with Paul Skeens on the mound for the Buccos, and it's even more from the Diamond during the 8 o'clock hour. How about this? Buster Olney from ESPN will join the show to talk about what he's seen thus far in baseball, and of course we'll chat with a Donkster, a little less significant, a little less credible. He comes your way at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. It is a Tuesday. Chelsea, good morning. How you doing?
Yeah, good morning. It looks like we have our summer palette on for the show. So Den's got his neon colors on. You have a V-neck T-shirt on, which I don't believe you've ever worn before. Have you ever worn a V-neck tee on the show before?
A V-neck tee? Oh, yes. A ton of times, honestly. Yeah? This is a different color, I believe. I don't think I've ever worn this particular color on the show, but I've worn, I don't know, I have a ton of like V-neck shirts that I just like throw on in the summertime when because it's comfortable, and then I don't want to put a lot of effort in the morning. And also it gets hot around here. So I think that's I think it's the color more than anything else. We all sort of match today.
Yeah. So do you believe in like having a certain palette? Have you seen this on Instagram and TikTok?
Oh, yeah.
Where people are obsessed with finding your season. So you can be a spring, you can be a fall, you can be a summer or a winter. Have you looked this up about yourself, Jenks?
I have not. I have seen the idea that you should just dress in all beige or all neutrals, right? I've seen that for sure, where everyone dresses in sort of this similar light brown, beige, neutral motif, if you will, and you're just never really standing out, but your whole closet looks very similar. Like I have a friend of ours, a very good friend of ours, and she works in fashion, and she's always traveling to New York and Chicago, and her palette is black. Like, I remember her husband was showing me around their place and was like, look at her closet. I mean, her stuff is great, but it's just all black. Just black, black. And she's not like a dark person. That's just her look. So I don't think I particularly have a look, but I know some people really focus on that. What about you?
Well, I think what I'm referring to is certain people look better in certain colors. And I think you're describing somebody who just completely ignores that. And it's like, okay, whatever color I look good in, I'm just going to wear these colors regardless. So there's this whole like, I don't even know what to call it, niche on Instagram where people have these like swatches of fabrics and they find out which one suits your color tone, your hair tone and your eye and your skin color. So it's like a whole deal. So like spring colors are like obviously like pastels, Easter colors, and then summer is like bright colors. So you would look good in like bright pink, bright blue, bright whatever. And then autumn obviously is autumn colors. It's just whatever makes your skin pop. So ask Catherine about it. I bet she would know all about it.
Oh, God, I'm sure she does. She's obsessed with TikTok. Obsessed. We were talking to the girls who work for the Commanders. We have an amazing crew out there of young women, and they were all saying how they're just not on TikTok. I was like, what? Yeah. And Caroline was like, yeah, I deleted mine a few years ago. And Kayla was like, I'm not on it. And Catherine's like, what? Oh, my God, you have to be on TikTok. It's the best. And I was like, oh, my, I can't believe the 40-year-old is telling you 20-year-olds like that they should be on TikTok. If there's a trend, trust me, I'm going to hear about it or see it generally, and Catherine's going to know about it. So I will I will ask her about that. I'm sure she knows about it. Me, I try to stay away. But, it's like by osmosis. If someone is always on something, you sort of end up sucking that information in and sort of just kind of knowing just because they're talking about it. So I will ask. I will also ask you about your best bet from last night.
Yeah, so I didn't love the slate yesterday. I think we knew that. Best bet of the night was me trying to be creative. So I did the Dodgers money line and the team total over 3.5. They lost in extras and they only scored 3 runs. So that was disappointing. But this was one that was based on a lot of trends, and the Dodgers had been really good in this spot. 21-9 at home before this game, 30-18 as favorites. Meanwhile, the Mets had a losing record on the road this year and also as underdog. So yeah, they lost in extras. What are you going to do? That's an L for me to start the week.
That happened. 2-0 night for this guy. Finally, a nice start to the week. Had Padres Giants under 7.5. Padres win 1-0 in 10. The Twins taking care of business against the Athletics. This was more of a fate of the A's than anything else, who have now lost 18 of 19 games. Twins win easily 10-4. Dongster was on Twins A's over 9, so that was a winner as well. So, look, it's early. You're 0-1. I'm 2-0. The Dongster 1-0. Plenty of bets to be made here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It is great to have you with us on a Tuesday morning. We start, I don't want to call it breaking news, but it is big news whenever the Rockies win a game. And they got it yesterday against the Marlins. Oh, if you put the Marlins in a parlay, just imagine the heartbreak. They opened at -175, went to -200 like that, which is not surprising. But the Rockies win 6-4. The Rockies come home at +165. Total set at 8.5. The over hits. It's Hunter Goodman, 2 home runs, including a go-ahead shot in the 5th inning. And then the Rocks get some insurance in the 9th from Sam Hilliard.
This ball down the right field line, and it is fair. Sam Hilliard getting it done. Here are scores to make it 6-4. Sam Hilliard coming through.
Call courtesy of the Rockies Sports Network. Even the guys, when I think it's funny, these Colorado Rockies announcers are so downtrodden that even when it's the 9th inning and it looks like they might get a win, they're like, yeah, there's a hit. All right, and we continue on here. It's Colorado Rockies baseball on the Rocky Sports Network. Rockies improved to 10-50 on the season. German Marquez, second win of the year, allows 3 earned runs, 9 hits over 5 innings. Despite the win, the Rocks have wrapped up the worst 60-game start in the modern era since 1901, just ahead of the 1904 Washington Senators and the 1932 Boston Red Sox. But a win is a win is a win, and certainly Colorado will take it.
Well, now they get to double digits, which looks way better than like that 9 sitting there. Like when they're 9-50, not that like 10-50 is much better, but it's one of those optical things. And I also would say I don't want to say we called this, but we did say, hey, maybe we're not going to fade the Rockies today because German Marquez before this game was responsible of 1/9 of the Rockies wins. And now, if my fractions are correct, he is responsible for 1/5 of the Rockies wins, improving to 2 wins on the season.
Nice job. Those poor Rockies commentators. I mean, you finally get a win or you're close to it, and there is a hit down the line. It's a positive step in the right direction for your Colorado Rockies. We'll be back after this from Coors. Like these poor guys, man. Here's the thing. Even when it's good, it still doesn't matter because they've just suffered so much. Like, even a win is like, you'll take it. But I kind of don't blame these guys. They'll just take it when they can get it. But they know this is not going to change anything. Do you know what I mean?
Well, no. Magic number 10 win on the season is certainly not going to change anything. They should be allowed like some medicinal marijuana. Like, doesn't this qualify as like a stressful situation? I bet they could go to the doctor and get a prescription. And obviously you don't need it in Colorado, but I feel like if anybody deserves to a little bit while they're working, maybe it's people who are employed by the Colorado Rockies.
They deserve everything. Like, you go in and you're a Rockies announcer and you say, I have a stressful job and I could use a little bud, if you know what I mean. Well, okay, maybe. What is it that you do, sir? I do play-by-play for the Colorado Rockies. Oh, well, geez, let me get you some bath salts, sir. I had no idea. Let's get you the good stuff. Why didn't you lead with that? Come on, buddy. I understand. If the Rockies win today. Didn't put this in the rundown. Lottery ticket time. I mean, the stars will align. It will be time for us to buy lottery tickets and maybe hit the Powerball. Today, Rockies once again continuing their series with the Marlins. Marlins minus 175. Colorado is plus 145. Your total is 8.5. More baseball news, which is huge if you follow the sport. The Royals are calling up Jack Caglione. So if you don't know much about Jack, this is a guy who was the 6th overall pick in 2024, played college ball at Florida. He is an absolute monster, like huge guy. Has already hit 15 home runs in 38 games in single A and triple A ball. Hit 322 this season. Going to be called up tonight to play against the Cardinals. So here is ESPN's Jeff Bassan on the Pat McAfee Show talking about what kind of player the Royals have in Jack Caglione.
Ty, I know you said that this is the kind of guy that maybe the casual fan doesn't really know about. They should. And I think they're going to. Because let's put it this way. This is what Jack Caglione is. He is a guy who has the kind of power that Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani have. And there are very, very few guys in baseball who can say that. And even more, he has really good bat-to-ball skills, so he doesn't strike out a whole lot. The problem is Jack Caglione will go out of the zone and swing at pitches that are chases far more often than either you like to see or far more often, really, than any productive or like MVP level Major League Baseball player does right now. And the reason that the Royals hadn't called him up at this point is because he was adjusting to a new position in outfield, and they wanted to see improvement in the chase. The guy is so skilled, though, 6'5", 250 pounds, like absolute unit. And even if he does not, Ty, get off to like an incredible start, he's going to hit a ball 450, 475 feet. Just like that you're going to see and say, oh my God, how does a human being do that? And when you have him and Bobby Witt Jr. in the same lineup together, if Jack Caglione is what evaluators believe he's going to be, the Royals are going to have perennial MVP candidates hitting back-to-back in that lineup.
That is high praise. 6'5", 250 pounds? My God. Sounds like a middle linebacker.
Well, yeah, he said absolute unit, which I feel like that term is normally reserved for like big kids on the playground and people who play football. But it feels like if the shoe fits, the very big shoe fits, he's going to wear it. And when you're compared to Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani by somebody who covers baseball exclusively, like Jeff Passan knows what he's talking about. So when you hear this type of high praise from somebody who covers the game on such a deep basis, it feels like the sky's going to be the limit. And I do think we need to maybe temper our expectations just a little bit because the guy's only 22 and he will have to get used to big league pitching because that is probably the biggest step up between AAA and the majors is that in AAA, there are a lot of guys that throw hard, but they don't have the precise command and strategy that some of these big league pitchers do. So if there is any question or concern about maybe his pitch selection, they're going to be opposing pitchers who will harp on that and take advantage of that. But listen, he's got plenty of time to be really successful in the big leagues. Like I keep saying, he's only 22 years old. And when you already have that raw talent and that raw skill and that raw power, like we're talking about somebody who like primetime Yankees would have paid a boatload for. Like, doesn't this sound like somebody the Yankees want? They want to be the Bronx Bombers. So I think it's going to be, a little tinge of jealousy in the American League when they play the Royals and they see Jack Caglione on the opposing side of the plate. So I'm really excited to see what he can do. People saw this in spring training, and he can certainly hit some bombs. So I'm very excited to see what he can do in the big leagues.
Now he's sitting here this went from overnight. He went from 11-1 to 8-1 to win Major League Baseball Rookie of the Year. And here's the stat that just blew my mind when I was reading this yesterday. So when he plays tonight, it's going to happen. This will make him the Royals' first hitter to reach the majors within 1 year since Bo Jackson in 1986. So we've got Jeff Passan saying, Yeah, he kind of reminds me of Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani with the way he hits the ball. And also, he's the first guy to be called up by the Royals as a hitter since Bo Jackson. I mean, my God, the comparisons are through the roof.
Yeah, even though I will say this about being called up, it feels like the timeline is much shorter these days than it used to be. And he played college baseball, so he's not 18. So you got to compare that to guys who were drafted in high school. But still, the comparisons, again, go on and on.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I didn't think I'd be paying attention to Royals-Cardinals tonight. But here we are. Cardinals laying 150. The Royals are plus 125. Your total set at 8.5. Michael Lorenzen going for KC. Andre Palante going for St. Louis. Coming up next on the show, Saquon clears a new hurdle in the NFL. That and the latest from pro football is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Hope you're having a great morning. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, Saquon leaps onto the Madden cover for the upcoming season. We will get into that. And actually a pretty nice list of NFL news here. Pretty nice for the offseason. We were talking about East Bay during the break. The classic East Bay catalog. And you were checking online. It's still around now, which is nice, I guess. I say that, but when's the last time I went to, eastbay.com, I assume. But East Bay used to be the jam when you wanted athletic gear. I mean, you would get that catalog in the mail, and you'd be like, oh, hell yes, brother. Block off my afternoon because I got an East Bay catalog in, and I'm looking at everything from socks to jock straps to shorts to the latest shoes that I need to buy, the deals I can find. I mean, East Bay was a wagon for a while.
Right. And this is our old person moment of the show, is that part of it was the experience of flipping through a magazine. And Jenks, please correct me if I'm wrong. It's a way different feeling than scrolling on your phone or even worse, scrolling on your computer. Like, there is something that is a physical feeling that goes straight to your, what did we decide? Is it serotonin or dopamine? Like something that registers that in your brain when you're flipping through and you have a feeling of like, oh, I still have like 50 more pages, because East Bay was like a meaty magazine. It wasn't just like 3 pages. They had all kinds of stuff. So it was one of those like core memories of like when you got that in the mail, it was going to be a good day.
Oh my God. I'm old enough where I remember when it was all catalogs, and it wasn't just, okay, this is a great magazine. It's you hadn't seen it before, because now obviously everything is at your fingertips. So there was that anticipation of what is going to be in this catalog that I haven't seen before. Like, I don't know, because if I want to see something, I got to go somewhere and see it in a store, which I know sounds foreign and old, but there was that anticipation. I mean, honest to God, it was, what's going to be on this next page? What's going to be on this next page? I don't know. And it was kind of thrilling, I have to say.
I was trying to think. Oh, no.
East Bay, done so.
It's done.
I was looking at the website, and I was like, why can't I find, like, actual stuff to order on the website? Looked it up. January 13th, 2023, bad day for the East Bay. Well, good day, because they merged with Champs. So, like, they're still kind of a thing, but, like, they're not a thing anymore.
Oh, there were Champs.
Yeah. Pour one out for East Bay. Yeah, I was thinking they'd send us free gear too.
God, and they would have. They're like, yeah, we got a few things in the warehouse. We're going away. We'll send it to them. Oh man, this is so disappointing. Who knows? Who knew that we would be talking about the death of East Bay on this show 2 years later after it happened?
That's depressing. Do you remember Champs though?
Oh,
Do you remember? Okay, so you guys had Champs. That was my brother's favorite store at the mall, because going to the mall used to be a thing as well. So we would go to Champs and we would look at the basketball shoes. It's very similar to the East Bay magazine, the same clientele. So it makes sense.
Yeah. Foot Locker was a thing for a while, but Champs like took that and was like Foot Locker on steroids. So I love Champs. Champs was great. Gadzooks, that was a good one for me back in the day. I go to Spencer. We talked about Spencer Guest for a few weeks on this show a few months ago. That was always a mall classic. Oh, man, East Bay done so? That's a tough one. That is a tough one. So you're not going to walk into, maybe you can walk into a Champs, but you're not going to open up your East Bay catalog and say, let me get the same shoes that Saquon Barkley wore this past season. No longer. He is the new cover of Madden. So he's going to have his iconic leap on the cover of Madden. Everyone knows the Saquon leap. He is the first Eagle to join the 99 Club on Madden, reigning Offensive Player of the Year. And here is his reaction to recreating that iconic moment on the cover of Madden.
It was amazing. Once I found out that I would grace the cover of Madden 2026, it meant everything to me. Something I dreamt about as a little kid. And then I got to actually do the hurdle again and realize, the move that I made was, kind of special because we had to strap me into a harness and do all this crazy stuff. But it definitely made my respect for a guy like Tom Holland, who do superhero movies and strapped in all the time. It's definitely harder than you think.
Man, that's from ESPN. Do you believe in this is a great moment for Saquon, and it is this will be an iconic cover. It's an iconic move, especially the butt jump that he did last year, which was something nobody has ever seen before in the NFL. I think this is great for Saquon. Do you believe in the Madden curse at all? Is that even a thing any longer, or is that over?
It's sad that that's the first thing that I thought of when I saw this story, because who was on the cover last year? Christian McCaffrey. Mm-hmm. What do we know about Christian McCaffrey? He spent most of the time on the injured list. And we've seen this time and time again. Usually where there's smoke, there's fire. I can't explain it, but it does feel like a thing. Like, hopefully Saquon does not get hurt, because nobody wants that. Like, not even fans of just the NFL in general. And of course, certainly not Eagles fans. But we'll see. Like, I think if anybody can break it, it's probably Saquon, because it feels like he can break just about anything.
Yeah. Well, Dylan put in the chat the Madden curse was broken with Lamar Jackson, which is a good point. I mean, Christian McCaffrey, you can't. I'm not saying you're doing this. I'm just saying in general, if that's your latest piece of evidence, it's like, dude, do you know his career? He didn't need Madden to make him injured. Like, he's always banged up. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Who was the guy from the Browns that was on there that I feel like he disappeared from the NFL?
Oh, was it Peyton
Hilliard?
Peyton Hillis.
Peyton Hillis.
Yeah. God.
Oh, man.
You talk about a flash. Peyton Hillis was hot for 2 years or something, maybe a little longer than that. I forget. And then gone.
That's
what happened to Peyton Hillis? Probably went to work for East
The Madden curse.
Yeah. Who knows? It's I was on Madden. I worked for East Bay.
What's he up to these days?
What am I doing
I'd love
now?
to see that.
I'm in the back stocking shelves at Champs. I'm sure he's doing just fine. But he had his moment. Eagles are the favorites, not surprisingly, to win the Super Bowl at plus 650. They're also the favorites to win the NFC if you're interested at 3-1. Well, a guy who will not be on the cover of Madden, but might be on the cover of, I don't know, some sort of risque magazine coming out, is Stephon Diggs after his little dalliance on the water a couple weeks ago where he was with Cardi B. He was handing out some sort of substance. We don't know what it was. There's all sorts of speculation about that. But look, at the end of the day, it might have looked bad, but nothing really came of it. He was out there on a boat with a bunch of ladies, including Cardi. Well, now he is back in Foxborough. What a change. You're out on a boat one day with a bunch of scantily clad women handing out pink powder, and then you're like, oh, I'm back in Foxborough working out. Well, that's where he is. He arrived at Patriots OTAs yesterday, said he was happy to see, nice to see y'all. That's what he said to the reporters when he walked onto the field. So, of course, once he returned, Patriots OC Josh McDaniels was asked about Diggs returning.
Yeah, I again, it's a voluntary part of the year. We know that. I don't know if we've ever had perfect attendance at these things in general. As a coach, selfishly, you love it when they're all here because you feel like you got them all in the classroom and all in the field and all the rest of it. He's here today, and we're excited to have an opportunity to work with the guys that are out here and available to us. So I know he's staying up on the information and the material. And there's so many things and opportunities for us to teach all our guys going forward between the rest of the practices here in the spring and then going into the summer and the many days we have before we actually kick the ball off in September. So I'm not concerned about Steph in that regard.
I will say the one thing about this is that even though it may have not looked great, and it certainly did not, at the end of the day, if he wasn't doing anything wrong, we haven't heard any evidence otherwise, then this probably just blows over and Stephon Diggs goes back to work.
Yeah, it blows over. Nice choice of words there, Jay. Allegedly blows over.
If this allegedly blows over, then everything will be fine. But I feel like that unless something comes out, there's not going to be anything that we've heard, that there's going to be any sort of investigation or anything else, then this will be one of those things where, remember that time? Plus, this is one of those instances where the news cycle moving so quickly, is a huge help because now he's back at OTAs. We'll talk about this, and then in a few months, it'll be a distant memory.
Yeah, and obviously it's a good thing in the positive category that he's showing up to these workouts that the OC reminded us are voluntary. So if he's a good citizen throughout training camp, if he's a good citizen throughout the season, and he puts up good numbers, because at the end of the day, none of this stuff matters if he has a good season. People don't care. You can do a lot of things and get away with it if you're putting up good numbers and you're leading your team to wins. So that's going to be the main thing for Stephon Diggs. If he can have a good season, and listen, he should be primed for one. Drake May looks like he's on the come up. Stephon Diggs should be the number one receiver there because they don't have much. And so I feel like if he has a good season, again, like you said, this is going to be a nothing burger that we fondly look back on and say, hey, remember that time he was on a boat? Yeah, it didn't mean anything.
Fondly. What's your favorite NFL memory? Probably Stephon Diggs and Cardi B hanging out on that boat with a little pink powder. Probably pixie sticks, pixie dust. That's all it was. Not a big deal. But you said it. Look, if a team needs you, if you can perform, they will take risks on you. Exhibit A, Your Honor, Deshaun Watson in Cleveland, which is that's a totally different category, by the way. I'm not trying to create a false equivalency here. That is totally different. But you can see if you can play and a team needs you, they are willing to look the other way. I'm not saying the Patriots are necessarily looking the other way here, but this will be forgotten because the Patriots need Stephon Diggs. They need a receiver for Drake May. I cannot name, I'm sure Dylan can because he's a Patriots guy. I don't know if I can name right now at the top of my head another Patriots receiver outside of Stephon Diggs.
Yeah, I don't know. And
that's
I don't
what I
think
mean.
that right. I think the other storyline, not to like veer off into another direction, is Cardi B going to be this year's Taylor Swift? Like, she's a wag.
God. I hope not. I mean, it's not against Cardi B. I don't want this to become a thing. But if she shows up, here's the thing. If Stephon Diggs is smart, he would keep Cardi B away from Gillette Stadium. Keep her away from the games because that will just remind people of this thing. And is it a thing? Should we look into it more? But she'll probably show up. They probably won't care.
Yeah, I don't know if you know too much about Cardi B, but she feels like somebody who can't be tamed. Like, if he's like, you don't need to come to the game, she'll be like, what? Occur? I don't even know how to do it, but like, she's a strong-willed person. So like, if she wants to do something, she's probably going to do that thing. And listen, I will give her this. I think she will be more entertaining than Taylor Swift because Taylor Swift is just somebody who plays by the rules. She always tries to do the right thing. I feel like Cardi B kind of goes to the beat of her own drum. So at least we would get some entertainment and some hashtag content out of it.
Oh my God. People would read her lips. Did she just say, I'm bored, give me some of that pink powder? People are like, oh my God, that's amazing.
She probably would say that.
She probably would say that. She'd be like, this is boring. Let's get back on a boat. What am I doing in Foxborough? It's freezing out here. I could be in the sun right now. Are you kidding me? Patriots are 6-1 to win the AFC East. The Patriots to make the playoffs. Yes, plus 125. No. You're laying the juice, minus 190. Finally, Double D. You can chime in here if you'd like, very quickly. The Patriots, or the Falcons, I should say that Kyle Pitts is dealing with an undisclosed injury. Hasn't been at OTAs, but not because of any sort of potential contract dispute. He's a free agent after this season. He's just banged up. He's always kind of banged up. You're wearing a Falcons hat. Oh, my God. Are you okay?
Am I okay? What did we lose? A guy who can't catch the ball? Oh, no! Oh, no! I don't care.
Oh, I love it. I have to say,
What
Kyle
a
Pitts,
disappointment.
he's so frustrating. And in talking to other NFL players, like the book on him is, look, he has a ton, obviously. The physical skill set is through the roof. Like when he came out of Florida, it was this could be the next legendary tight end. But the book on him is that A, he doesn't run great routes, and B, he doesn't really love the game of football. And that is, you can kind of get by on physical traits for a while in the NFL. He had an awesome rookie season. He hasn't been the same since.
That's crazy. It's crazy that loving the game of football like goes into it, but you're right. Remember we were talking about this around the NFL draft time? And this was something, I forget who was talking about, but somebody made a big deal of it and said, we need somebody who truly loves the game because it is such a job that you almost have to love it to be successful at it because it's so much work.
Yeah. I will also say this. Like, it's a contract year for him, right? So you know how that goes. All of a sudden, if he stays healthy, he balls out this year, some team takes a chance on him. And I do think it is taking a chance. You need to have that track record of loving the game, wanting to play the game. He doesn't really have that, but I guarantee you if he balls out this year with Michael Penix Jr. quarterback, he will be in demand. Coming up next on the show, we will take flight with my recommendation in today's streaming corner, find out what everyone else has been watching as well. I know Double D and his Falcons hat are going to be back. He has something he's been watching. All that is coming up next. It's on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Tuesday. Great to have you with us. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Oh, give me some of that 80s vibe, Double D. Come on. This is when they fall in love. Making out for like 30 seconds before the music eventually fades, like it does here on the show. I mean, I could go back in time. We were talking about catalogs earlier. Why not? Coming up on the show, we'll tell you what to watch tonight when we settle into my streaming corner. Chelsea, I know you don't have any tattoos. I don't have any tattoos. Denton does. Denton has some cool tattoos. Double D has some tattoos. Double D will get a tattoo on a dare. And the reason why I mention this is because the great Miley Cyrus says now she regrets 80% of her tattoos. Has a new song out, Easy Lover. Great song. Love my Miley. Love her. But she says some of her tattoos now that she's a little bit older, she could do without. And this is a thing where a lot of young people who are getting tattoos or have had tattoos are now experiencing tattoo regret. So I can't speak to this. Denton, you have cool tattoos. I feel like you wouldn't have any regret.
There are a few that I wish I did differently.
Okay.
Maybe redone a little bit. Maybe put a little bit more money into it. There was one that I got for cheap, and I did not realize this was partially on the artist. I did not realize the artist was an apprentice, which is effectively an intern for those that don't know. And he did not tell me that until we were halfway through the tattoo. And I was like,
this is forever.
Yeah, this
on your
nice
body.
45 minutes ago. So I'd like to get that one covered up and redone.
Okay. Which is possible. You can do that.
Yeah, I could do it. It's going to hurt, but I could do it.
Double D, how many tattoos do you have? 40?
I have around 15 now. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Is there
I got
one?
I don't regret any of mine. None at all. I got one covered up just because it got messed up in the healing process. It got smacked while it was healing, and it didn't heal right, so it looked all janky. So I got that one covered up, but I haven't regretted any of the tattoos. I still got my original one from back in the day.
What is that?
It's literally 90s tribal with a yin yang in the middle of it.
That's a classic.
It's a classic, and I'm never going to get rid of it because it's my first.
Yeah. Well, you never forget your first. That's what they say. That's yours.
And as you both know, I don't know if Denton knows this. I have a Bet for the Cycle tattoo that I lost in a parlay v parlay with Cody Decker and Rob Brown's tattoos on my right shoulder as well.
Maniac. Absolute maniac. Dylan says he has one. Dylan, you want to get on here? Talk about your tattoo, whether or not you regret it or whether you love it.
Mine's just the shape of California. I just got to send it to you guys in a group chat. It's just kind of a funny one. It's random. It's just shape of California with a cactus inside of it. And it's my only tattoo, and it's like huge on my thigh.
Oh, yeah?
Wait, why? There's a story behind this, is there not?
Oh, yeah, there is. It's me and my wife they're kind of matching. She did the same thing and got like a palm tree in hers. But hers is like a little smaller than mine, but it's funny because it's the only tattoo I have. She actually has a couple, so it like kind of works like a lot better with her. But yeah, mine's just like my only one in the middle of my thigh. I love it though.
You live in New England. Like, why California?
Oh yeah, my dad's from California.
Ah.
Okay.
So then we were out visiting. I have a bunch of family there, and then we were at the beach one day and just like, all right, let's get tattoos.
Oh, okay. That's a good story. Chelsea, can I talk you into a tattoo? It's your time.
I feel like I have to like do a soundbite here where I'm like, oh, you don't put a bumper sticker on a Ferrari, Jenks. Just like touch up my makeup. Like that's the quote that you hear all the time, right? Is that you don't put a bumper sticker on a nice car. Hence, you do not put a tattoo on your body.
All right, fair enough. God, Catherine, I swear to God, I told you she wants to get my initials on like the side of her chest. I was like, no. Like, I don't want her to do that. She keeps saying, I'm going to do it. I'm like, honey, no, I don't want it. And then she was like, a couple weeks ago, she was, tattoo on your thigh. I was like, what? It's like, yeah. I was like, I'm 51. I don't think I need. She's like, hey, you should just get one. You should do it. Wild.
For what?
But maybe I'll.
Like,
what's
just
that?
a random tattoo? Like, does she have any suggestions on what it should
If
be?
I got a tattoo, it would be Saint Michael the Archangel is what I would get. But I think my thought is that it would probably be. I don't want to get it on my arm. I mean, my arm's not going to get like any more cut over time. You know, I mean, look at it now. I don't need that on my arm. And she's like, well, just get it on your thigh. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like I've crossed the threshold where I just need to stay away from a tattoo. I feel like that's where I am. But one thing I will continue to do is stream.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
Thank you, Double D, for the reminder in the chat. I absolutely would have forgotten, as you know. I'll make this quick. I did not watch Crime this past. Well, I did. It's just not what I'm recommending here on the show. If you want an awesome 90-minute documentary, I've always loved aviation. And even if you don't love aviation, I think it's a great watch. Air Force Elite Thunderbirds is on Netflix. So people know the Blue Angels, the flight squadron for the U.S. Navy, the Thunderbirds, the flight squadron for the U.S. Air Force. And this is so well done and goes really into the weeds of how much work that it takes and the personal sacrifice that it takes to put on these shows that we sort of take for granted and the work that goes into it. It is so good. And a couple times I got emotional because they're super competitive. And a lot of these people who train to become members of this team, it's highly competitive. They do it for 2-year cycles because you're away from your family and it takes incredibly intense training. And also it's super, super dangerous, as you might imagine. So it's family friendly. So anyone can watch it. I've always been fascinated with different planes. My dad was in the Air Force and flight. I'm no expert, but watching this gave me a real appreciation for the people in our military, of course, and also the work it takes to put on the shows that they do. So Air Force Elite, Thunderbirds, highly recommended.
Well, I'm not watching this just yet, but I did see the brand new trailer for Happy Gilmore 2. So apparently it's going to be airing July 25th. I will certainly be watching. Jinx, have you seen the trailer yet? It looks amazing. Happy Gilmore obviously is an iconic film. I love Adam Sandler. And it just feels like it's so chock full of like celebrity appearances. Like Bad Bunny is the caddy in it. You have guys like Boban from the Sixers who's recreating the role of like whoever played the really giant guy that said like, is this your ball? And of course you have Julie Bowen coming back as the wife or, his love interest. Eminem's in it. So I'm really excited for Happy Gilmore 2. That's definitely something I am going to make time to watch.
Oh, okay. I mean, can't knock you on that. I watched the trailer a few times. I'm super excited about that. That's going to be huge on this show. Good call, Chelsea. Double D. Okay, Double D told me yesterday I would not let him reveal what he has been watching, but he says I'm going to like it. We'll see, Double D. We shall see. What do you got, buddy?
A British crime drama, thriller suspense.
Okay.
Called Department Q. It is absolutely fantastic.
Buddy, let me tell you something. Last night, we decided we couldn't find anything. We had watched every 48 hours, every Dateline, every killer case, and we went onto Netflix. And we said, how about Department Q? Let's give this a shot. Didn't know at first. After one episode, I was like, I'm way in on this one. This is going to be great. Buddy, how many episodes have you watched?
I binged watched every episode in 2 days.
Did you really?
Nine If there's something that I really get hooked on, I will binge it very quickly so I get to the end. Let me just tell you, Jenks, the beginning is just the beginning. There are character development, there's storylines, there's twists, there's turns. This show is very well done. Very well done.
I love hearing that. We watched one episode, and I know as much as I talk about true crime, this is really yes, it's crime oriented. But Double D, you said this is really about storyline. This is about character development. It's about suspense. It's about the writing. And this is just after one episode. And then there wasn't a twist. Just after one episode, I was like, I don't know how they're going to tie this together. Like after one, I feel like there's so many loose ends here. I don't know how they're going to bring this together in a way that makes sense. And then at the end, both of us were like, oh, okay. And immediately we're like in on this. And it didn't take long for us to be sucked in. So I was wondering if that's what you're going to talk about. That's an excellent recommendation.
It is by far one of the better shows, new shows that have come out on Netflix in the past, I'd say 5 years, where I'm like, I can't stop watching this.
Oh, man. That's such a good call.
What's it about? I feel like you guys have danced all around it, but like, what's the actual plot?
It is a British series about a particular detective who is put in charge of a new crime-solving unit to solve cold cases. And there is one particular cold case that he ends up deciding that this is the one that he is going to try and solve after experiencing some trauma himself. Is that pretty good, Double D?
Okay.
It's a bunch of ragtag. It's like the bad news bears of the police department go to get involved in this department as well.
So is it funny?
There are British dry moments in it. Yes.
For sure.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's got a little bit of everything. Good call, Double D. I wondered if that was going to be what you were going to say, and sure enough, it was. Bravo, good sir. Bravo. All right, that's the streaming corner, so we got a lot of choices out there. Even Chelsea gave us a movie that perhaps we're all going to... I mean, we are going to watch Happy Gilmore 2. Come on. As soon as that comes out, we're going to be all over that. Coming up next on the show, we're going to be all over some futures bets in Major League Baseball, the ones we like, the ones we don't. It's coming up next on Hour 2 of the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for being with us on a Tuesday.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates. Because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2 on a Tuesday edition of the Daily Tip starts right now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And over the next hour, we'll talk a lot of baseball. We'll start with a little this or that, where we pick our favorite futures bets, including who we think is going to lead the leagues in home runs. At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets. A much better slate today as opposed to yesterday. We only had like 5 games. At 7:40, we go on to the latest in the saga of Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson. Long sigh. Why it could be a lot easier for UNC to cut ties with the legendary head coach if they wanted to. It's all next on the Daily Tip within the next hour. All right, Jenk, so I saw something on TikTok yesterday that reminded me of you because I feel like we talk about horoscopes a lot on this show, and we kind of poke fun, but we also kind of lean into it a little bit. But here's something I had not heard of before. Apparently, there is something that you can do called astro mapping, where you take your birth date and time or whatever, and it correlates with a certain longitude and latitude, and it shows you what city you should be living for your like optimum, life according to the stars. People can't believe this, right?
I think people do believe this. A lot of people do.
Oh my gosh.
Like I believe in, putting out good things into the universe, right? And maybe there's something to how things align, maybe. But I think if you lean too much into, I'll just manifest, or I need to be living in a certain city, or, oh my God, I'll live my life according to this horoscope, then you're acting like you don't have free will, like you can't make choices on your own. And to me, when you lean too much into that, then it's easy to have self-fulfilling prophecies in your life. If you want something to happen or believe something is going to happen, a lot of times you can lean into that. And that's not necessarily a healthy thing, but it's a very popular thing. So maybe I always struggle with the fact that there's a younger generation who looks at things in a different way, and I respect that completely. And then part of me is like, but maybe having some wisdom does give me some sort of idea that maybe I know a little bit what I'm talking about based on experience, but also at the same time, there are different ways of doing things. So I'm always trying to balance those two ideas. Me personally, I'm not going to move to a city and really believe that if I live in a different city, things will automatically be better for me. It's like this girl I dated years ago. I mean, this is a long time ago. And she was beautiful. And she's like, I want to be a model. I was like, okay, well, what's the plan? She's like, I don't know. I'm just, I just hope it happens. I was like, well, that's great. I was like, I want this for you, but someone's not just going to like knock on your door tomorrow like, hey, you want to come model for us? Like, that's just not going to happen. So, you can want something to happen and put it out into the universe, but at some point you have to try to make it happen, right?
Yeah. So, Denton, you're doing this as we speak. Are you astro mapping your location?
I think that's what I'm doing. I typed in astro mapping on Google. I've never heard of this thing before. And it popped up. I have a map of the world, and there are a lot of lines on here. And I don't know how to read. I don't know what a Libra Gemini. I don't know what that means. I think I'm a Gemini.
I thought there was only one. I didn't know that you could have multiple. But is it like coordinates? Is it longitude and latitude?
So there is longitude and latitude on here. I don't think I clicked the right one, to be honest, because there are so many different. I think this is, if you're like an Aries Scorpio, this is telling you where you should live. I only thought there was one sign.
Oh, I'm going to do this right now.
All right, everybody.
It sounds like a
let's
lot of
ask for
work.
that.
I got to find my birth
here's
certificate. Do I have it?
birth certificate.
It needs the time that I was born.
Something you shouldn't be giving to strangers, right? Like, maybe this is a ploy to get your information.
It could be.
I mean, if they know they know my horoscope sign. I barely even know my horoscope sign.
But I'm just saying, don't Xerox a copy of your birth certificate. That's all I'm saying.
I love that you said Xerox. Good for you, Chelsea. Awesome. When's the last time you heard, just don't Xerox it? And we've had an 80s theme all day, and that's right in line with it.
Right. Well, like, my question is, for these people who are super into this, how far would you go for this? Like, if your ideal place on the map is Moscow, Russia, or, in the Middle East, or Akron, Ohio, would you follow this, or you say, maybe it's hogwash a little bit? Or, if it's San Diego, California, like, whoa, maybe there's something to this. I think a lot of this depends on the city that it spits out.
Yes, it does.
I was hoping mine was going to be somewhere nice. But it did. There were a lot of lines converging in Russia somewhere. And I'm like, you know what? This is probably all fugazi.
You're going to Ukraine.
All right. Here we go.
Pack it in, brother.
Guess who's going to Bolivia? Dennis. All right, here we go. I'm putting this into Gemini. The specific time of my birth, I don't know exactly when I was born.
Make up the time.
I said I was born just after. I know it was late. All right, fine, I'll make one up. Specific time of my birth, sure. I think it was late. Or early in the morning. This is not going to be right. All right. I'm putting this into Gemini. So it has where your sun was angular, locations, where your moon was angular, your Venus line, your Mars line, your Jupiter line, your Saturn line. Oh, my God.
This is too much.
It's a lot of work.
There's just a lot of work and a lot of information. This just feels like an information grab. It's like you were saying, Chelsea. It's like if you just give me your social security number, I could probably tell you exactly the neighborhood in which you should live. Like, there's so much to this. Oh, my God. No.
I'm not going to lie. I thought astrology was for, like, high school dropouts, not people who are willing to put in all this work.
Hey,
so maybe I am proven wrong. It does sound like a lot of geographical work and mapping and math, and I'm not doing that.
Well, and here's the thing too. If you let's say you actually went through with this. Like, let's say you were like, you know what, I'm going to do this. Like, what if you got there and you just hated the city? If someone said to you, I want you to move to Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It's the perfect place for you. Nothing against Sioux Falls. How do you know that anything there would be something that you enjoy, that you'd be able to get employed there, that you'd like the people there, that you'd like the neighborhood there? Like, you're foregoing all of those basic characteristics, basic wants and needs that you have as a human in the name of, well, I had all of this done, my astrocartography, whatever it's called, and this is where I should live. Like, why in the world would you do that? I mean, it makes no common sense.
And imagine if you said this to somebody. Say you moved to Sioux Falls, and somebody's like, hey, why'd you move here? This is where my astro map told me I should be. And how do you even know the website that you clicked on was like the premier source? It could just be nothing. It couldn't even, be the one that's actually accurate. So I don't know if there's like a meter on these things where it's like some sources are better than others.
Right.
I feel like there's a lot of research that would need to be done. And I don't want to do that. And I don't want to move to Sioux Falls.
I'm not changing where I live based on whatever this is. This is when it gets way, way out of hand. Like, I think people are maybe just looking for excuses to, I don't like something that's going on in my life. Let me find an explanation that will give me an out. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Or like those people that say they should have been born in different eras. And it's like, those girls are like, I should have been born in the Bridgerton era. I'm like, do you realize you would have no power? You couldn't vote. You wouldn't be in charge of like who you marry. So like, yeah, the dresses are pretty and the fainting couches are cool. But other than that, like, life was not cool back then. Please do not say this.
I mean, I've thought, well, I would I would go back for sure. I definitely don't want to live in the future, and I would go back and live in a different era. But it doesn't change like how I operate day to day. I'd be like, I think I would have fit better maybe had I grown up a little bit earlier than when I did. But that doesn't like change. But that's kind of like a fleeting thought as opposed to something that I dwell on and use it to sort of change like my current status. Yeah, like there's got to be a way. It's like, no, I think I probably would have been better suited for an earlier time. But there's nothing you can do about it, and that's kind of where that thought ends.
Right, and plus, like, you never know. Maybe you would have hated it back then, but
right, true.
You don't live in that era, so you don't know. All right, what a road it's been. So we'll wind our way back to baseball. And I don't know, I didn't ask you if you're going to leave this. So do you want to frame this for us? All these futures bets as we play this or that?
Yeah, so we got a couple baseball futures to get us locked and loaded for the heat and the heart of baseball season here. So I'm going to give you a couple, and you got to say we're going to bet this or we are going to bet that. We're going to start with the Tigers to win the AL at plus 325 or the Mets to win the NL at plus 550. Which would you rather bet?
All right, so let's look at the standings as we speak. So obviously we know the Tigers are doing pretty damn good right now. I feel like the Tigers are a team that has what it takes to go the distance, because sometimes you see these teams that kind of start off hot and you say, okay, maybe it's a flash in the pan, but we saw the Tigers in the postseason last year, and they've got some great starters anchored by Tariq Skubal, who we know is an absolute beast and somebody who has that little X factor that, we've heard him talking about wanting to go deeper in games. Plus, they have one of the best run differentials in all of baseball. And usually that is the best predictor of future success when it comes to teams. They have a run differential of 98, tied with the Yankees for the best in the American League. So I'll go Tigers here.
Yeah, I go Tigers as well. I know it's a shorter price, but ultimately they have a stranglehold on that division, and potentially the NL East could be so much more competitive. I don't know if the Braves are going to come on at all. Like, I feel like we've been waiting for it, and there's still a lot of season left. Maybe it could happen, but the Phillies are right there. And I always worry about maybe is an old cliche that shouldn't be used any longer. Maybe we're over that period, but I like the Tigers.
All right, next bet. Would you rather bet the Mariners to win the AL West at plus 125 or the Rangers at plus 600?
Oh, I like the Mariners. I feel like I'm going for less money here, but the Rangers just don't have the bats. Like, they just don't have it. They have the name recognition, but they have not produced runs all season long. And I think we have a big enough sample size now where I don't think it's going to happen. And also, I hate to say this, I'm not putting it out there. I'm not manifesting it. I'm not putting it in the astrocartography umbrella or bucket. I'm just saying when you have a guy like Jacob deGrom who has an injury history, then that would be a huge loss if suddenly he got injured again. Always a possibility based on his history. So I'd go Seattle.
Well, also, Nathan Eovaldi is currently on the injured list. I think it's more preventative than anything, because I think it was only like forearm tightness. But the fact that you used the word Astro and we didn't even mention the Houston Astros, like, it feels like a missed opportunity for a pun, right? Because I think obviously that is your biggest sabotage factor for the Mariners winning that division, because right now the Astros sit only a half game back of the Mariners. And if we're putting your trust in one organization between these two, doesn't it feel like it's probably going to be the Astros? Like, maybe the window has closed for this team, and we know they have been so good for so long. And maybe it doesn't even come around until the postseason, because we've seen the Astros kind of sandbag during the regular season. But let me point this out as well. The Rangers are only 4 games back. We are sitting on June 3rd. There is still plenty of time for this team to right the ship and get very much back in the thick of things. They have a good lineup. I feel like it's kind of an anomaly that they have all these bad numbers across the board when it comes to their offense, because you look at the hitters, Corey Seager, guys like that, and this is a team that played in the World Series and won it not too long ago. So I'll go with the Rangers here just because the price is a little bit longer at what? 6-1? Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, 6 to 1 is tough to pass up. All right. Final one. This is my favorite one. This is going to put you guys in the toughest position.
Okay.
But I'm going to demand an answer from each of you. Would you rather bet the Angels to make the playoffs at 16 to 1 or the Dodgers to miss the playoffs at 19 to 1?
Angels. Because the Dodgers are not missing the playoffs. Like, there's a possibility, especially with Mike Trout back and being as hot as he is, like he's been red hot, worked on his swing while he was injured. I don't think the Angels are going to make the playoffs, but the Dodgers aren't missing.
I don't think so either, but just for the sake of conversation, that division is always tough. And there is a chance that the Dodgers, don't win the NL West. They only have a game lead over the Padres right now, but I would say that their regular season record is probably going to be good enough to get them into the postseason. So, no, I'm not going to be fading the Dodgers. Maybe I'll pick somebody else to win that division, but I think they make the playoffs. All right, coming up next, more baseball. Our favorite daily bets come your way next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
We're back. Time to talk some more baseball, because we do have a big, beautiful slate today with plenty of games and plenty of options to choose from. All right, Jenks, so we know the big news in MLB today is Jack Caglione making his major league debut for the Kansas City Royals. Somebody who experts are comparing to Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani for his power. And I just checked. There are no odds on him to hit a home run just yet. And I'm saying, all right, books, put us out a number there, because maybe it's something a lot of people want to bet on. But strategy question. Let me ask you this. When somebody makes their major league debut and there's a lot of pomp and circumstance around it, do you think the team kind of thrives off this type of energy? Because I know baseball is such a long season that sometimes it feels like these little side stories, which I don't even think it's a side story. I think it's a main stage type of thing because of all of the hype that Jack Caglione has coming into the big leagues. Do you think that this actually has an impact on handicapping a game? Because I was looking at the Royals. They're underdogs today against a Cardinals team that's good, but the Royals are pretty good too. Would you give them a little extra edge now that they have the boost of Jack Caglione in the lineup?
Maybe. I don't want to overstate it, though. I think to me, this comes down to whether or not they're playing at home or on the road, I think, more than anything else. The problem here is that they're on the road here. So will this be a boost to the lineup? Sure, potentially, but we're talking about making the transition from AAA to the majors. As we know, that is exceptionally difficult to do, even for a supreme talent like Jack Caglione. If this were in Kansas City, then all of a sudden there's more media there, there's more fans in attendance, there's an energy in the clubhouse, people are excited, it's probably a better home atmosphere, and then maybe there's more of an edge to Kansas City. But because this game is on the road in St. Louis, I would say, sure, maybe he could go off and have some sort of incredible debut, but outside of that, I don't know if I would really give any sort of, special edge to the Royals here.
Yeah, I do think it's one of those things that maybe it's like a tiny X factor, but not something to base your bet on entirely. Going back to the Royals on the road, you're right. Obviously, they're not nearly as good on the road as they are at home. 19-13 at home this year, but just 12-16 on the road, and haven't been super great as dogs. Like, they do have a 17-17 record, which would net you some big plus money. But just keep that in mind, especially when St. Louis is 19-8 at home this year. And maybe the books will finally give us some Jack Caglione odds later in the day. It is 6:23 a.m. here in Central Time Zone. I know it's 7:23 a.m. And if you're looking to bet on home runs, BetMGM has you covered. And don't worry if your home run bet doesn't clear the fences. BetMGM has your back with an MLB home run no sweat token. Just activate your token with an MLB home run bet. If your bet comes up short, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets only at BetMGM. So if you're betting on home runs anyways, you might as well take that no risk token at BetMGM. All right, Jenks, let's dive into today's slate. I see this is the first one, so we'll talk about it shortly. The Rockies are coming off their 10th win of the season. Don't let the Rocks get hot. Today, they're on the road at the Marlins once again. They're plus 145. Miami minus 175. Sandy Alcantara, who I know you have faded many a time on the show, and he's 2-7 with an 8.47 ERA. Tanner Gordon gets the start for Colorado. So from a strategy standpoint, do you fade the Rockies and say, hey, lightning is not going to strike twice? Or do you say, if the Rockies can hit anybody, it's probably Sandy Alcantara?
I would probably take the Rockies in the first 5 in this game. Sandy Alcantara has been abysmal this season. I have faded him again and again and again and again and made money. Like, I hate it, but 2-7 and an 8.47 ERA is not a small sample size. Like, at some point, you just have to take the name off of the jersey and say, look at this guy's numbers. They have been abysmal. And look, if there's any team you can shut down, maybe it's the Rockies, but there's no way in the world I'm laying $1.75 with Miami when their starting pitcher has an ERA that is inching close to 9. Absolutely not. Rockies first 5.
Yeah, because I was just looking at some of the game logs for Sandy Alcantara, and it's not even just the best lineups in baseball. Like, he gave up 4 earned runs and 5 2/3 to the White Sox. He gave up 4 to Tampa Bay, 6 to the Angels. So these aren't like the murderer's row of offenses. He's doing it against just about everybody. So maybe you could spin that into saying, hey, maybe you like an over in this spot and bank on the Marlins at least contributing to the total. But I don't want to depend on the Rockies to do just about anything because they are the worst offense on the road in all of Major League Baseball. So maybe not a game that I am going to be playing. Let me ask you about this one, Jenks, because I have felt a little shaky on some of my baseball bets, and that's what this show I feel like is good for because we can run our ideas and our theories past each other, and maybe you will talk me off of it and maybe put me on a better bet. So I have this game in mind, Rangers and Rays. And listen, I've been pretty good on handicapping Rangers games for most of the year until I think it was on Friday and they did me wrong. Had an under in that game and they won 11-1. They have the worst OPS in baseball. And so I'm going back to another under in this game. Tyler Mahle starts for the Rangers. He's 5-2 with a 1.64 ERA. Meanwhile, Drew Rasmussen of Tampa Bay hasn't given up a single earned run over his last 3 starts. So when I see a total of 8, and both these teams are very heavy teams to the under, especially the Rangers this year. I know most of those have come at home, but still, 2 great pitchers. Should I play an under in this one? Or am I off course here and this one needs to be taken off?
No, this is definitely on the card for me today. I have a couple bets on the card. This is one of them. I'm going under 8 for sure. I am not one to – I know that was a bummer of a loss because the Rangers suddenly exploded in that game, but that's not like them. I mean, they are the best under team in baseball. Rasmussen is on a run here, 18 consecutive shutout innings. Tyler Mahle has made 11 starts this year. He's allowed more than 2 runs once when he allowed 3. So you've got the Rays – who have the 5th best record in Major League Baseball to the under. I'm stunned. I thought this would be 7 and a hook. I will gladly go under 8.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the only sabotage factor in my mind is when you have guys who are coming in on such a heater, like Drew Rasmussen, like you said, 3 consecutive starts of 6 innings and no earned runs. Eventually he's going to give up some runs. I just hope it's not that many because obviously both these starters can give up 2 or 3 runs and you can still hit your under if the bullpen doesn't completely blow it. So some of these numbers just jump off the page. You talk about the Rangers, their over-under record this year, or I should say their record to the under is 40, 19, and 1. So I will take that sample size and say, hey, I'm going to go with the under here. I love the pitching matchup. So that one's going to make the card for me, I suppose. You haven't talked me off of it, so I don't feel great about my instincts right now, but maybe that one is a good one. All right, Jenks, where to next? Is there a game that got your attention when you first looked at the slate?
I just want to say, I want to get something off my chest here. Well, first of all, this is Astros Pirates, right? You've got Lance McCullers Jr. going up against Paul Skeens. If you want Paul Skeens and the Pirates in the first 5, you're looking at minus 160. Sort of right there, but I don't mind it because Skeens has been so dominant. 3 earned runs total over his last 20 2/3 innings pitched. So worst case, I think maybe you get a push. If you're willing to lay that juice, it's right there. But I just want to address what has happened to Lance McCullers Jr. So a couple weeks ago, he was getting death threats because in his second outing of the season, he got shelled, and they finally found the person who said, I'm going to murder you and your kids. And it was some drunken bettor overseas who has now apologized. They tracked him down and said, oh, please pass along my apologies. This cat was not apologizing until he got caught. And what's even, I think, more telling is that baseball players who were talking about this story in particular were saying, yeah, this happens all the time. Like all the time we get direct messages, death threats, all sorts of nasty comments because someone lost a bet or someone's angry that I didn't perform or our team lost. Lance McCullers Jr. had someone threaten his family. The Astros had to bring in 24-hour security. And his 5-year-old daughter was asking him, Daddy, what's a threat? Like if you are someone, because this happens all the time. If you are someone who is direct messaging players because you lost a bet, you are a loser. A loser. Look in the mirror right now and say, I am a loser, because that's what you are. If you lost a bet, that's your fault. Make a better bet. It's just a game. And just because someone makes a ton of money doesn't mean you suddenly get the right to insult them or threaten them because you don't make money, or you lost money, or you're jealous, or you're pathetic. You are a loser. Stop messaging players, coaches, whomever, just because you're angry. It's not their fault. They're doing the best that they can. It's just a sport. If you are a person doing this, you're the biggest loser on the planet. You should not have to play sports and deal with this nonsense. It drives me absolutely crazy. These are people. These are families. And no one should have to go through this. No one should have to listen to a child say, Daddy, what is a threat? What in the hell are you doing if you're one of those people? Do not do this. If you're doing it, stop. Be better. Stop being a loser.
Yeah, especially like a game in May. Like, what are you doing? Like,
Any
it's not
game.
even a meaningful game.
Any
like,
game ever.
I'm just making a joke. Like, it's just like it feels like something like you shouldn't have to say. It's like when people are like, I don't know, it's like, don't kick puppies. Like, don't do dumb things that are
Right.
mean. You know, so I understand it needs to be said. And this is something that jumped out to me when I went to a college baseball game. This is one of the promos that NCAA now runs, is that, you know, you don't need to direct your anger towards a player just because you lost a bet. Like, we're all adults here. Like, you can be frustrated about losing a bet, but remember, these are human beings. Imagine if somebody was standing at your desk at your job and you made a mistake. Say you sent you made a typo in something that you sent to accounting, and somebody's like, I'm going to murder your family because you put 3 instead of 2. Like, doesn't that feel crazy? That's exactly what you're doing when you DM an athlete or whoever, when they do something when they're at their jobs. These are human beings with families, and they certainly don't deserve that.
I totally agree. I mean, look, I understand you're looking at me and you're like, ooh, what's this guy doing looking like a human periwinkle telling me all this? But ultimately, maybe that's what I need to do to get your attention, because you got like 3 marbles rolling around up there. There's just no excuse for it ever, and it's getting worse. Like, that's what is so disheartening, is that, you know, generally you could have players on social media saying, this is what I think about this, and they're interacting, but now they're just getting off, not in droves, but certain guys say, you know, I just don't want to deal with this. What's the point of me being here when this is a nightly thing? So there's just no excuse for it ever, ever.
Yeah, back in the day, people used to only make death threats during like World Series games or something. Now it's like random games in the middle of May to like Lance McCullers. Like, what are we doing? So like, back to this game, Jenks. I don't know if you had a play here, because I'll say this about Lance McCullers. I know he doesn't have good numbers, but there is a good pitcher in there somewhere. He has dealt with a lot of injuries, but I don't know if you remember this, but for the Astros back when they were winning World Series, Lance McCullers Jr. was a big part of this. So it sounds like, if I'm remembering correctly, before we address the idiots in the world, you like the Pirates in this one? Or what was your play?
Yeah, Pirates first 5. I would still go with Skeens. Just because, and you're right, Lance McCullers, by the way, after that awful outing in his second outing this season after a long layoff, has been actually very good. That number that you see for his ERA, 5.89, is inflated, you know, quite a bit, because that was just in a third of an inning where I believe he gave up 7 runs. So he has been very good since then. So, yeah, there's a possibility, because the Pirates don't hit, that this could end up being, 1-0 Astros after 5. But Skeens, again, man, he's been unbelievable. So I would be tempted to lay the juice. I think the prices come down a little bit based on, the market's pulling back a touch on him. So I'd still go first 5 minus 160, but I don't know if I'm going to play it personally.
Yeah, I think at that price, I'm going to lay off. Similar situation with Spencer Strider on the mound for the Braves. I know his numbers aren't jumping off the page this year. He is 0-3 with a 4.50 ERA, but we know he is somebody who has led the league in strikeouts once upon a time, and the stuff is still pretty much there. So today he's pitching against the Diamondbacks. His Braves are home favorites, minus 150. Total of 8.5. Zach Gallen on the other end, you could say probably the same thing. He's 3-7 this year with a 5.54 ERA. So I don't know when things turn around for Zach Gallen. So is there a side you like in this one? I feel like at some point Spencer Strider is going to get back to his dominating ways. And even last time against the Phillies, he didn't go deep in that game, but he only gave up 1 earned run and 1 hit. I know he's dealt with like some injury type things as well this year. But do you like the Braves at home?
I would lean Braves at -150. Also, I'm laying a lot of juice today, so I'm going to be aware of that. But I would lean Braves, yes.
I would lean the Braves as well. Coming up next, time to dive into the drama surrounding Bill Belichick and his girlfriend. What's next? We'll tell you the latest next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Thanks for tuning in and starting your day with us here on the Daily Tip. In a few minutes, we hear from noted Bostonian Bill Simmons on the former New England Patriots head coach, Bill Belichick, and the deal with Jordan Hudson. So Bill Simmons did not mince words when talking about this situation. It seems to me, Jenks, that Bill Belichick is getting into this territory of a topic that people can't talk about without losing their minds. Like Caitlin Clark fits into this category. Angel Reese fits into this category. And now it seems like you can't mention Bill Belichick or Jordan Hudson without people having really strong opinions on it.
No, that's exactly right. I mean, part of it is it's the off season, right? So ultimately we're not getting as many stories that are football specific as we normally get this time of year, which is pretty obvious. But I think more than that, this is just kind of a fascinating topic. Topics like this have a lot to them, and people are so quick when it comes to a lot of different topics to draw these like linear conclusions. Do you know what I mean? Like with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, people immediately jump on and make it a race thing. And I'm not saying that there's not elements to that, but I'm saying people are so quick to jump on it and not even listening to what's being said and say, you feel this way because you don't like her because she's... It's like, hey, try to have a conversation that has different levels to it. You know, it's not always so cut and dried. And the same thing with Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick, where it's, you know, there's different levels to this as well. Oh, my God, look at this.
Look at those levels.
Look at these levels right here. I mean, because not only do you have, it's the level of, okay, there's this massive age difference. Also, Bill Belichick is acting in a way that we've never seen before. Is he messing with his legacy? Also, he's a college coach, not an NFL coach. Also, why does she seem to be controlling everything? Like, there's so much to it. And it goes with both of those stories that people immediately latch on to one of those elements as opposed to, you know, looking at the totality of the story. And that's what drives the story because people immediately have opinions.
Oh, for sure. And it feels like something that everybody can talk about because you don't have to be a huge football fan to have a stance on like some of these life issues. Because like, you know, just from the jump, before we had any of these other storylines, it was the age gap. And I feel like we all know somebody who's in an age gap relationship or like people have really strong thoughts on it just because it is not your normal situation. And usually people look at it and say, hey, there must be some other motivating factor for this young, hot woman to be with this old man. And of course, people look at the success of Bill Belichick and say, hey, he has a lot of money. And oh, Jordan Hudson is now a real estate mogul with what money? So there's a lot of levels to it, like you said. And I feel like everybody can have a stance because it's not something where you need to be like an expert in football or, you know, an analyst to have an opinion on this because it's something that like humans, I feel like, can relate to. But listen, Bill Simmons is tired of talking about it. So apparently this has caused a stir with Bill Simmons and Pablo Torre because Simmons said on an episode of the Rewatchables podcast, I've never seen anybody dine on a stupider story for a week and a half while pretending you're a journalist. Jenks, can I stop there for a second?
Sure.
Because I feel like we can qualify you as a pretty accomplished journalist. Somebody who has 9 Emmys to his name. Do you think us talking about this story makes you less of a journalist?
I think that's a layered question. I think that ultimately, you know, when you're doing a show like this, which lends itself to talking about stories like this, right? So ultimately is it big J journalism? No, it's not. Are there going to be stories that come around where you end up not necessarily threatening your journalistic credibility, but you're not doing the journalism that you studied or thought you would end up doing? And so that's kind of where I feel like I am. I'm not going to not talk about these stories. This is a morning radio show where people want to talk about, and this is what people are talking about. But I will say there is a part of me at times, having studied and taught and gone through different layers of journalism, be it in news and sports, where I'm like, how did I get here? I don't quite know how I got here. At the same time, if you go back throughout at least my career, I don't want to make this about me, but I'm saying it's not like I haven't talked about funny stories or done things in the past that, weren't done in a way to entertain. So I would say that I'm not in a place that I thought I would be based on my career, but also at the same time, this is where we are in 2025, where journalism as we knew it doesn't really exist, at least, it only exists in smaller spaces. So I think it's okay to talk about it. I do think there are times you have to be careful about how you approach something, particularly sensitive topics, because then I think, do I come off as a caricature here? Because I do take a lot of pride in the fact that I did study journalism very rigorously.
Yeah, that was definitely a deep answer to a question that I know was kind of loaded. So I know I kind of put you on the spot there, but there is an element of journalism that says, hey, if everybody's talking about something, you got to mention it, right?
Yeah,
like if something's the biggest story and it's involving one of the biggest figureheads in the NFL, I know it's not current, but Bill Belichick is a huge name in the realm of sports and in the realm of football. So when there is a story that is centered on him, it feels like you kind of have to talk about it. Yes. So I understand it's not the most big J journalism thing, but like, look at us. We're in the middle of the summer. There is not football games to dissect. And especially with some of these wild headlines that we've seen, like, what are we supposed to do? Just ignore all of this hashtag content that Jordan Hudson is just putting on a silver platter in front of us? So I think that I understand people's frustration that, like, maybe you don't want to talk about it constantly, but it just feels like something you can't ignore. It feels very similar to like the Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce situation, to where like you don't need to do a whole segment on it, but like we're probably going to mention it, at the Super Bowl or when it first started. But here's the beef between Bill Simmons and Pablo Torre, because apparently Bill Simmons has a very strong take on this. So Bill Simmons continued to, talk about how Pablo Torre has been covering this story. And here's the exact soundbite. So I don't, skew it any direction. You can listen for yourself. Here is Bill Simmons on Pablo Torre milking this story to death.
Pablo Torre would have done a long podcast about Leo Farnsworth trying to practice with the team and then done a media tour about it afterwards. Dying, bro. I've never seen anybody dying on the stupider story for a week and a half while pretending you're a journalist. What the fuck was that?
Whoa!
Seriously.
Wow.
All right. So this seems a little tongue-in-cheek. I will say this. Like, it didn't seem like he was pounding the table and, like, saying that this is the death of journalism. Maybe he was just kind of joking around. Right. And obviously I haven't listened to the entire podcast. Maybe I should have. But I feel like there is definitely a frustration with people who consider themselves big J journalists and some of these stories. But, like, what are you going to do? Just not talk about it?
Yeah. No, I think that, like, two things here. Number one is I think that's a very smart way to go about any sort of coverage, which is, what are people talking about? I mean, honestly, we used to ask that question all the time when we would prepare a show is, what are people talking about right now? We should talk about what people are talking about. Whether you necessarily like the story or not, if people are talking about it, then it needs to be discussed. That doesn't mean that you hammer it home every single show for 3 straight weeks, but if people are talking about it, then it needs to be explored. And also, look, it's 2025. Yesterday, there was a headline that popped up on my phone, and it said, President Trump might pardon Diddy. 50 Cent will try to convince him otherwise. And I just kicked back for a second, and I thought, imagine that being a headline 10 years ago. That's a real headline. That's a real thing. So that's not a political observation, but this is kind of the world in which we live, so that needs to be taken into account as well. So when stories like this come up, you can't just say, well, this isn't traditional journalism. It's what people are talking about. It's a big deal.
Yeah. So our stance on it. So we're probably going to talk about it. If there's a story, and especially since now the buyout for Bill Belichick just got a lot cheaper. So specifically, according to his contract, Bill Belichick's buyout has officially dropped from $10 million to $1 million post June 1st. So if UNC did want to cut ties with Bill Belichick before he even set foot on the field at an actual game, it would only cost them, I think, $1 million, if I am reading into this correctly. But, like, are we not going to give him a chance? Because, listen, nobody will care about this Jordan Hudson stuff if Bill Belichick comes in and resuscitates this UNC football program that basically has been, I don't want to say irrelevant, but it's not like they've been one of the powerhouses of the ACC. So remember, Bill Belichick is still a very good head football coach. And I think that if they can put together some wins, like all this stuff will just be summer stories that didn't matter.
You know, I think I disagree. I think that no matter what Carolina does, win or lose, I think Jordan Hudson has proven that she is going to find a way to make herself a part of the story. Like, if they win, you don't think she's going to be on the field with him, celebrating, acting like she's a part of the program? And then on the flip side, if they lose, she's going to be firing off emails. I want this person banned from this message board. She's going to be hyper defensive, which she's already been. I think that the spotlight is going to be even more on Bill Belichick and Jordan Hudson, because then the wins and losses, which are ultimately what we should be talking about here. I mean, if you're talking about Bill Belichick and why he took this job, it's to win games. However that plays out, Jordan Hudson has proven she's not just going to stay out of the way. She's not going to be some sort of wallflower or ornament. She's going to be there to make sure she is front and center for all of it, no matter how it goes down.
Yeah, let me rephrase that. She will still be a story, and you're right. She has proven to us that she is pretty adept at making herself come into the headlines. I am just saying that if UNC wins games, people will be able to look past it more.
Right.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Is it like people won't care if she's a side Joe if they're winning games? So like, oh,
Sure.
well, she's got some cute outfits. She's going to post it to her TikTok, whatever. If UNC is winning games and ultimately that's how the school brings in money, people won't care nearly as much. She'll still be in the headlines, but we won't be mad at her for it. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3 of the Daily Tip, and we'll start with some of the headlines in the NBA, including Giannis's next location. That's next on the show. Stick with us.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. It's a Tuesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on our final hour, we've got some baseball news for you. What happened last night in the Bigs? The Rockies. The Colorado Rockies got to win their 10th of the season. We'll discuss that then in 20 minutes. How about this? We're going to talk some June baseball with the great Buster Olney, the senior Major League Baseball writer for ESPN. And you know what time it is in 40 minutes, our best bets, along with the Donkster. So we've talked a little bit over the past few weeks. We talk about TikTok a lot because, I mean, look, people get influenced. We see trends all of the time. And I have to say, once again, the lovely Catherine, here we go. First, it was buying this $90 keyboard that she's been typing away on. And now, yesterday, I was trying to take a nap, and it was sort of working out for me. She was working from home yesterday, and she hears me milling about upstairs. I just say milling about. God, so old. She hears me milling about upstairs, so she comes running upstairs. She's like, hey, I got TikTok influenced again. I was like, oh. I was like, what is it this time? She's like, pickled garlic. Doesn't that sound delicious? I mean, think about it.
Ooh.
Garlic is usually really garlicky, but apparently the pickle sort of takes kind of that edge off, so it's really delicious. So I ordered some. I was like, all right, babe, we're going to do it. I mean, our household is going to, I say this sort of tongue-in-cheek, like I think it's cute. It doesn't really bother me. But our place is going to be filled with TikTok items, like over the next year or two. Oh, and Double D says, it's so good. Can I sell you on some pickled garlic, Chelsea, via TikTok?
Well, I don't like pickles and I don't like garlic. So one would think that I probably won't like pickled garlic. Am I wrong here? I hate pickles. I'm not a pickles person.
Oh, really? Okay. Catherine loves pickles. Loves pickles. Like, obsessed with pickles. So this makes perfect sense to me that, well, what are you going to do with pickled garlic? I guess you just, like, crunch it, eat it? I don't know.
Yeah, is it a condiment? Like, I don't understand the usage of it. Do you put it on a sandwich?
I think you just eat it individually. Like, apparently it's crunchy. Double D, you want to get in here and talk about pickled garlic for a second? I mean, we're getting it's a so good. Why did I say that like he's Super Mario? It's a so good. Is it good, Double D?
So good.
It's a so
Have we
good.
been canceled yet?
So
It's a good.
It's a good.
It's a so good. Yeah. You can eat it individually, or you could add it to something that needs a little brininess and a little garlic to it. You multitask with it, Jenks. You multitask with it, man.
Smart man. Okay.
Yuck.
That makes sense.
Briny?
Do you care either way? I'm trying to get.
Gave me the
I mean, I'm intrigued by it. I'm not like the biggest pickle person, but your boy does like a little garlic, so I'm intrigued by it. Yeah.
Okay.
Is it something I can buy? Because the thing that discourages me is the very hard work of pickling, of putting three things together in water. That's a lot.
That's true. That is
A lot
work.
of leg work there.
Chelsea, you seem
can
like
buy
someone who would
anything.
pickle something. You know,
No.
you're a gardener.
I don't
no?
like pickles.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that like the basis of
I
it?
guess that's true. Fair enough. Okay. I like pickles. I guess I'll give it a shot. You know, I got to bring in everyone here. I want to include the whole crew. Dylan, you want to break the tie here? You want to give us some insight on pickled garlic, if you're even there? Do you care? In your spare time, do you pickle
He's eating
things?
oatmeal squares.
He probably is. He's like, gosh, you're getting me at the worst time right now. All right. Come back
He
to
might not be even be at the computer.
He's probably not. All right, fair enough, Dylan. I wanted to give you a chance, but that's coming to our household. And apparently there's regular and then there's jalapeno flavored as well. I was like, you ordered both, didn't you? She's like, yep, sure did. So it's coming our way. I'll let you know how it is. Maybe I'll bring some in. I mean, I did have the Joe Thomas beef sticks. Those were delicious. But that's a much more rudimentary snack.
Where's my meat sticks, Jenks? I will continue to say that on the show until somebody sends me some meat sticks.
You know, we need a robe and meat sticks. It's not that big of an ask. I wear my robe, you have your beef sticks, everyone's happy. It's not that big of a deal. We're going to talk about Giannis here in a second and whether or not he could leave the Milwaukee Bucks. But before that, can we just give some quick credit to the Colorado Rockies? I feel like yeah, come on. There it is, Rocks. There it is. Now it's time to make a run. Now we make a run. Here it is. 2 straight. Let's make it 2 straight. I think they can make it 2 straight, by the way. Will I bet on the Rockies making it 2 straight? Absolutely not. But they beat the Marlins yesterday. 6-4.
The Marlins?
Wow. Rocks.
Who's next?
Who's next on the hit list? The Yankees and Dodgers and Tigers in that order. What's next for the Rockies? Is this when the dynasty begins? You know, they get that win over the Marlins, and you're like, I don't know if I believe in these guys. And then they got another one today against Sandy Alcantara. Worst start since 1901 in Major League history. And then you look up a month from now, Rockies have won 9 straight. Look up a couple months from now, it's like Rockies could slide into the playoffs. Couple more months from now, how did we end up Rockies-Dodgers in the World Series? And I don't know, after the Fall Classic, your 2025 world champion Colorado Rockies. Is this when it starts? Is this when the run gets going for the Rockies? Of course not. Of course not.
I mean, Jenks, they only are 26 games back of the LA Dodgers for the lead in the NL West, and we sit on June 3rd. They have 50 losses to their name already. Their win percentage is $167. So I hate to crush your dream there, bud, but I don't think they're making the playoffs.
They are not. But let's give them some credit for yesterday. They won 6-4. Overhit, set it 8.5. Hunter Goodman 2 home runs. Go ahead, shot in the 5th. And then it's Sam Hilliard coming through in the 9th with a little insurance.
This ball down the right field line, and it is fair. Sam Hilliard getting it done. Here are scores to make it 6-4. Sam Hilliard coming through.
Rockies announcers sounding like they're going through a divorce at the same time they're calling a game. And there is Sam Hilliard. Oh, that's fair. That is fair. Hold on. I got a call from my lawyer here. Just no excitement whatsoever. Rockies Sports Network with the call. Rockies improved to 10-50 on the season, like you were saying. Again, this is the worst 60-game start in the modern era since 1901. A game ahead of your 1904 Washington Senators and the 1932 Boston Red Sox. But I will say, with Sandy Alcantara on the mound today and his 8.47 ERA, they have a shot to make it 2 in a row. Seriously.
They have a shot, but am I counting on the team that has a total of 10 wins through June 3rd to get it done twice in a row? Probably not. So I know Sandy Alcantara has not been good this year, but if there is a lineup that maybe even he is capable of shutting down, maybe it's the Colorado Rockies, especially on the road, because usually in past years when the Rockies have been bad, they've at least been like decent at home, because obviously your hitters should get a boost because you're playing at altitude there. But this game is in Miami. So I don't know, Jenks. We will all be waiting with bated breath. NBA Finals? Who cares? We are following the Rockies' win streak.
Damn right. Damn right we are. All right. Well, someone who cannot be stopped, unlike the Rockies, Giannis Antetokounmpo. Could he leave the Bucks? We're hearing more and more information now that maybe he could. Shams Charania from ESPN said earlier this season, Giannis is open-minded to the idea of leaving the Bucks. And according to Doug Smith, now of the Toronto Star, Giannis and the Raptors have mutual interest, although Smith also added that the idea that the Raptors could potentially outbid other teams is probably unlikely. So if you're looking at odds to where Giannis might go, these are not at BetMGM, but the Bucks are the favorites for him to stay in Milwaukee at plus 105. The Spurs are plus 470. Rockets 8-1. Raptors 11-1. Nets are 18-1. Didn't really expect that. I mean, this is the basketball offseason, almost. This is sort of the calm before the storm before we get the NBA Finals, obviously. But this is going to be a big storyline. Could Giannis really leave Milwaukee? I did not think he sort of had it in him to leave Milwaukee, but it looks like I'm way off on that because we keep hearing, yeah, I think I might. What would be a good fit for Giannis?
Well, to be clear, Milwaukee is still the favorite to keep control of their superstar. And when I look at this list, like what's strange to me is that I feel like if I'm Giannis, which I know I'm not, I would want to go to a team that can contend because that's why you'd be leaving the Bucks, right? I don't think that it's all for money. Like that's the crazy thing about this day and age with NBA free agents. It's not that they are necessarily chasing money. A lot of these guys are chasing rings and they want to be a part of a contending team. So when you see a team like the Raptors and you're like, did the Raptors make the playoffs this year? No, they did not. I understand they have some good young pieces. And maybe that's where you look at the Spurs and you say, okay, the Spurs with Wemby and with some of those pieces that they have now traded for, maybe that's interesting. Although maybe, the place underneath the basket would be a little crowded with Giannis and Wemby, but still it could definitely work. It's just kind of strange to me, the teams that kind of fill out this list. I thought that Shaq had a really interesting take on this because in years past, you see these big name free agents and they want to go to big cities and they want to go to big markets because it's not just about winning championships. It's about marketability. It's about quality of life. But Shaq was saying this is not the 90s anymore. You can go to a smaller market team and still be a marketing juggernaut because of social media. Yeah. This is such a different day and age that it doesn't really matter where you go. And we've seen that in Milwaukee. Giannis is still a global superstar despite playing for a team in Milwaukee. So maybe those big cities don't matter as much anymore, but those aren't the teams that are on the favorites list. So I really don't know.
This is crazy. Didn't put this in the chat. And I wondered about this, but thank you for clarifying this. The Nets have at least 5 extra first-round picks because of the Mikal Bridges trade. Like, that is wild to think about. Now, also, if you're the Nets, you're sitting on a gold mine, right? You have the opportunity to build your franchise, maybe around a superstar, maybe around the draft, maybe around both, right? How are you going to dole out those picks? How are you going to use this capital that you have to put your team together? Nets would be interesting at 18-1. What I wonder with Giannis is that, I feel like he's championship motivated, but also I feel like when you've won a title, it depends on the player. And I feel like Giannis is that guy that wants more titles, but also I feel like there are some players who are more motivated by the bag. I don't think Giannis is that guy, but then again, he's already won a title. So I wonder if he just goes for the most money possible or he goes somewhere where, okay, maybe I'm taking a little less here, but also this gives me the best chance to win another championship. I don't have the answer to that question. You mentioned that the favorite is still for him to stay in Milwaukee. But right now, as the Bucks are currently constituted, like the Bucks, I don't want to say they need a rebuild, but they kind of need a rebuild.
Oh, they definitely do. Because we've seen it in the postseason. You need more than one player. And more than ever, doesn't it feel like depth is the main thing in the NBA? Like, look at the Celtics who won it last year. Look at both the teams that are in the NBA Finals this year. The Pacers and the Thunder are two teams that pride themselves on depth. And, of course, they have the superstars that lead the charge. Of course, SGA won the MVP this year. But they have, like, these deep rotations to where the way that the postseason is constructed, it's almost like its own separate season. So when you have a team like, even like, look at Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets. Like, they gave the Thunder a pretty good run for their money, but at the end of the day, they ran out of gas because they just don't have that deep of a rotation, and they don't have that good of a bench compared to the Thunder.
Yeah, and it's interesting too. Trends evolve, games evolve, and I don't know if we're seeing the death of the super team, but we're certainly seeing less and less of it. Now we're seeing more team-oriented basketball teams with more depth, teams that are built to the draft more traditionally, as opposed to just signing a big-name player or two and saying, okay, we can win this way, because that really has not worked out. Coming up next on the show, how are things going to work out for the Kansas City Royals with Jack Caglione making his debut in Kansas City tonight? We will talk about that and more with ESPN's Buster Olney. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Ty, I know you said that.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip. Great to have you with us. We're live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. I'm Jinx. She's Chelsea. Coming up very shortly, we will talk with the great Buster Olney, senior Major League Baseball writer for ESPN. We are going to ask about Jack Caglianone making his Major League debut tonight for the Kansas City Royals. Chelsea, I mean, your husband did play Major League Baseball. Do you remember what that was like when he got the call up for the first time?
Oh, yeah. It's such a special moment, especially for somebody like him who was not one of these super prospects, because in the world of baseball, especially in minor league baseball, there are these guys who are first-round picks, and they make like $6 million on their signing bonus, and these guys are kind of propelled through the minor leagues because obviously these big league clubs have big investments in these type of guys. My husband was a 7th-round pick, and he was somebody who doesn't throw, 99 miles an hour. So he had to really put up numbers that could not be ignored in the minor leagues in order to get his call up. So I'm not saying that like anybody deserves it more than anybody. It just felt like he was one of those guys that really had to grind in the minor leagues to get his shot. And so when he did, I was very proud of him.
As you should be. And Jack Caglianone will get his shot tonight for the Kansas City Royals. With that, we bring in Buster Olney, the ESPN senior Major League Baseball writer. If you know baseball at all, you know Buster's work. Buster, first of all, thank you for joining us here on this Tuesday morning. And secondly, everything we hear about Jack Caglianone is that he's this physical specimen, can't miss prospect. And you were saying during the break that he really forced Kansas City's hand here because his performance thus far in the minors just could not be denied.
That's exactly right. He had a great spring training, and during that, we all began to speculate, would he make the team out of spring training? And the Royals absolutely were saying, no, we want him to go to the minor leagues. We want him to get some work down there. He starts in Double-A, and he's raking right away. And then we're all excited, and we're like, when's he going to get called up? And the Royals, behind the scenes, are like, hey, he's still got some work to do. He expands the strike zone. He can swing at pitches out of the zone. He gets moved up to Triple-A. He's raking again. He's taking balls the other way. And in the last week, the Royals sent some evaluators to sort of embed them with their Triple-A team to watch Caglianone. And he was doing great. He has been working out in the outfield, as you guys know, 2-3 times a week, playing in games 2-3 times a week, working out every day with Rusty Kuntz, one of their outfield instructors. He forced his way to the major leagues with his performance, which is the way teams want it to happen for their young guys.
Yeah, so let me ask, do you think he can make an immediate impact for a Royals team that is in win-now mode?
I do, to the degree that I texted my son yesterday. He's 20 years old, and we would do a fantasy team together. I'm like, pick up Cags. You got to pick him up because he could be one of those guys who right away – when he gets called up, he's going to do some damage. Now, there's probably going to be a lot of swing and miss. He kind of reminds you, physically of a young Aaron Judge because he's so big and he's so strong. But you remember, it took Aaron Judge some time to get acclimated to the big leagues. There's some ups and downs. When you're that big, opposing major league pitchers are going to take advantage of him at sometimes. But, man, when he makes contact, it's going to go. And the Royals are invested in this. They've had one of the worst outfield offenses in baseball in recent years. They have tried a lot of different combinations. So Caglianone is going to get absolutely a fair run right from the get-go.
We're talking with Buster Olney, the ESPN senior Major League Baseball writer. Buster, we've heard Aaron Judge a couple times now when it comes to comparisons. Is that sort of his ceiling, that type of player?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, Aaron Judge right now is the best right-handed hitter that we've ever seen. So I would never put something like that on Caglianone, that kind of ceiling. But I think the challenges are very similar in learning how to adapt to swing, to cover that big of a strike zone. But the pure power, I mean, when he, like Judge, when he hits the ball, it's just different. I remember when Judge won the home run derby back in 2017 in Miami, the next day I was standing next to the batting cage, and Joey Votto and I were talking about Judge and what he did, and he said, I don't think people realize how tough it is and how rare it is for somebody to have that kind of power. Well, Caglianone has Judge-type power.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you about, I don't know if this is a trend or an anomaly, where we see these guys who are drafted almost like the year before they make it to the big leagues and they just go through the minors so quickly. I feel like
Yeah.
this didn't used to be as much of a thing, like, say, 10 years ago. And now we're seeing these super prospects who don't spend much time in the minor leagues. And we've seen guys have success. Paul Skeens looked good from the jump, being a really young guy that came up through the minors very quickly with the Pirates. I know pitching is a little different, but do you see this as a trend moving forward with some of these guys who are drafted out of college?
100%. When you talk to evaluators around the sport, they really feel like that young players are better prepared than they've ever been once they reach the big leagues. First and foremost, it's about exposure. 30 years ago, if you were a high school prospect or a college prospect, you probably hadn't even seen, been around, major league instructors that much. You probably hadn't, seen a lot of interviews with players. You weren't comfortable as as players are now for sure. And I think especially when it comes to players coming out of the elite conferences, Southeastern Conference, like Jack Caglione, he's going to be more prepared because the level of baseball is that much higher. And especially now in this NIL world, players are, I think, compelled to stay in college longer. And I think that competition has gotten more acute.
So, Buster, wanted to ask you about the rest of Major League Baseball. And as we sit here this morning, the Tigers are in control of their division, best record in baseball. How good really is Detroit?
They're the best team in the American League. The fact is, and I'm sure you saw the numbers, that since August 10th of last year, they've got the best record in baseball. On any day that Tarek Skubal pitches, they are the best team in baseball. He has become, to Major League Baseball what Pedro Martinez used to be, what Tom Seaver used to be, Bob Gibson used to be, Randy Johnson. On the day that he pitches, Detroit can beat anybody. I don't know if you guys saw that start he had against Cleveland 9 days ago, where he threw 5 perfect innings, allowed a hit, and then in the 9th inning, he was throwing 103 miles per hour. He just keeps getting better and better and better. And their offense, I think, is better than expected, in part because of the improvements this year of Spencer Torkelson, the former number 1 overall pick, who had such a tough season last year, went in the offseason, worked with an old hitting coach. He's made changes. He's now been an anchor in that with that lineup. Riley Green, Zach McKinstry has been a really good player for them. And how about Javier Baez, who I know I left him for dead at the end of last season. He goes and has surgery, comes back, he's healthy, moves to center field. He's been great. So to me, right now, Detroit is the best team in the American League. And given the pitching struggles that the Dodgers have right now, you can make a case that they're the best team in baseball.
Yeah, and what I love about Tarek Skubal is the old school pitcher mentality that he has shown when he says, hey, I want to make it really difficult for AJ Hinch to take me out of this game. I want to go long in these games. I don't want to be one of these pitchers that pitches just 5 innings. But I wanted to ask you this because I feel like in baseball, some storylines are kind of, they're just not covered as much for people who don't follow the game very closely. So we hear about the Dodgers, we hear about the Yankees, of course, we hear about the Mets.
Yeah.
What's an underrated storyline this year in baseball that you think not enough people are talking about?
So, and it's funny because you just said, we talk about the Dodgers a lot, yet I don't think people realize how fragile their situation is right now. If their pitching injuries are to a level that, all that, of course, all the conversation about them maybe winning 120 regular season games, that's gone. Now I think the question is, will they win their division? Will they make the playoffs? If you go back to May 3rd, the Dodgers ranked 25th out of 30 teams in the majors in ERA. Like, Yoshinobu Yamamoto is a Cy Young candidate, their ace, and they are so beaten up with the rest of the staff, and the bullpen has absorbed so many innings. Their relievers throwing more innings than any group of any team in baseball, that the Dodgers right now, they're being propped up by this great offense that they have. And I don't know if that's going to be sustainable throughout the year, right? You're going to have, for the next 2 months, they have a difficult schedule. They're waiting for Shohei Ohtani to get to a point where he can help their rotation. They're hoping that Blake Snell can come back, that Tyler Glasnow can come back. But it's going to be tough. And I don't think anybody anticipated that at any point for this team, that they might actually have to fight their way to get into the playoffs.
Buster, the Braves are fascinating to me because they had that awful start to the season, difficult schedule. They get Acuna back, but now Smith-Shawver's out for the year. At some point, are they going to make a run? I feel like we keep waiting, but maybe they don't.
I think they will at some point. They just have too many great players. You would assume now that Ronald Acuna Jr. is back and Spencer Strider's back, they'll go on a run, because it just, I mean, between Matt Olson and Marcell Ozuna, up and down that lineup, a lot of great players. Jurickson Profar, who's not going to be eligible for the postseason. At some point, he's going to be back, but it's got to happen soon, right? They're now double digits behind the Mets in the National League East. They're 5.5 games out in the wild card, I think, for the third wild card spot. They believe that it's going to happen, but at some point it's actually got to happen. The biggest difference is 2 years ago, remember how great that offense was? They were blowing out everybody, scoring a ton of runs in the first inning. They really haven't gotten on that roll that we anticipated that they would after they had the great season 2 years ago offensively. Guys have struggled up and down that lineup.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about the Rangers, because I think before the season, they were a team that had enticing odds for a lot of bettors, just because it feels like the upside is there. If you got something from Jacob deGrom, if they can stay healthy, and their lineup looks like they should be putting up good numbers, but we just haven't seen it from their offense this year. But they only sit 4 games back from the Mariners in their division. Is this a team that could turn a corner, or do you see some of the injuries like Nathan Eovaldi? I know some of that was maybe preemptive, putting him on the injured list. Is this a team that can rebound?
And I think you framed it perfectly. Like, going into the year, the big question was about the pitching, and we knew they were going to score a ton of runs, and it hasn't happened. And it's a shock, I know, to people within that organization. I remember talking to Bruce Bochy, their manager, after Jock Peterson signed, where they felt like, man, this is a perfect piece to drop right in here. And Jake Berger added. And then the season starts, and Jake Berger winds up being sent back to the minor leagues. Jock Peterson went like 3 weeks without getting a hit. And what we're seeing right now are the Rangers making significant changes, like desperate times calling for desperate measures. Marcus Semien being dropped from the leadoff spot, moving down to the 8th spot. Adolis Garcia is effectively benched. He's going to have to hit his way back in. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if they're going to hit because you look at the back of the baseball cards for all these guys, and you assume at some point it's going to manifest. But it hasn't. They're a little bit like the Atlanta Braves in that regard. You keep on waiting for the team to coalesce and come together. I know this. Chris Young, their head of baseball operations, among the 30 GMs, I would say he's the guy least likely to want to sell. He's hyper competitive. He's going to be fighting for solutions here over the next 6 weeks leading up to trade deadline. And at some point, they have to hope that they turn this around offensively.
He's as good as it gets, the ESPN senior Major League Baseball writer. Find him on X at Buster_ESPN. It is Buster only. Buster, we appreciate the time this morning. Great insight, as we would expect. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Fun to talk.
Yeah, absolutely. Great chat. Got me pumped about tonight. Caglione going. I mean, it's amazing. I'm glad he sort of clarified, like, let's not put him in the same category as Aaron Judge. But it's got to be, imagine being a player of that magnitude. You're a kid. And we've heard Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge, like just being mentioned in the breath of two of the greatest to ever play the game has to sort of add to the pressure. I would imagine you have to zone in on what you're doing and tune that out as much as possible.
Oh, I'm sure. But I think a lot of it is just the size comparisons, because in baseball, we don't see every player who is that big. Like Aaron Judge looks like a beast out there, and he's 6'5"? And I'm not saying that baseball players are short, but it just, you see it, and that's going to be the comparison just because they look similar, and the power comparisons. So I think the challenge is going to be, can he put up the numbers average-wise to contend with somebody like Aaron Judge, because he's putting up little league numbers right now. Like, what I'm saying is that it feels like he's facing little league pitching because some of his numbers just pop off the page when it comes to his average. So maybe the power will be there for Jack Caglione, but I think the challenge will be, can he be as good as an overall hitter as Aaron Judge? Because that's what makes Aaron Judge dangerous. It's not the fact that he can go yard. It's the fact that he's also a very good all-around hitter.
Yeah, there's no question about it. Oh, the lights came on in here, Chelsea. Good thing the show's wrapping up. The old Tuesday Odyssey Conference meeting is coming up soon. But before that, we're going to continue talking about baseball because we definitely have some bets on the card today. That's going to be exciting. Hopefully, we can keep handing out some winners, and we'll find out what in the world the Donkster is up to. Now, what a transition year from Buster Olney and then the Chalk Donkeys here. It's coming up next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Give me something up with D. Huh. Oh, yeah. Coming up on the show, we'll tell you our best bets of the day. Donkster's here as well. Chelsea, what was the story we never got to earlier about a zebra being loose? In your area, your neck of the woods there? What is going on?
Yeah, this is a local news all-star. And Jenks, you've worked in local news and you know like what stories really take over the newscast. And this is one. So apparently somebody has a pet zebra in Christiana, Tennessee, and it got loose. So the zebra was filmed running around neighborhoods. In fact, somebody's Ring camera even picked up on it. Like, imagine you're checking your Ring camera footage and you see a zebra running by. Do you think that you're on some sort of drug? Because that would be very strange. So I have a lot of questions here. First of all, who has a pet zebra? I don't know. I feel like this is a very strange thing. Maybe it's not a large jump because one would think zebras are very similar to horses in that regard. I don't know if she had to pay or he or she had to pay a ton of money to get the zebra, but apparently the way they're phrasing this is that the zebra is still at large.
What?
So we're on zebra watch in Middle Tennessee.
Oh my God. I saw some headline. Loose zebra causing ruckus in local Tennessee community. This zebra's causing a ruckus. I hate it when people have these wild animals. Like even a pet expert was saying, or an animal expert was saying, these animals live on savannas. They're not accustomed to being in sort of a fenced area. Like, who in the world has a fenced-in zebra in there? How do you even make that happen? I thought that was, like, illegal.
I'm sure they had to get some type of permit for it, but, like, is it really that different than horses? Like, horses probably don't want to be, like, corralled up either. And, Jenks, I'll give you an example that's right down the road from us. Okay. Somebody has a pet buffalo. So they have a buffalo, and I think they breed them. Because the other day I saw a baby buffalo, and I was like, oh, my God, that's so cute. God. But it's in a relatively small pen, and it looks like it sits all the time. So I thought buffalo roamed. I don't know if this was like a song lyric or something, but like this buffalo is either lazy or depressed. Or both.
That's so sad. I hope somebody let that zebra out. Be free, zebra. Be free. I hope it just runs across, and then they'll return it. This thing needs to be in Africa, you know, roaming around, avoiding lions, free space. Other zebras. I mean, come on.
But you don't have to avoid lions. Like, that has to be a plus, right?
That's the circle of life. That's nature. Wouldn't you rather be with other zebras and say, hey, you got to be careful here. We live in the wild. We live freely, as opposed to saying, yeah, I live here in a fence by myself. There's a pig here that always annoys me. He's kind of okay. Oh, my God. I would hate that. I'm trying to think of anyone that I ever knew that owned a wild animal or something crazy. Well, my friend Amy, her parents had a live iguana in the home, like in the home, not in any sort of container. And my mom is terrified of, I do not like iguanas, lizards either, but my mom is terrified. But she said she went into her home once and she heard this rustling. She's like, what is that? What is that? And she looked up and there was almost like not a metal beam, but something similar just across the ceiling, hanging from the ceiling. And she looked up and the iguana, a massive iguana, was just planted on it, just sitting there above her head. And she freaked the F out and lost her mind, which I would too. I don't be close to iguanas. Whenever we go on vacation, we'll go to an island somewhere, and there'll be iguanas around, and Catherine loves, she'll put an iguana on. She doesn't care. She loves that kind of stuff. I do not. So I'll kind of let her play with the lizards and whatever, but I don't want any part of that. How would you feel about that?
Well, especially when it's like a sneak attack. Because I think any animal, if it's hanging from the rafters, is quite a shock because you think, oh my gosh, this thing's going to aerial attack me, right? So I don't know. I don't know where we draw the line between like pets that are acceptable and pets that are not, because sometimes it's like very similar, like I'm saying with like zebras and horses, like the care can't be that different. And it's like, what type of lizard is acceptable? Because, maybe you have like a normal lizard. I think maybe when it gets into the like 6-foot category, maybe you say, hey, this looks like a dinosaur. Maybe this is something I should not have. I have seen Jurassic Park. So I don't know. It is a conversation that I feel like we should be like smoking for.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm terrified of Komodo dragons. No way, man. No way. Absolutely not. Terrified of those things. That's exactly right. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. Oh, CBP. They look forward to Jack Caglione's debut tonight for the Royals as they visit St. Louis, and they'll get you set for the Stanley Cup Final as well. Then our good friend Alex Gold will be along. He's from the Fan 96.5 in Kansas City and also the BetMGM Network. He joins the show at 9:40. Will Hill from Fox Sports will be along at 11 a.m. I just want to say that Denton put in the chat, and he is right, no lizards, just get a dog. That's exactly the way to do it. Just take the lizard out of your home, get a pet, a real pet. Now, we got that out of the way. It's time to hand out our favorite plays of the night.
Time to place your bets.
Elsa Messenger. Looks like a squad play. Love this play. What do you got?
Yeah, going back to the well on Rangers unders. The Rangers have been one of the best teams to the under in all of baseball all season long, and it feels like all the factors kind of line up in this game because not only do we get two teams who have been hot to the under, the Rangers sitting overall with a record of 40, 19, and 1 to the under. And then you look at the Rays, who I understand that the narrative for Tampa Bay or, Tampa, wherever they're playing, has been that Steinbrenner Field is more hitter friendly. But if you look at the numbers, maybe it's built into the price because they've still been a team that's hot to the under at home. 21-13-3 to the under at home this season. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that both these teams have good pitching staffs and both of their offenses are middling at best. Tampa Bay sitting in the middle of the pack when it comes to their offensive numbers. And then the Rangers bats have been abysmal this year, sitting with the third worst OPS in baseball. And then you look at the pitching matchup, which again points towards the under for me. Both these starters have been flat out fantastic. You look at Tyler Mahle this year for the Rangers, has an ERA under 2. And if you look at Drew Rasmussen, he hasn't given up a run in 3 starts. He's on a stretch of 18 scoreless innings for Tampa Bay. So I think the combination of the bad offenses, the trends, and both these pitchers being on their game, let's go under 8 between the Rangers and the Rays.
Yes, I am definitely on that as well. You mentioned Drew Rasmussen, how good he has been. Tyler Mahle has made 11 starts this season, has allowed more than 2 runs in 1 start. And in that terrible outing, he allowed 3 runs. He's been spectacular. Rangers, best under team in baseball. Tampa, 5th best record to the under. So I am with you. Under 8 in Tampa is the call. Guys, don't forget, we're also on YouTube. You can check out Daily Tip, along with each and every show on the BetMGM Network. Just like and subscribe. And you can listen, of course, on the Odyssey app. I have one more play for today, and this is going to keep going up, guaranteed. Cubs money line, -142 here in D.C., taking on the Nats. Always have to qualify it. I don't like betting against Washington, but this is a bad spot for the Nats with Trevor Williams on the mound. Oh, man, we are fading him. He has been a dumpster fire at home this season. Just came off a great start on the road against Seattle. 5, 6 scoreless innings, but that is an anomaly for him. I think we see some negative regression tonight. At home, he's 1-2 with an ERA of 6.48 across 5 starts. This Cubs lineup rakes against right-handed pitching, 4th in OPS, 4th in slugging this season, and over the past 2 weeks, the Cubs have the number 1 bullpen in baseball. Cubs are also 17-11 away from home. They've won 12 of 15. There's value on the Cubs at this price. Cubs money line, -142, and that is the card, Chelsea.
Ooh, I like that. I kind of wanted to tell you there, but I don't know that much about Cade Horton. Like, I think the price on the Cubs there, like, the Cubs are just the better offense by far, as opposed to the Nationals. Like, the Nationals have been scrappy, but as soon as you see Trevor Williams starting for the Nats, it's a no thank you for me, especially got this price. I think it was right on the cusp of, like, being bettable for me. So I think if you found something under minus 150, that is a very good bet.
I did, and it keeps going up. It will definitely continue going up throughout the afternoon. I have no question about that. I had no question that the Donkster has something dumb to say, so let's hear from him before we get to Sammy P. Donkster, get on in here. Hello.
Yeah, I just have to say, all of this talk about Saquon being on the cover of Madden is pretty disappointing.
Why? He just won a ring with the Eagles.
Who cares? It's old news. Has anyone seen the cover of Hustler this month?
No. No one has seen that.
It's just a picture of me with this caption. The Donkster, how he keeps things fresh.
Yeah. I don't want to know. Please give us your bet so we can get to Sammy P.
Rays money line minus 140, taking on Chuck Norris and the Texas Rangers.
Roundhouse kick.
Oh, how about that? Okay. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, of course, we got to bring in our boy Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P, good morning, buddy.
Have either of you tried the Pop-Tarts ice cream sandwich yet?
No.
No.
That's a very surprised no there by you, Jenks. So apparently they're only at Walmart. One of the guys on our crew has gone 3 times. They've been sold out every time. They have 3 flavors. It's brown sugar, cinnamon, strawberry, chocolate fudge. We cannot find them. So we need to find this Pop-Tart ice cream.
That sounds amazing.
Can you not make these? Like, it shouldn't be that hard, right? Vanilla ice cream, Pop-Tarts?
Sammy P.
I'm leaving.
What? I don't understand the outrage.
It's just not going to be the same.
A solution to your problem, and you walk off the set. This is going on your employee report card.
See if Sammy P joins the show or not. He might be out.
Okay,
he might
bye.
be done for gun. That's it for the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network for Sammy P. R.I.P. Chelsea, I'm Jenks. Have a great Tuesday.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome in on this Tuesday morning, BetMGMNetwork.com, Bet Sweats on Twitter and Instagram as well. You can watch us YouTube and Twitch for the next 3 hours. Thanks for hanging out. You could also watch us on Stadium, first hour of every show, BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app, 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern. But again, we are here for the next 3 hours. It's Jack Cagg's debut. Of course, we'll be talking about that. Alex Gold will drop by at 9:40 Eastern to go over all the hype in Kansas City. We'll preview the NFC North. There was some big news in the NFC North yesterday that we'll go over. Our buddy Will Hill will drop by, play a couple of games. We'll have lightning bets. A lot of fun planned. So, Sam, I mentioned to you last week some of the issues with setting up the pool. And moments before starting the show, my wife, her eyes were bugging out of her head. I'm like, what? What is it? There's a bird in the filter. There's a bird in the filter. What am I supposed to do? Like, what do you mean? Its butt is suctioned into the filter, and he was just staring at me. I'm like, well, turn the filter off, and maybe we can get the bird out of there. And she's like, I'm like, did you do that? It's like, no. I'm like, it's still running? Yeah. I screamed and I ran away.
Is this bird still with us or no?
I don't know. I didn't have a chance to go look because this was told to me like 2 minutes before the open.
Hold on. There may be a bird dying in your pool filter and you didn't do anything to help?
The show goes on. No. I didn't do anything. No. But I'm very curious what's happening out there because my wife is a bit of a spaz. I think I've established that. But yeah, that's what like, didn't turn the filter off? No, just ran away. Okay.
I thought for sure you were going to say that Tucker the dog ran full speed and just leaped into the pool. That's where I thought you were.
Oh, he's getting close. Last couple of years, just kind of looks, not really interested. Now when the robot is cleaning, super interested, kind of leaning over, barking at the robot that cleans the bottom of the pool. He's going to take a dive this year. There's no doubt in my mind. He's resisted so far, but I think last year he wasn't all that interested, but I think he's definitely going to jump in this year.
This pool has everything. Birds, robots, you got dogs. You know, you were out one day a couple weeks ago when we did the cookout foods. That was when you had a secret assignment to go to the local elementary school. And I think it was Gertch who nominated your house for the setting of the cookout, the Bet Sweats cookout. We didn't ask. I think we're just going to show up one day in the middle of summer and not tell you. That'll really get you excited when the whole gang shows up with about 30 pounds of meat. Maybe we'll bring our own robot and we can have sock 'em bop 'em. This is great. June 3rd. This feels late to open a pool.
No, it's been, man, we just got the heater working the other day. Somebody come over. I'm like, I don't know, man. It says it's on. You hear the fan going. It's just not kicking on. Oh, maybe unlock the gas. That would be a good idea.
Well, look, I might need to cool myself off today. I may be over there tomorrow. I might get on the red-eye flight tonight.
All right.
If Jack Caglione hits a home run for the Royals tonight, I might need a place to cool off. I might actually just parachute out of the plane into the pool because I will be covered in sweat if our guy goes yard tonight. Did you see the price this morning? I saw the first one last night. It was plus 480. And Not really 480 anymore at a couple places. Jack Hags to go yard. The lowest price right now I see is 420, but there is an 8-1 at one book. I don't know how long that's going to last. Yeah, right? That's what I thought.
Where is that? Where I'm looking, I see one book, but I'm looking at the Illinois books. I see one book that has props on him so far. Do you see a number of options out by you?
I see 3, 460, 6-1, 8-1.
Wow, I don't see a 6. I don't see an 8. I see that plus 460 that you're talking about. That is posted just about everywhere. You got to get a hit. You got to lay $2. Not doing that.
No.
Not interested. And then the question is 2 hits. Do you go RBI? What are we going to do? Well, we're going to do something positive with Jack Kaggs, and maybe Alex Gold will help us, or Jake will help us get to that point. I was actually spending some of my morning looking at some of these hyped prospects and what they do in their debut, because everybody bets it. This number of, let's call it 460, because that's the one that's widely available. It will not be 460 when this game starts. There's no chance. I mean, this is probably going to take more money than Castellanos, right? Like around a big event.
I don't know that it's that popular. I made that joke yesterday and realized that you have factions of people on Twitter now that after whatever happens in the world, it gets just blasted and reblasted by all these different betting personalities, and then you get everybody chasing the steam. So it won't be that popular. I'm going to look at this book that will not be named, because according to the site I look at every morning, the Prop Shop, he is 8-1 at a book that I will not name because that's a bad word on this show. But I'm scrolling right now, and yes, at the book that begins with a D, 8-1 for a home run.
So does part of you think they want us to bet it? Is that what that is?
Sure, but they don't know anything about this kid. I mean, and how can you properly price a rookie who's 6'5", 250 pounds, who is destroying baseballs right now? I don't think he's fazed by this pressure of coming up and playing against the Cardinals. I saw somebody last night say, I hope he's ready for the Cardinals. Like, this Cardinal rivalry is this mythical thing for a 23-year-old kid. I mean, okay, sure, back in the day, I get it. Is this still a huge... I mean, if I'm wrong and just stupid about this, do you get goosebumps thinking about Royals Cardinals in 2025?
He's a Tampa, Florida kid. What does he care?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So all it comes down to is math. And if one book has 460, another book has 6, and another book has 8, one of them is wrong.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah. Either way, it's going to be fun. And we're going to have some Jack Kaggs bets for sure. So that'll be fun. We'll get to that. And again, a bit of a limited card, but we'll get to that MLB card coming up in about 10 minutes, including what to do with the Royals and some of those prop angles. So I was right on San Diego. I don't know that the handicap was correct, but San Diego does take down San Francisco as a dog on the road. 1-0 your final, a 10-inning game. Webb did his part. He was great. As good as he could be. 8 full innings. Scoreless baseball for him. Giving up 6 outs in the game. San Diego, with these extra inning rules, what you saw was them manufacture a run. Okay, we've had 9 innings of scoreless baseball. Let's bunt the guy to third. So we got a runner on third, 1 out. We get the RBI sac fly. That's how they get the 1 run in the game. San Francisco tried to follow suit and do the exact same thing in the bottom half of the 10th. They bunt the guy to third, so we got 1 out, runner on third. Problem is, ground out, line out, ball game. So Padres plus 150 dogs. They take care of San Francisco in a Webb start. You know, not his fault again, but the Padres win that one.
You hit your bet. I did not hit mine. I just wanted to read something to you real quick, and you tell me the odds of this happening, okay? I had the A's, who lost. And deservingly so. You deserve to lose if this happens. It's 6-4 Twins in the bottom of the 5th. The A's go single, hit by pitch, walk to start the inning. Single, hit by pitch, walk. How many runs do you think they got out of that?
Oh, I know. They got 0, right?
Yeah. Infield pop up, ground out.
Oh,
And then
not even a
never scored
strikeout
again.
in there. I was expecting you to
Nope,
tell me
put
like
the
they got a
ball-
couple
like-
strikeouts. Yeah.
Baseball's so frustrating. And it's
Yeah.
not like I laid a price. I didn't lay $1.50 or $1.70. I took plus 144. You got to get a run there. It's just so maddening now. And this is something that a lot of us have to deal with for the next 2 months because a lot of us are only going to bet baseball June and July. The hockey is almost over. The basketball is almost over. Watching games that you have money on in baseball is maddening sometimes. And you got this pitcher, Ryan, on the ropes. He's thrown 95 pitches. He can't throw a strike. He just hit a guy and walked a guy to load the bases, and you can't get him. His arm's hanging to the side. I turned it off. I knew right then and there, I don't need to torture myself anymore. They're not going to win. You load the bases with nobody out at home in that bandbox, in that freaking shoebox in Sacramento, and can't score, game's over. And it was. Twins got a couple more runs the next inning, and that was it. You know what else I watched yesterday more than I'd like to admit?
Oh, no, I
Marlins
know.
and Rockies.
I knew it.
God. Woof. The
Yeah.
Marlins, I didn't bet it. The Marlins were 3 of 16 with runners in scoring position. That's what has to happen for the Rockies to win a baseball game.
I threw it out to you. I'm like, should Miami be minus 200 against anybody? I know it's one of the all-time worst teams. I didn't bet it either, but I was certainly monitoring it because I saw Miami go up early, and then Colorado comes back. I was kind of just monitoring it because not only it's the Rockies, and we love to laugh at the Rockies, the Marlins were the most popular pick in Survivor this week just because they're playing the Rockies this week. And so, of course, what happens? Miami loses game number 1 of the week. So, yeah, that was I found it kind of amusing. Didn't have $1 on the game. But, yeah, they get their 10th win. They're 10-50 now. Let's go, Rocks.
Yay. So exciting. And you know what'll happen today? You'll have people say, well, Rockies can't win 2 in a row. I'll lay 180 on the Marlins, who, by the way,
Okay.
give the ball to Sandy Alcantara, ERA 8.47.
Terrible this year.
That guy's
Yep.
favored with an ERA in the mid-8s.
Not just favored, like almost $2. Almost the same story as yesterday, as awful as he's been. No interest. I'll probably be on the sideline just watching that. You said you were embarrassed to admit it. I guess I'm kind of embarrassed to admit it. I don't even know if you can bet on it. I have watched a lot of the Women's College World Series in softball. I don't know. Well, I do know why, because my daughter will see that it's on and she's interested in it because she plays, a little softball. But it's kind of entertaining. And then last night you get to see Oklahoma. Nope, no 5-peat. They get bounced by Texas Tech. First time they were in the College World Series. They win over Oklahoma 3-2. But I'm surprised at how much I've watched. And then it's the old barroom conversation I think a lot of baseball players have had, because if you talk to a softball player, they're like, you guys think you can hit this. You can't hit this coming 70 miles an hour from this close. And I've seen videos where guys try to do it, try to hit it, and some look stupid and some jack the softball. But I always wonder, from that close distance, when they're coming in at 70, that looks like a baseball way over 100 miles an hour.
I couldn't touch a college softball pitcher right now. No shot.
No chance. I don't, especially with the movement, like the rise balls and stuff. But yeah, so Oklahoma's not going to win it again. They've won the last 4 championships. Anything else that you were eyeballing last night? A little bit of a lull here. As you mentioned, no NBA, no NHL for a couple of days.
I was just trying to guess who the college baseball favorite was going to be this morning when we woke up and started prepping for the show, because we've had a lot of heavy hitters get knocked out of the way. A lot of them, including Vanderbilt, including a team like Texas. A lot of the heavy hitters are out of the way, a lot of the popular teams. So right now, LSU is favored at most books, just over 3-1. But LSU was down last night to Little Rock, 5-1. Yep. Little Rock was 8th place in the Ohio Valley. And now LSU comes back, beats Little Rock, and they are favored to win the College World Series. LSU about 3.25, Arkansas 4-1, Tennessee 5-1, and my heels, baby, North Carolina 7-1 to win the whole thing. Let's go.
There you go. I do want to talk about some of the drama that's going on too with the College World Series, with managers and people yelling at people. We can get into that a little bit. That's been pretty amusing to watch. All right. During the break, I'm going to go see if there's a dead bird in my pool. We're going to come back and we're going to talk Jack Cags props and the rest of today's MLB card. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network.
Cags the Ripper.
Caglione flies this to right on a laser. Going back is Cavadas, and it's gone. He's homered for a 5th time this week.
Jake was talking about him at 70-1, and
Yep.
we all bet it. 40 is still a good number. If you haven't jumped in yet, I would bet 40.
A 1. Launched high in the air, hit well to right center field. Back in the alley. That ball's out of here. Jack Caglione takes a trip around the bases. A 2-run homer into the Storm Chasers center field bullpen. Makes this a 3-1 Omaha lead in the bottom of the first.
They called him up to AAA.
Some of you have heard this before. Jack Caglione hit another home run in the minor leagues.
All he did in his first 4 AAA games is homer 5 times.
3 home runs this week, and now looking for a 4th. Caglione has done it again. The kid's going to be just fine.
Are we too late?
I know you guys have been talking up Jack Caglione over the past week. I think Jacob Wilson can stop playing today and still have a chance at winning AL Rookie of the Year.
You're going to have to make an impact immediately and just go off.
The second he gets called up, that number's 10.
As electric as any player out there. 2-0 scorched high and deep to right. This ball hooking for the corner. It's fair, and it's gone. Jack Caglione smashes one over the right field wall to make it 3-0 Omaha in a blink in this top of the first inning.
Welcome back. Got Bet Sweats. BetMGM Network. All right.
Just so everybody knows. Just so everybody knows, we are not laughing at that beautifully put together montage.
No,
we are laughing because Joe sent a video of the bird in the filter, very much alive. And then the plot twist, I thought GRP was there with the cane. All of a sudden, this cane handle comes out of nowhere to, I don't know what the plan was there, to try and hook the bird out of the filter. Is the bird okay? Yes or no?
It's alive. It's alive. It's squawking. You saw that. Yeah, I don't know where this hook came from. She's on the other side on top of the deck, and all of a sudden she starts poking the bird with this massive hook, GRP style. And then the bird starts squawking, but it ain't moving. Its head is obviously above water. That's my wife. Oh God, what a sad state of affairs. And yeah, so she's like, grab it. Here are gloves. You need gloves.
No.
Do you know how many diseases these birds carry? So I'm like, it's 20. I gotta go back. So then I took that video and sent it. I came running back, and I had time because of the Jack Cags montage. So still in the filter's not running. It's just, since it's not flying out, I assume it's just the bottom half is just injured because it got sucked up by the filter. Anyways,
that bird lives there now, or so it thinks. So you may have to do something there after.
So what would you do? You go no gloves, just get it out of it? Like, what do you do? What's your
might shoot it.
Paul did mention in the chat, dead bird has moved to -150. I think that's probably today. Dead bird. Yeah.
Jake says Joe is a bird dad now.
I can't. I got too many animals. Tucker's more than enough. Yeah, no. We got Luke. There's too much going on. So yeah, I did not make it up. What is Peter going to come after me if I tweet this video? If I share it with the people? With the hook?
The hook is a wild move. I did not see the hook coming. I don't know what the hook was going to establish either, but I can't wait, because here's the thing. You know your wife is not going to leave that bird alone for the next 2.5 hours.
She's obsessed with it, and the dog can't go outside because then the dog's going to jump up there and try to get him, hear the squawking, and he'll just want to play. Yeah, it's gonna be a mess. So every break, she's gonna be bothering me about this. I'm like, no, we got Alex Gold coming up in 15 minutes to talk about Cags Day, but we'll see what happens. All right, so what are we doing? What are we doing with Cags? I think most people. Dealing with. No.
I was gonna say maybe we should bet the Blue Jays today just in case.
That's an ugly bird, by the way, right? It's not a pretty bird. No. He's miserable right now.
Oh, I can't wait for this to unfold. All right, let's see. Cags props. We've already discussed the home run number, which is as high as 8-1 at a book. And I think anybody who has an 8-1 right now should bet that, because you have another book, a competitor, around the 460 range. Why not take a little piece of the 8-1? I already got a couple texts from some people that are listening that said, hey, thanks for the heads up. I was going to bet this, and then I bet the 8. So always shop around. I mean, if you bet $100, you're going to make an extra 340 by just making it at the right place. So that's the home run number. Joe mentioned the hit number around -190, -200, 3-1 for 2 hits, 16-1 for 3 hits, and then we go down the board. Will he score a run? +160. Will he drive in a run? +170. And most importantly, Joe, there is a sports book right now in the United States that has Jack Caggs 5-1 to win the Rookie of the Year.
5? Hasn't played.
5.
Hasn't had an
5.
AP. 5-1. Wow. That's amazing. Okay, when you think about hyped what's supposed to be superstars debuts, like, is there a specific game that you think about?
I think of Gordon Beckham's first game for some reason. I don't know why.
Because you heard about him
Talk
for
about
like
hype.
2 years. Yeah.
Big hype.
Fell flat.
Big hype.
Yeah. More than
Beckham
Moncada,
never
huh?
really.
Moncada was the number one
Moncada.
prospect.
Yeah, I thought the Beckham hype was so high, and that's because it was manufactured by the White Sox at the time. They picked him in the top 10 in the draft. The issue was Gordon Beckham couldn't use a metal bat in the majors. That's why it never really worked out. Use this piece of wood. Sale. I was there when Sale came up. That was pretty impressive. I'm just throwing out White Sox players at this point.
Yeah.
Probably Sale. Final answer.
Well, you remember, of course, we're in Chicago, so that's the first thing that comes to mind. I've got some outside Chicago guys too. But the Chris Bryant hype was off the charts. And the screaming about he needs to be up and all that. So he comes up. It's big game James Shields on the other side. Bryant, first game, 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts. Awful debut. Awful. Like, looked like Jackson Holiday, right? He eventually figured it out for a short period of time. Rookie of the Year, ends up winning the MVP the following year. But that guy had so much hype, and it just didn't work in the first game. And whatever happens today, people are going to run with it, whether he's great or horrible, and try to make declarations about Jack Caggs' career, even though that's not the case. Another one that I thought about, too, was going against a Chicago team, the Cubs. Do you remember Jason Hayward and how great he was going to be when he was down in Atlanta? And he had an outstanding debut against Carlos Zambrano. 2 for 5, homer, 4 RBIs, also scored twice. But yeah, those are a few of them. And, you know, I mentioned Jackson Holiday. He goes 0 for 4, but he did have an RBI in his debut a couple of years ago before being sent back down. So, you know, once in a while you get great performances. I will say that a lot of the ones that I was looking up and thinking about, they might get one hit, and that might be about it. But that price is -190.
Here's one that I couldn't remember the stats on, but I remember the hype around when he came up. I think I'd bet on the Nationals in this game because I was just sucked in by the hype. June 8th, 2020, Steven Strasburg comes up. Nationals Park against the Pirates. And you want to talk about a debut for the next big thing in baseball. Yeah. Strasburg struck out 8 of the last 9 batters he faced, throwing harder and harder. On that night, he went 7, gave up 2 runs, no walks, and 14 strikeouts.
Man, when you said Washington Nationals, that is not where I thought you were going.
Harper?
I thought you were going right to Bryce Harper, Chris Bryant's buddy. I'm looking up Harper right now. Okay. April 28th, 2012, 1 for 3, 4 plate appearances, He had a double and an RBI in that game. That was against the LA Dodgers. Man, so many of these, I know it makes sense, but so many of these ends up being one hit. Bobby Witt, he had a one hit. Ohtani had one hit. Vlad Jr., he had one hit in his debut, but we can't make any money doing that. Are we just going home run at the 8-1 price? I'm with you. The RBI price of plus 170 is also pretty strong here.
I'll take the home run at 8-1. I got to send a text off though, because I can't. I'll get $6 on that, so I got to send that out.
I can get that. Yeah,
you should be able to get it. It's at one of the major books. 8-1 is just not right.
Right.
I don't know that they know how to price this. All right, so let's fast forward a week, and let's say Cags has a home run or two going into the week of June 9th, that Monday. So let's go 6 days from now. And he already has a home run or two, hypothetically. What do you think the consensus price is? Because they don't have a consensus right now. As mentioned, 460, 6-1, 8-1. If he gets into a couple of them this week, and they're 430, 450 feet or whatever, what do you think we eventually get to as the median price?
That spot that you're referencing by me is 6-1. The 8.
Oh, it already moved.
8.
Well, that's the power of this show, baby. That's what we do.
Yeah, I don't. That's the best that I see out there. Yep. Okay, now 2 books are 6-1 by me. This is interesting. So that plus 470, 480 range went back to plus 600. And so now the two books right now, by me at least, are both plus 600. They've got the same price.
At least we've established that the 8 was wrong. That's probably our guy, Jake Hassan, just clicking. Click, 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 click. Knocking that thing off the 8, by the way.
Jake, what's the play here? What are you doing? Home run only, or are you going to do a couple different props for Jack, or what?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to do home run. I plead the fifth on whether I was betting the 8 or not. But at that number, Payante doesn't give up a ton of home runs at home. He's got a great ground ball rate, but also it's Jack Caglione, and it probably just doesn't matter because he's 7 feet tall and 315 pounds. So it might just not matter. I do like the RBI and to score a run prop, though, as well. Like this St. Louis. And also, I might bet Caglione to hit a home run live, too. Like if we think that Payante keeps the ball on the ground, keeps it in the yard, this bullpen's nothing awesome, and you'll get a better number if you bet it live, too. You're not going to get as many chances, but still, I'll probably do that as well. I like the RBI look, and as you guys are going through debuts, I'm thinking about, Carlos Correa was another one where he started, 1 for 4 in his debut, but a couple of these guys, if you go Correa, Yasiel Puig was one that came to mind. Their second games is when they hit a home run or have multi-home run games. So I might be looking at tomorrow. And also to the Cags and what the number is in a weak point, he plays the White Sox this weekend when it's going to be 80 degrees in Chicago. How do we think that's going to go?
Uh-huh. Don't forget to take a look this weekend is what we're basically saying. Yeah, it might not happen today, but look in the coming days. It'll eventually get there. And don't forget about it. Oh, it didn't happen in day 1. I'm done with it. No. But yeah, home run and RBI. The RBI is now plus 200, so that price is actually a little bit better. So these books are getting competitive. They're like, wait, I don't want you to have the best price for Jack Cags, and we're not going to get as much action on it. So that's good. That's good. They're actually adjusting those prices. As far as any other games, Sam, do you have any games circled for today?
I do, but I wanted to read 2 more players that homered in their major league debut.
Sure.
Aaron Judge went yard in his first game, August 13th, 2016. Trevor Story went deep twice in that same year. A little earlier, though, April 2016. Trevor Story, 2 home runs and 4 RBIs. Wow, Starlin Castro homered in his major league debut. You mentioned Hayward.
I remember that. Yeah.
I'm on MLB.com right now. Mark Quinn homered twice in 99. And then we have to go back to Bert Campaneris, 1964, 2 home runs in his major league debut. So there are some notable names there. Shocker that Aaron Judge went yard. Whew. I did circle Kansas City. It'd only be fitting if the Royals won and unleashed all their offense on this poor Cardinal team today. I did circle that one, but I also circled the under in Texas and Tampa. You got two guys who have been blowing guys away this year, two pitchers that have been very, very good. I like the under in Tampa. It's 8, and I think we might get to 7.5 by first pitch. I also, Joe, Brian Bayo's on the hill as a favorite today.
I see that. Back in the Angels and Kikuchi?
Maybe.
Probably not a bad idea. Probably, you can get plus 122. That's around the best price that I see in market there. Joe O, Sammy P, we'll find out the buzz in KC with Cags going today. That is next. Joe O, Sammy P. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
An exciting day in the city of Kansas City because of a game that's being played in St. Louis. Joe O, Sammy P, welcome back. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, hanging out with you on this Tuesday morning. And now joining us on the show, we've got Alex Gold at Alex Gold on X, host of Cody and Gold on 96.5 The Fan in KC. You also hear him Saturdays, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern time right here on the BetMGM Network. Alex, set the scene for us. Where are you right now? And kind of explain your plan for the day.
Hey, good morning, guys. Great to be on with you. Yeah, we're in St. Louis. We made the drive out last night to make our way to Busch Stadium, and so we're getting ready for our local show here. We're actually at one of our Odyssey stations in St. Louis, and it's all about CAGs. It is CAGs Day, and this thing's been going for a couple months. We've been on Jack Watch, as we call it, for quite some time, and there's a lot of Royals fans making their way to St. Louis today. In fact, I just got a text from a buddy. There was people that were planning on taking even an Amtrak train from Kansas City to St. Louis, and I guess there was an issue with the Amtrak, so now they're busing people to St. Louis. So there'll be some blue in the stands today, that's for sure.
Alex, can you set the record straight on why this took so long? We've been covering the story. We have bets on him from back in March. Our bread is buttered. We would love this kid to win the Rookie of the Year. No pressure. But for those that have been wondering, why isn't he up? It's mid-May. It's the end of May. It's early June. Where the hell is he? What happened? Why did this take so long?
This has been the conversation with our listeners for a couple of weeks. There's people that wanted him on the opening day roster as well. And I don't think opening day was ever a realistic option. I don't know where you guys are at on that. But we have the general manager on our show every 2 weeks. In fact, JJ Picola will be on our show here in a couple of hours as well. And we'll ask him kind of what changed this go around. But look, I think the timeline, they are generally not an aggressive in terms of pushing guys to the big leagues type of organization. They're not going to make snap judgments based off how the big league team is performing. And I would argue that for a guy that while he's coming out of college, was drafted last July, this is still the best case scenario path realistically for this baseball team, you know, if we were being honest about a projection of when he would be up. You want to make an argument that he should have been up 2 weeks ago and could skip AAA? I guess that's fair, but that was never their plan. There was never a scenario where Caglione was going to go from AA right to the big leagues. And I understand there have been prospects that have done that before, and we went through and looked at some of the numbers of guys that were recently called up and even how many games Bobby Wood Jr. played, and I understand he was a high school prospect. And I actually think this timeline is still way earlier than anybody realistically could have thought. I mean, this was a July timeline for most of us in Kansas City, and this has been pushed up because of his own performance. And then I do think even today, the reason why it's today and not 2 weeks from now is because the offense of the Royals, as you guys know, is as bad as it gets other than the Rockies in baseball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Man, certainly the hype is there. I mean, third player from that draft class to get up. So it's not like they were holding him back, but when you have a bet on him, whether it be 70 or 40 at a monster number, you're like, come on, get up already. He's earned it. You're waiting for that move, and we're finally going to get to see it today. A lot of people very excited. As far as Kansas City, compare the hype. You just mentioned Bobby Witt Jr. Of course, we all remember Mahomes and the number of teams that passed on him. It's a little different with a quarterback, I guess, but I assume the hype wasn't this because nobody thought Mahomes was going to be what he ended up being. What is the Jack Caggs hype comparable to as far as Kansas City sports?
So I've been doing middays in Kansas City for the last 6 years, but I grew up in Kansas City, and this is the biggest midseason call-up since Eric Hosmer, and I would argue this is bigger than Eric Hosmer, who came up, I believe, 2012, 2013, and obviously before they won a World Series in 2015. But this is bigger because this is a guy that brings unbelievable power, obviously, every single time he steps into the batter's box. You know, it's one thing to be a top prospect or top pitcher that is going to maybe have a great career, but when you have power that's comparable to Aaron Judge, you have power that's comparable. We've had multiple people on, whether it's even the GM of the team. We've had J.J. Cooper from Baseball America on giving comps at, you know, Giancarlo Stanton in his prime, or Pete Alonso, or Shohei Ohtani, but bigger in terms of the power and stuff. I mean, that's the stuff that you just don't hear very often. And so the hype is off the charts. We've done some road trips with listeners to Arkansas or Springfield. I was just in Omaha this past weekend. This is stuff that we really haven't done for anybody else for the most part. So there's plenty of Royals fans that are making the trip to St. Louis, as I said today. And then next Tuesday, when they open up against the Yankees, It'll be, I don't know if it'll be a sellout per se, but it's going to be darn close. And this is the number one story in Kansas City. Normally in June, even though it's the off season for the NFL, usually we're still leading our show sometimes on a day like this talking Chiefs. Well, I can promise you it's all Cags today, and everybody's all in. And unfortunately for him, I would say, the expectations are, of course, just probably unreasonable at this point. He's expected to be the savior of this offense, and they got a bunch of other issues in that lineup besides just adding, Jack Caglione to it.
I'm looking at these numbers. Team home runs. Royals are the worst in baseball. I'm sure you've talked about this on your show, but for those in our audience that don't know, Royals have 34 home runs in 60 games. That's the lowest number in the league. Pirates have 43. White Sox have 47. Marlins 51. And the Rockies, who are 10-50, have 52 home runs, 18 more than the Royals. What would KC do without this pitching staff right now, man? Holy cow.
Yeah, they would be they'd be 10 games under 500. I mean, absolutely, they'd be 10 games under 500. When you look at this lineup, there's a lot of reasons why they're in the spot they are. They did not go out and acquire a corner outfielder that is a legitimate threat in the lineup. They continued to start the season with MJ Melendez, who is now in AAA, and in right field it was Hunter Renfroe, who's been designated for assignment, is no longer with the organization, and so they're getting no production really from the outfield. So that was a miscalculation on their part. They were in, on Anthony Santander and Profar, and I guess in hindsight, it's good they didn't sign either of those guys either. But those were guys that they were interested in the offseason. They didn't actually complete the trade, if you will, or any of the signings. And their key guys in the lineup, Salvador Perez, looking like father time, might be finally catching up to him. Jonathan India was their big offseason acquisition. They traded away Brady Singer, and Jonathan India, and never was a power guy, but he still hasn't been as effective in terms of getting walks. I think he was 5th in walks last year. He's nowhere near that so far with the Royals. So they're just not getting the key production from 1 through 4 in the lineup. And that's why, with Jack Caglione, okay, he's probably going to bat 5th or 6th, I would guess, today, depending on how they maneuver the lineup. And that's great, and that's going to be the exciting thing for fans, and it definitely doesn't hurt from what they're getting. But ultimately, for this team to push the Tigers in the AL Central, who are obviously off to an unbelievable start, they've got to get Salvador Perez going still. They got to get Jonathan India going. If those two don't get going, then Caglione's going to be an awesome thing to watch, and hopefully you guys cash the Rookie of the Year ticket at some point. But this team is going to struggle to stay above 500 if that's the case.
With Alex Gold, 96.5, The Fan in Kansas City. Also hear him Saturday mornings right here on the BetMGM Network. Joe Ostrowski, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats. What about cashing a ticket today, Cody? What do you, Alex, what do you end up doing here? Are you looking at home run? We saw it this morning already go from 8-1 down to 6-1. Do you look at RBI? That's a 2-1 price. Not bad. The hit stuff's like -200. So that one's tough to bet, but would you hesitate or would you go all in? Is there a prop you'd look at today?
Yeah, look, so as a show and as a station and in our whole, we're all in on CAG. So for the show's sake and everything, we're going to have a show bet, obviously, on CAG to get a home run today. That's something that we've placed before. We at this point in time are kind of just leaning all the way into Jack Caglione, even though it wouldn't surprise me in your debut, right? You could go 3 for 4. You could also go 0 for 4, 0 for 5. It's just the way this thing works.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say that the pitcher he's going up against, I think, has like a 99 percentile in ground ball rate. Doesn't strike out a whole lot. So I actually think that bodes pretty well for Cags, because that's the concern, right? Is that he's going to strike out multiple times tonight. But if he's able to get a hold of one, it's just effortless for him. That's the crazy thing. We can talk about chase rate all we want, and he's going to strike out across his career. But the power that he has, and he's getting stronger seemingly every day, and the power that he has, he doesn't even have to actually get full-blown contact the way a normal hitter would, just because of the power. I mean, he can just muscle one out of the ballpark. He's not playing at Kauffman today, which is obviously good news. The weather here, there's a chance maybe of some storms a little bit later on tonight. But no, we'll have money on Cags to get a home run.
I would do it now. The 8-1s are going away. We see 6-1s now in the market, so that might not be a bet you want to wait on. I'll also give a little bit of credit, not that you want to give the Royals front office that much credit for keeping them down there this long, but it's a pretty nice landing slate. You get your biggest rival, one of them at least, and then you get the White Sox, who they should feast on. So This is a nice little landing spot for Jack Keggs. You get the rival, and then you get the White Sox. He could have a big 6 days here, man.
No doubt. Selfishly, fans wanted the debut to be at home, of course, right? But I'm with you where, it doesn't hurt that you're going to have away from home, maybe ease in a little bit, and then you're going to take on a bad White Sox team before it's a nationally televised game, I think, on Tuesday at Kauffman against the Yankees. I think 2 of those games against the Yankees are national TV games. So, yeah, I think it's actually smart in that regard, even though some fans were hoping they were going to either have called them up last weekend against the Tigers or they were going to wait until the A's series or the Yankees series at home. But I think this was, somewhat intentional, but also, guys, I really believe other than Jack Caglione himself pushing the issue based off his ridiculous performance in AA and AAA, I think the offense having 2 straight games against the Tigers where they dropped 2 of 3, and there were 2 1-0 games on a Saturday and a Sunday. I think that was truly the final straw. You guys went through the numbers offensively. I mean, they're in danger of slipping below 500. They kind of had to do something at this point.
Jack, rather Alex, in the final moment here, did want to throw a football question your way. And I'm looking at this Chiefs offense, and it might be the best group of receivers, at least going into a year, that Mahomes has had in a while. And they're the 4th favorite. You could find it as high as plus 850 for the Super Bowl. Is it strange to see that as they get pushed down the board a little bit for Super Bowl odds?
It is. Our conversation about it has been, I think everybody saw the Super Bowl, of course, and they saw what happened there. And the first 2 weeks of this season are going to be really interesting. I think they have a chance right away, one way or the other. But I think to remind people that, all right, no, we're still here. We're still going to be one of these top 2 teams in football. And the odds that you referenced there, I think, are going to change drastically after the first 2 weeks. They open up in Brazil against the Chargers, and then, of course, the Super Bowl rematch at Arrowhead against the Eagles. So those first 2 weeks, I think, will be a chance to kind of send a message to the league, in my opinion, that no, this is a team that still runs the AFC, because the lasting image everybody has is, of course, that Super Bowl where it was a complete disaster. The weapons you mentioned in the wide receiver room, the question there will be, can they all stay healthy? That was their plan last year. That's why they didn't go out really and add anybody new in the wide receiver room. They brought back everybody. They're banking on Rashee Rice not getting suspended or having a minuscule suspension. Worthy, obviously, coming into year 2, and then can Hollywood Brown actually be on the field for them after only playing a handful of games? That's what they're banking on. They're kind of running this thing back.
Alex Gold, enjoy the game today. Cody and Gold on 96.5 The Fan. You check them out Saturday mornings right here on the BetMGM Network. Joe O, Sammy P on the other side. Let's preview the NFC North right here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
And Joker, instead of going around him, he just banging and banging and banging. When a guy's banging you, you spin off of him. Those are the worst defenders to play against, actually, because if you can feel their body, come on.
18 points for Joker, only Nugget in double figures. 69-59. Golden State shooting 67.
Way out of order right now.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
I couldn't stop watching them. It got into the algorithm, and I was going from one clip of the NBA on TNT, one to another, and I've seen like 95% of them, Sam. But I couldn't stop watching them yesterday. Was it the same thing for you? Because I know everybody was posting them.
The algorithm was so strong, all I had to do was let it play through on X, and it just went to another clip.
Yes,
and
exactly.
There was one that I had never seen before. So obviously this night, specifically, Barkley had been talking about how he never was shut out in a playoff game. And one of the star players, whether it was LeBron or Kobe or whoever, I don't remember who it was, and they didn't get to it in the clip. But Barkley was just so upset that whichever superstar hadn't scored yet didn't have a point. And how could this happen? And you're supposed to be the best player, and I never got shut out. Well, at the end of the game, they go back to the post-game show because this was a halftime conversation. How does he not have any points yet? Blah, blah, blah. The crew went back and found a playoff game, Suns against the Rockets, where Barkley was 0 of 10 from the floor. And they started playing the highlights.
Oh,
and
so
they're
good.
facing Kenny Smith and the Rockets. So there's a play where they get Barkley and he throws up a brick. And then he throws up another brick. And then he gets the ball on the block and he goes up for a little floater. And Kenny the Jet Smith goes, "Get it, Dream, get it." And Hakeem comes out of nowhere and swats it into the stands. And Shaq is losing it because Shaq has been hearing Barkley the whole night say, I never got shut out. I never got shut out. And he was 0 for 10 in the game. They had a field day with that, a field day. And then in between all the Barkley misses and block shots, they show Kenny raining threes, and Kenny's yelling, "Oh, he wet, he wet."
I kind of want to do a segment where we just play clips of that we were looking at the last couple of days. There's so many I want to go over, like the Shaq with the gas. Like, just, I don't even know how it comes up in well, sometimes that happens on this show, right? You don't even know how it comes up in conversation. But just to be so wrong about so many things sometimes. They have the best producers in the game. They're always prepared. They come up with stuff on the fly. They dig stuff up like that. Like, that's not premeditated. That's not planned out. But they were able to get to it. And oh, man, it's so funny. I'm going to miss that show. Damn. Like, there's nothing like it on TV anymore. I talk about it with the NFL. There's no pregame show I'm even remotely interested in. I don't have time for Bradshaw. He doesn't even know what he's talking about, or any of these guys. NFL postgame either. Like, it all sucks. Even before Sunday Night Football. Like, it's on because I'm waiting for Sunday Night Football to start. But get Jason Garrett out of my face. Like, I'm not interested in what he has to say about what happened earlier in the day or who Florio is going to pick for the upcoming game.
I will say, though, hot take, not that I give a lot of hot takes on the show, it's better to burn out than fade away. It's better to go out in a blaze, and that's sort of how this is happening with the whole TNT mumbo-jumbo. Yeah. I would much rather them go out now, still throwing heat on the black, than go out Terry Bradshaw style or Jimmy Johnson or Lee Corso. Good grief. I mean, stop putting him on TV. We love him. We love Uncle Lee. The guy's almost 90. Don't put him on TV. We don't need to see that. I'm much more content with the show going away at its peak. It's like a band that breaks up, like the Beatles. The Beatles went out on top, broke up right at the top of their powers. That's the way to go out. I saw AC/DC last year. Whoa!
Oh my God!
I love AC/DC. AC/DC was my jam back in high school.
Yeah.
Those guys are awful live. Awful.
Kiss is still going, right? Didn't they have their goodbye tour for the 8th time? Like, yeah.
I
know.
haven't seen Kiss. I heard a little bit about this because Elton John just did another lap around the sun tour-wise. I think he's had a couple of those "This Is It" tours. I saw Elton John, granted, this is later in the game too. The best concert that I ever went to was 2008 at Wrigley. It was Elton John and Billy Joel dueling pianos. They took 2 pianos and faced them against each other. So they were looking at each other and playing each other's songs and finishing each other's verses.
Oh,
Even then, at 2010, you could tell it was starting to slip away. And now there's news. Unfortunately, Billy Joel is not going to be going on tour anymore. And Elton John is certainly getting up there too. But you never want to see people that you like or people that you root for. You never want to see them out there when they don't have it anymore. And that's the only silver lining with the Inside the NBA crew. They are all still very much in their television primes.
I've seen Jerry Seinfeld talk about this a number of times, that it didn't matter what the offer was. They weren't going to do another season. It didn't matter because you didn't want to go out like that, to your point. You know, it was going to lose it. And you lost Larry David on the show too, and you could see that kind of go a little bit. But you don't want to be like pushed out, like, okay, you've had your run, it's enough. And that was so big. Like, that final episode was so big. Like, there was no way that people were going to be happy with that final episode. I know people are thinking, yeah, the last episode sucked. Well, maybe it did a little bit. Maybe it did. But look at what Larry David has gone on to do. But yeah, you don't want to be, you want to go out when on some sort of a high. You want to go out Elway winning a championship, Jordan winning a championship, to your point. We do have it. Why not? I mean, I was watching this morning, laughing as hard as I did the first time I saw it. Kenny Smith got this new car, and he was very frustrated at how often he had to go to the gas station and put $80 in the tank. And this is before gas prices are, you know, what they've become in recent years. But Shaq had a solution. He's like, here, it's easy, Kenny. Here's the solution. Take a listen. Here's the boys talking about Kenny Smith's issue with the price of gas these days.
Because I told him I didn't want to get a certain vehicle because of the amount of gas I would have to spend. It cost like $80
to fill it up.
And he said, then you said,
when it gets to half, then you put $20, you bring it back to full.
Yeah. But if I keep doing, I would have to stop more often and still spend 80.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
Why?
You're complaining about when it gets to 0, you spend 80, right? When it gets to half, you put 20. Then when it get back to half, you put 20.
Yeah, but I'll keep stopping, putting 20 in, and it'll be 80, the same amount of gas. I'm driving the same amount of gas.
The average human stops once a week for gas, right? With you only work here twice. You would probably have to stop maybe once every 2 weeks. Don't even try it.
This is bordering on
more than me.
This is bordering on what's closer, the West Coast or the moon.
So
this is bordering on that.
You're telling me that I wouldn't have to, if I didn't let my gas get down, I wouldn't have to fill it up as much?
No, I'm saying you're complaining about the $80. That's what the conversation about.
But 4 times 20 is 80 because I'm gonna stop 4 times.
No, you're not gonna stop 4 times. No, you're not gonna stop 4 times. Not in 1 week. You're not.
Anyway, the West Coast is closer than the moon.
If you let it get to 0, right, Monday through Friday, right, then you got to pay 80 to fill it back up.
Right.
Okay, but if you let it get to half by Wednesday, then you pay 20.
No, it won't get to half by. Right, but if Wednesday it's going to be 40, and then on Friday it'll be 40.
Not 40,
again.
20.
Yeah.
It's going to be 20.
No.
It's going to be 20.
Not half. Half of 80 is 40.
But no, listen to what I'm saying. I am. Okay.
So every day, if I just
no, you ain't gonna have to put gas in every day. Don't play me right now.
I'm not playing.
Don't play me right now.
I'm sorry. Like, I really want to know because Ernie, I want to get this car, but I really want to save gas money.
You're
so
complaining.
Please tell me. I want to know how I'm gonna save gas money.
You're complaining about the $80.
Yes.
Right. So
I'm
at 0,
complaining.
okay. So at 0 is 80.
No question.
So, right, at full, it's 80, right?
Yes.
So if it gets to half, that'll be 40, right?
No question about
So if
it.
you put 20 in, then you bring it back up to 3/4. Right?
No, if I put 20 in, it'll get to 1/4.
Jeez, yeah. But it'll be 3/4. It'll be 3/4 full.
Oh my God,
3/4
that's enough.
empty.
No, 3/4 full.
Yeah,
Wait, who's
that's
on
enough.
first?
Can only make a man look
You know
so
what?
dumb.
Let's get Michael Felder on the line. Like maybe
It's
he
bad.
can break this down.
I'm very grateful that Shaq doesn't do the books in my house and that Shaq doesn't run my spreadsheets.
He's a
every day.
businessman. He's a genius of a businessman, right? Like he's got all these.
Well, he's in
companies.
the creation. Yeah, he's in the creation. He has a vision for things. I just don't. I don't
Not
trust
yet.
him to do simple tasks around my house. Like I wouldn't.
Oh.
I wouldn't want to rely on Shaq to close the garage door every night because he'd forget, or he'd say that if you do it halfway, it saves energy or something like that. I mean, we don't need all that.
Yeah.
But the work that he puts into his brand is unmatched. And it's funny. They were doing at one point in the Inside the NBA arc, they all had their own websites. And it was Shaq.com, CharlesBarkley.com, KennyTheJetSmith.com. And the day they did the big old women in San Antonio double-fisted churros, they had Barkley. Shaq said, now, what do those big old women look like when they're eating a churro in one hand and drinking a soda shack in the other?
No.
And he did the churro up to the mouth and then pour the soda down his throat. And it looks so bad meme-wise and GIF-wise. But, Barkley's taking
It's
those
so
two
good.
imaginary churros and moving them alternately toward his mouth.
What?
And it's just, it's so funny. So funny.
What? Let's go through these. We might as well. We're already here. You want to do the soap one? You know what I'm talking about with the soap?
No, I don't know the soap.
You don't know the soap? Oh, play the soap one. That was from
Trouble
their
with a big
podcast.
bar of soap. I love soap. Why? Are you afraid that it's not going to be in the hotel? Is there a reason?
Yes, they started
dermatologically that you need a specific soap?
Because these hotels started being cheap. Those bars ain't big enough. Because I almost had a couple accidents with the soap at hotels.
In what way?
Well, when I was washing a part of my body, I almost had a little incident.
What the heck are you talking about?
I almost had a little incident with those little bars of soap.
Almost lose it?
I almost lost it. And I was like, whoa, that was too close for comfort. So now I travel with my own big bars of soap.
Jack, you're all right.
That happened on the steam room today.
We're going to get kicked off there.
No.
I'm kind of. Hold on, Chuck. What happened with the soap?
No, don't go there, because I got so many jokes, and I don't want to get us
Chuck,
kicked
what
off
happened?
there.
I almost lost the bar of soap. They keep making them hotel bar soaps so
But
tiny.
Shaq,
Oh, man.
Shaq, I'm
Lost it where, Chuck?
Hey, Shaq, I don't know where he lost it. I don't know where he lost it, but I'm still kind of worried that he prefers bigger bars of soap now. That makes me worry too. So I don't know.
You can't lose.
I'm just saying, man. I don't know how to take it either way.
Next segment.
Oh, but I can't believe you didn't see the soap one.
I don't remember that. What is he,
That's
showering with a
recent.
jelly bean? How little is
So-
this soap?
Well, remember the size of him. Like, he's an NBA player.
Yeah,
so he
but-
travels like with his own Irish Spring or whatever. You know?
That's absurd that he's almost losing the soap there. I mean, come on.
Well,
Come on.
You know, come on. You never. Well, that's what made it so great. You don't know, like the great shows of all time. Like if you grew up a Stern fan or whatever, you don't know what's going to happen next. You don't know what's going to be said, and that's part of the attraction. We don't have that in media anywhere anymore because big companies don't want that sort of freedom. They're worried about the liability and all that, and you get too much power. You just can't do that anymore. But maybe they're the last show to do it, where you don't know what's going to happen, but you don't want to miss it.
That's not the case with Stern anymore. Stern grew up to be everything he ever hated, unfortunately.
That was
which
the
is a different
90s.
conversation for a
Yeah,
different
I'm
day.
talking 90s.
Yeah, well
Yes.
now he's a goof. He's an absolute goof. He's a cartoon now. A cartoon
haven't
character of
listened
himself.
in a long
Don't.
time.
You're not missing anything. The only thing good is the old reruns.
The funny part is he's become the guy he hated, Don Imus.
That's what I just said. Yes, I agree.
Okay. Yeah, I know. It's pretty sad, but I don't think a lot of people are really subscribed for that anymore. That's a whole nother thing. We will get to the NFC North. Sorry, we got on that TNT tangent. We'll do that next. Joe Sammy P. Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Joe O, Sammy P, with you on this Tuesday, just hanging out. This is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Waiting on the NBA Finals to get going on Thursday. Stanley Cup Final starts tomorrow. We went over today's MLB card, of course, the big news of the day. Jack Caggs making his debut in St. Louis. We talked to Alex Gold about that, and we're going to preview the NFC North. We've got a surprise coming your way, maybe in about 20 minutes. But, Sam, we got big news in the NFC North. I don't know nationally that people look at it this way. I certainly look at it, and I know the impact of this player to one of the favorites for the Super Bowl. I'm talking about the Detroit Lions. Frank Ragnow announces his retirement. This is a guy that's dealt with a ton of injuries. He would fight through everything. He was probably the core of that team. When you talk leadership, guys that you got to have, important position at center, Frank Ragnow was the guy, but, he's been dealing with so many injuries. He decided to hang him up. And I've got a lot of questions about Detroit. I understand why they're the favorite. They should be the favorite. They should have the highest win total in the division. But I'm not sure we're going to see the same Lions team that we've seen the last few years.
There's a book written by Jory John and Avery Monson. It's a kid's book. The title of the book is All My Friends Are Dead. That's Dan Campbell. Because all of his friends are dead. They all left. Not dead.
Yeah.
I'm using dead as a figurative state,
Understood.
not literal. Think about this. They've lost 8 assistant coaches since getting embarrassed in the playoffs at home. Ben Johnson, offensive coordinator, Chicago. Aaron Glenn, defensive coordinator, New York Jets. D-line coach, Terrell Williams, Patriots. Wide receiver coach, Antoine Randall, who worked with all those stud receivers. He's with the Bears. JT Barrett, assistant quarterbacks coach. He's with the Bears. Tight ends coach. Developed Sam Laporta. He's with the Jets. Then you lost a couple other guys who weren't as meaningful, Cam Davis and Tanner Engstrand. But that is 8 assistant coaches, Joe, that wanted the first ticket out of town. They knew. We talked about this at the time. This was a season, so many things had to go right. All the other teams had to sort of part out of the way, and the Lions had to have all the stars aligned. And even after that, they get that coveted home game in Detroit, Ford Field, place going nuts, and got their asses kicked.
Mm-hmm.
And then all the coaches said, we're going to go somewhere else. Now you lose the center of one of the best offensive lines in the league. And I saw Jared Goff the other day. I'm not worried about all the turnover. We're going to be fine. Okay, we'll see.
I'm picking against the Lions, man. It doesn't mean I'm necessarily going under the win total. I haven't really thought about the win total. It's 10.5, so it's shorter than we've seen the last couple of years. I'm just looking at this North, and I'm going to go elsewhere. So I do think that they're very beatable. I'm looking at this new coaching staff. I didn't realize those 8 assistants. Like, we've talked a number of times about the coordinators, and they bring back John Morton to replace Ben Johnson as the offensive coordinator. He was working in Denver last year, previously in this Detroit organization as well. But the run game coordinator, offensive line coach, I don't have a problem with. Hank Fraley, I think that's a pretty good veteran hire, but not all of them are going to be as strong as what you had. Did you see their passing game coordinator?
A guy who never passed the ball in college. Right?
David Shaw.
They didn't pass.
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
They
And
didn't
he was
pass.
known for the CMC days. Right.
He
This
passed,
is gonna
I
be
believe he passed one time or one faction of his career.
1 year.
And that's
yeah.
when they had Andrew Luck. Andrew Luck was
course.
the quarterback. So they passed that year. But he wasn't this offensive passing game genius. I'm telling you, I don't think the head coach is all that bright. But he didn't have to be. He didn't have to be. We literally told you this all last year and nobody listened. Nobody listened. Coach is a moron. But he loves his players. And people relate to that because he's fatherly. And he daps the players up and he cries with them when they win. Fine. Who was drawing up the offense last year? It wasn't Dan Campbell.
Nope.
Who was plotting the defense last year? Wasn't Dan Campbell. Dan Campbell is the statue for that team. He's the stoic one. He's the leader of men. He's not this X's and O's wizard. And if you think they're going to be coached as well as they were last year, I have some oceanfront property in Nebraska I would love to sell you. Hit me up at SB Shoot.
Now, I think it's worth mentioning that they had a number of injuries on the defensive side of the ball, including their dude, their DPOY potential dude, Aiden Hutchinson, missing most of the year. You know, DJ Reader was dealing with some stuff. They had a number of linebackers out as well. Those guys look to be healthy. So that will be improved if they're available. But remember, it's not like their defense was any great shakes, but they're going to replace Ben Johnson. I don't see it, man. Both coordinators, all those assistants you talk about, and Ragnow too, which many Lions fans were upset yesterday. Like, he's the heart of the team. Oh, now I get it. Now I understand why you draft Tate Rutledge, because this was always the plan. Ragnow was going. He told the team. He just waited to announce it. So now things are coming into focus a little bit. Detroit is plus 120 to win the division at BetMGM. I see it as high as plus 155. I think plus 155 is the correct price. But a lot of books realize they don't have to go there because people love betting on Detroit. So they're not going to go there, and they'll just offer plus 120. I understand it. So who's the team that's going to beat them? Is there one team that stands out to you, or are you kind of going back and forth between a few different squads?
I am morphing into a fan of the Minnesota Vikings this year.
Yeah.
And my thought process there, if it wasn't a rookie quarterback, how good would you feel about Minnesota? If there was a vet there, we'd probably give them more of a pass, or we'd build them up a little bit more. But I'll tell you what, man, I got a text yesterday. I'm in a group thread with a bunch of guys that are Vikings fans, believe it or not. I'm in a lot of group threads. Some I wish I wasn't in, but you can't really leave anymore. You used to be able to leave a group thread. Now you can't. I don't know why. There are some I've tried. You go to the info, you hit the I to go to the menu, and you used to be able to hit leave this conversation. Some of them you can't leave anymore. Yeah, it's crazy.
Really? Oh.
Different combo for a different day. I got this, though, in my group thread that I'm somehow in with Vikings fans. It's a screenshot of a tweet from Pro Football Talk. The media got their first look at Seahawks quarterback Sam Darnold. He threw 2 interceptions in a 7-on-7 goal line setting. And you know what the retort is in that thread from Vikings fans? We have a better quarterback this year. They think they're going to be better with McCarthy, which probably isn't fair and probably isn't entirely accurate. But now you bring in a kid who won in high school, who won a national championship at college, and the Vikings felt good enough about that they took him at the top of the first round. So they probably can do more, and he can also run. Sam Darnold was on hole number 17. Sam Darnold was almost out of the league. If he didn't resurrect his career in Minnesota, he's probably bagging groceries right now or coming to your house to take the bird out of the filter. He's not the starting quarterback for the Seattle Seahawks right now. There's a faction of Vikings fans, maybe they're too optimistic, but they think the offense could be better and more versatile with J.J. McCarthy at quarterback.
14-3 last year. 14-3. Maybe they do have a better quarterback. They're not going to have a better record, but that's okay. That's the regression that's built into this number. The win total, 8.5 for Minnesota, minus 150 to the over. When I look at this division, I'm not being a homer guy. I'm just looking at it and how the NFL works, and you see teams from 3rd, 4th are going to pop up to first place. We see it just about every single year. There's too much, quote, regression built in. It's rookie quarterback. It feels like an overreaction. After 14 wins with Darnold, now you set the number back at 8.5 with J.J. McCarthy. It was 6.5 going into last year. And then they end up getting 14 wins. And now we're down to 8.5. We're not buying the Lions. The Packers are just kind of sitting there. I don't know what's really changed with Green Bay. They're not giving me a reason to buy in. I mentioned it when I was on Fox talking about the Bears prices and win total and all that. Just looking at the division as a whole, I'd look to the bottom. I'd look at Minnesota and Chicago. BetMGM has both of them at plus 450. You could find the Bears as high as plus 475 right now. But as far as upside, these are the two teams that have the upside. What could Ben Johnson turn everything around? A la, what we saw a couple years ago with Houston, or what we saw last year with the Washington Commanders. They have a rebuilt offensive line, 3 new starters, couple new starters on the D-line side, new play caller, new defensive coordinator. Dennis Allen is there. Like, could we see a flip with the Bears? Yes. And we could see close to a repeat with Minnesota. What we are not going to see is 3 teams with at least 11 wins in the division like we saw last year. It's not going to take as much as it did a season ago. Last year, it took 15 wins for Detroit to win the division. That ain't going to happen.
If MGM would put this price up or this market up, I know they're listening right now. Give us the Lions against the field, and I will lay $1.50, $1.60 for thousands. I would hammer that bet this year. Finally, we have a divisional favorite we're ready to go against. We hinted at a couple, but when we're doing AFC East, it's got to be Buffalo. When we're doing AFC North, it's got to be Baltimore because there are track records there. There's sustainability there. This is the Detroit Lions, who cannot have nice things. Back to that Vikings team for a second. The offense is fine and loaded with talent, and it's the brainchild of Kevin O'Connell. You can plug a lot of quarterbacks in there that will have success. Let's look at the defense, which has gotten a lot better over the last 2-3 years, and they've drafted on that side of the ball a lot, including Dallas Turner in the 24 draft. Look at what they did in the offseason. They went out and got Jonathan Allen from the Commanders to play defensive end. Mm-hmm. They got Javon Hargrave from San Francisco, who's a freak, to play on the other side of the line. And then they go to Philly, the world champs, and pick off a corner, Isaiah Rodgers. They got better on defense. The only real change, Joe, that's worth noting is that you change quarterbacks. And the quarterback last year saw ghosts and turned into a puddle. Yep. This quarterback's probably better for them.
Man, that's an interesting angle that you have on the field versus the Lions. I really like that. I think that's strong. One more thing on the Lions. Give me off the cuff the record with these road games. All right, here we go. September road games. At Green Bay, win or loss?
Call it a win.
Okay. At Baltimore?
Loss.
Let's go to October. At Cincinnati. There's a lot of close ones here. Yeah.
1-1-1.
After Cincinnati, they go to KC.
Loss.
November, back-to-back weeks. Washington and Philly. 1-1?
Split.
Yeah.
Sure.
Their last 3 road games. This is in a 4-week span. Last 4 weeks, 3 on the road. Rams, Vikings, Bears.
2-1 or 1-2.
Yeah. I mean, this could be 4, 5, 6. They got 9 road games, so that's tough. It's a brutal schedule. They might have 5 road wins.
And I remember being in Vegas. This is 2 weeks before I got hired to work with you. I was on with Bear Bets, middle of August, and we were talking about the Lions. And I'm looking at their schedule.
Easy.
They don't play outside. They played outside twice last year. 2 times in 17 games. A lot different this time around.
Green Bay, Baltimore, Cincinnati, Kansas City, Washington, Philly, Rams indoors, Minnesota indoors, Chicago. Way different. Yeah, that was actually the last 2 years, Sam, where almost every road game, like I think outside of one, was indoors. too. It's set up perfectly for him. Big change, and it's the year that they lose all the assistant coaches. We're fading the Lions, man. And I know I'm going to hear it on social media. I've been hearing it over the last couple of years, these Lions fans that get on me. I'm still waiting to find out what you guys have won. Please help me out there. Oh, you were wrong, Ostrowski. You were wrong again on the Lions. Show them some respect. All right. Let's see. Is this your year now? Not buying it. Not buying it. You're going to want to be here if you like to laugh at me. That's on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich. Thanks for hanging out on this Tuesday. Get to Will Hill coming up in about 20 minutes. We're going to talk some college football. A lot of interesting college football stories out there. Some NFL news and nuggets that we also need to get to. But if you've been with us for the first couple hours this morning, you know, there's been some drama in my household regarding a bird that was stuck in the filter to start the show. And at one point, a hook was brought out, a net was brought out as well. During one of the breaks, my wife apparently is in the content game. Like, she realized, I know he's going to talk about this on his show. So I was trying to get the bird out of the filter with the hook, and then I look up and I see that she's filming me. But anyways, this is what took place during one of our breaks this morning here on the show on BetSwitz.
Okay, go on. Now I gotta give him a push. Is his foot stuck in there? You might need the... Okay. You might need the glove to get under him. Okay. All right, you got him. I think he's hurt. Go on.
Got the hook.
Where I put him?
He's hooked.
Put him in the rocks over there. What? Tucker's gonna go nuts. We got to move him back there to the bushes. Take him to the over there by the tree. Back there in the corner, take him. See, my hook came in handy.
Okay, I'm not.
Don't video it.
And that's
she
what
scream at?
She screamed when he slipped off my hook and he fell about 5 feet into a pile of rocks.
So he's not doing well.
I just went out there in a couple breaks ago, and he's where I placed him, chilling, not squawking, but not moving. I guess not alive.
The
very
life
much
is
alive.
just slowly draining out of him on Joe's backyard.
What do I do?
Make sure nobody lets the dog out there before we figure out what we're doing with the bird who's slowly deteriorating in the rocks.
Yeah, Tucker wanted to. He was trying. We had to yank him away. He was trying to get to him. I think he would just want to play with him, but the problem is he would like roll him around in the rocks, you know. But anyways,
or he might make the bird disappear like Barkley would with the bar of soap.
It's not a Garfield situation. I don't think he would eat him. Oh, wait, what?
Your dog wouldn't eat a bird. He ate a whole sheet pan of lasagna off the counter.
I forgot about that for a second.
You forgot about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I forgot about it. Oh, I look outside yesterday, and on the table out there, there's like a big bucket of, you know, kid snacks because kids were running around out there. He had his whole face in the blue bucket with like chocolate and chips and all that stuff. Thankfully, we stopped him from getting all that. Dude's a menace.
Well, I would like to thank the bird for coming in the clutch because we don't have NBA or hockey. We needed this content today. So I'm glad that the bird found itself in your filter and now it is slowly losing quality of life in your backyard.
Yeah, it's really something to be proud of. I'm expecting Peter to come after me. Maybe Pam Anderson will now know my name because people will be yelling at me online about this situation. We'll do a 2-minute drill coming up in a couple of moments. But we were talking about during the break, like under the radar, while Caitlin Clark has been out, there have been a number of injuries piling up for the Fever, right?
You've got Sophie Cunningham on the shelf now. She left the game against Connecticut with an injury. And also Sydney Colson, who is Caitlin Clark's backup. So it's a leg injury for Colson, left leg. And Cunningham, it's a right ankle, which is sort of an aggravation at this point because it did keep her out of the first couple games of the season. So now they're basically down 3 rotational players. And people are starting to panic because Connecticut is awful. Connecticut started 0-5 and just beat the Fever, a team that I said 2 weeks ago is going to be the team to beat. That could still be very much true. What has happened, though, in the market, even MGM has sort of fallen for this poor stretch. They've bumped the Fever up, plus 450, best price in the country right now. So 450, 450, 450, 420, 350, 350. This price pre-Clark injury, 350, 3.25, 3-1, 275. So in sports betting, in the stock market, you ideally would like to buy when the shine is off, when the hype is off. This is right now. So as somebody who was betting Fever plus 350 2 weeks ago, yeah, I would bet plus 450 right now. Wink, wink. I would even you can do a Thunder to win the title and Fever to win the title. And watch what that does to your parlay. It's crazy when you parlay a team to win a championship at plus money, what the prices are. I'm going to do it real quick. I haven't done it, but I'm going to go Thunder to win the title and Fever to win the title. And I guarantee you that does a really nice thing to your parlay. I got one in. Plus 530. Fever to win, Thunder to win. You raise it almost a whole $1.
So with the initial report, it was at least 2 weeks. I don't know how the WNBA handles injuries. I don't know. Typically, are they lying? Do they underestimate, overestimate, whatever? I don't have that history for you. But what I do know is in sports, when I see at least 2 weeks, that means more than 2 weeks. That usually means closer to a month, maybe. Now, that's completely anecdotal, but when I see the at least part, that means it's not 2 weeks, that it's going to be longer than that. So I do wonder, should you just kind of wait this out? You don't want to wait too long, because when that word comes out, boom, it's going to be like a Jack Caggs move, right? Not completely the same, but you're going to see an overreaction. Okay, now we can go in and bet the Fever. You want the number while it's, getting a little bit juiced up here, which it is right now, but it doesn't sound like Clark's all that close to returning.
That said, they haven't increased it that much from 350 to 450. So it's not like they pushed it out to 7-1 or 8-1, because they know the truth. This is still one of the best teams in the league. And starting 2-4 in a 40-game season is not the end of the world. Now, if they're 12-14, that's a much different conversation. If we play this out and add 10 wins and 10 losses in the next 20 games, there's a problem there. But you've got a lot of teams that are extremely beatable. The Atlanta Dream, I don't think are that great. The Mercury are fine, but nothing special. Indiana's behind the Seattle Storm and the Washington Mystics right now in the standings. They're a little shell-shocked without Clark. But this is also a team that we discussed early in the season that has been stockpiling players from other organizations. This is not a team with any continuity right now. These players have never played together as a group. And now you take the best player and put her on the bench for 2-3 weeks. So it's going to be a process that requires a lot of assimilation. It's not happening right now, but it is so early in the season, you shouldn't panic. The books aren't panicking. Oh, they went from 350 to 450. This isn't 8-1, 9-1. This is still one of the best teams in the league. They did drop the Liberty, though. Every book has the Liberty around even money. MGM has plus 130. A little bit on the higher side of the market. They're good. Argue great, maybe, but they're not unbeatable. None of these teams are unbeatable in the WNBA.
Joe Osami P, this is BetSweat's BetMGM Network. Let's bring in our executive producer, Paul Aspen, to do a little 2-minute drill here. What's up, Paul?
All right, so it'll be like a true 2-minute drill. Defensive coaches are asking more of Travis Hunter. I know we've kind of talked about defensive rookie of the year, offensive rookie of the year. If he's playing more on defense, he's the second, third favorite in those markets respectively. We'll just rehash any thoughts on Travis Hunter and how you would approach or not approach him in either of those awards markets. Then we got a college football question for you guys.
Yeah, not sure. of the split.
Yeah.
I just don't know. And if they're asking more of him, I understand it, but is he going to play more? I still think, given Liam Cohen, the way the organization is changing, a lot more offense, I think he plays more on offense than defense. So I am not hearing this news and running to bet DPOY or DROY.
My gut reaction is, well, there's more to catch up on, more to get up to speed on the defensive side as opposed to offense. Like, he can get it in the playbook, learn the plays, and how many snaps is he going to play on offense? Not quite sure. It's going to be tough to beat Carter, but this is a guy that can beat Carter on the defensive side. Typically with that award, you go near the top of the draft, and it's probably going to end up being Hunter or Carter, and that's going to be the conversation that we have this year. And there will be some voters that just want to give him one of the Rookie of the Year awards. It's going to be a really interesting thing to follow all season long, but I wouldn't overreact now and say, okay, he's going to be more of a defensive guy. Let's get a bet in on that. They drafted him to do both. So he's the kind of guy that can make that sort of an impact on both sides of the ball. I view offense more wide open. So that's got to go into the handicap as well.
Cool. And then fresh college numbers from BetMGM about 9 minutes ago for conference futures. ACC's a lot of Clemson. Big Ten's a lot of Michigan. SEC's a lot of Texas. The Big 12, highest handle is on Texas Tech, which is in as a third favorite in the conference. Any thoughts on the Big 12 or Texas Tech in general?
I had none on Texas Tech. Are you saying the room is going Texas Tech? Is that what I'm hearing right now?
No, it looks like the room is going to Arizona State, probably off of last year. That's the highest ticket percentage. The highest handle percentage, I guess that's some of the room, is Texas Tech. The biggest liability is Colorado.
Come on.
Oh, I should be a bookie
Why?
again. I miss it.
Why?
I miss it.
Yeah. But just take money on
18 to
Colorado.
1 for the Buffs. Yeah.
No.
That's all
No.
you do. Come on. That's hilarious, though. Joe O, Sammy P, our buddy Will Hill is going to drop by next right here. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for hanging out. You've got Bet Sweats, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, weekdays 9 a.m. to noon, right here on the BetMGM network. Welcome, Nessa Nation, here with us the final hour each day, 11 a.m. to noon Eastern time on Bet Sweats. You can find Nessa Nation available on a number of platforms, including Amazon Prime Video, Roku Channel, Plex, Samsung TV, LG channels, and Sam, a guy that I know you talk to all the time, you do some content with. Very excited to have Will Hill on the show to talk about a number of different topics at hand. What's going on, Will?
Boys, what's going on? Thanks for having me.
We were just looking at the NFC North, and I brought up Minnesota at plus 460. They didn't really lose anything on defense. They're adding, and you make the change at quarterback. No more Darnold, who's throwing picks right now in 7-on-7 drills in Seattle. And you start a kid who's won everywhere he's ever been. I know you're a Vikings guy. When you hear that price, plus 450 to win the North, are you entertained or not?
I can't argue with you. I can't argue. I mean, it's just such a good division because, look, we'll get to your team, Chicago. I think they're much improved. Detroit dominated really the NFC from start to finish until they didn't last year and were the 1 seed before getting blown off their own home field to Washington in the divisional round. And Green Bay, still Green Bay. So, I mean, it's like a lot of this stuff where I probably want a little more ideally, but if you told me, hey, I bet Minnesota plus 460 to win a division, I couldn't argue. They won 14 games last year. It's hard without seeing McCarthy what you're going to, what to expect out of them. But I liked their draft. I liked what they did in the offseason. They really beefed up offensive line, defensive line. Again, though, I worry about the division. I worry a little bit as someone who watched pretty much every minute of their play, every play of their season last year. The ball did bounce their way. They were pretty fortunate in some close games. Remember, Arizona had them beat late in the season. They were able to win that. They had to rally to beat Seattle. They won sort of every 50-50 game before eventually, as we know, the wheels fell off in Detroit, and then that hideous, horrendous Monday night in LA in the playoffs where they just went from having a chance to be the 1 seed to eliminated very quickly. So I don't mind the bet. I just think it's a really good division.
Sometimes there are situations where I think, sports betting is so prevalent and there are so many people doing content that stuff that, we used to know about a lot to bake in the numbers and look at in the past. Now everybody knows about and everybody's talking about, well, there's no way that the Vikings repeat what they did last year. And I would agree with that comment. They're probably not going to get 14 wins. I understand. And there's going to be regression the other way. But then the number's 8.5. Like, they might have long-term the better quarterback. Sure, they'll have a tough schedule, and you mentioned the challenging division and all that, but sometimes people go overboard. And like the market knows, people are probably just going to go under on the Vikings because they're not going to do what they did last year. But there's this huge middle ground between 8.5 and the 14 wins that they had a season ago.
It's a good point. I remember a season Green Bay had. I think it might have been 2019 into 2020. The big talking point into 2020 was, well, Green Bay's success was unsustainable. They barely outscored their opponents. They had maybe like a 13-win season. There's regression coming. Well, you looked at the market. It was the same thing. It was like 8.5, 9. So, both things can be true. Yes, some regression is coming, but yes, there's still some wiggle room here to get it over. I agree. I would only look towards the 8.5, and I think yes, to make the playoffs is still plus money. Look, they're probably one of the 7 best teams. I think that those are both solid bets. I hope they win the division. I do think there's a lot of competition. I think Chicago's had a really good offseason. I think if we're going to see it from Caleb Williams, we're going to see it this year because he's got the weapons. He's got the toys with the receivers and now the new tight end. They've gotten better, you would think, on the offensive line. Defense should be pretty good. I think that's for the season. So that will be an interesting test right off the bat. So I think over 8.5 would be the only way to play, and plus money to make the playoffs. I think are both solid bets.
Minnesota, Chicago, week 1, Monday Night Football, where things could go really right for one team and really wrong for another. I do think, before we move on, having somebody to run the offense and somebody to run the defense is a big deal. And it's not a question who's in charge. It's O'Connell with the offense, and it's Brian Flores on the defense, who's a tremendous defensive coordinator for them. I mean, he'll be a head coach again, I think, in the league. So they have that stability there, and they have the ability to just let one guy worry about one thing. and not a lot of teams have that luxury where you can trust both sides of the ball. Did you make an NFL bet yet that you're very proud of or very happy with right now?
If the Giants win 6 games, I will lose some money, but you know what? You can have my money. You just look at the schedule. My goodness. I mean, we've talked about it, and sometimes, like you guys said, you talk about these things over and over, and you talked last year about the Steelers schedule. How can they go over? Well, they went over. So sometimes these offseason talking points can be inaccurate, but man, unless they're just much, much better than we think, the Giants, when they start at Washington, at Dallas, you get the Chiefs and the Chargers, and eventually the 49ers, the Eagles twice, all of the NFC North teams. It doesn't really let up. I mean, it gets hard. It stays hard. And, there's the old saying, when you're the worst team in a good division, you have the hardest schedule because you don't get to play yourself. Everyone looks at the schedule and say, oh, we'll get 2 games with the Giants. We get 2 games with the Giants. Giants don't get to play the Giants. So the Giants play the Eagles, the Commanders, the Cowboys 6 times, plus the brutal out-of-division schedule. So I like under 5.5 wins. I also did take plus 600 worst record. I think that this has a little Jets disaster written all over it, where I think Dable's pretty likely, I haven't seen these odds yet, but pretty likely the favorite to be the first coach fired based on they're on the hot seat. I actually think he's a decent coach, maybe better than decent coach, but they're on the hot seat, him and the GM. Tough schedule. To me, they're 1-5, 1-6 written all over it. Plus, one of their competitors for worst schedule or for fewest wins is the Saints, and they play the Saints in New Orleans because that could be a 2-game swing either way. I think the Giants plus 600 worst record, under 5.5 wins are both solid bets. And I know you're not on board with this, Sammy, but I did bet Gannon 20-1 coach of the year just because I like their draft. They went all defense. Walter Nolan, Will Johnson, Birch, the kid from Oregon, a couple of Ohio State guys. They got Sweat from Philly. They were 7th in the league in yards per play on offense. They were middle of the pack or lower on defense. I think their defense is going to get a big boost. With Arizona, you always worry, all right, cold weather games late in the year. Well, they don't have to worry about that. They play at Cincy week 17. Other games are in warm weather or indoors, and they get a pretty soft landing spot to start the season. They play 2 rookie quarterbacks the first 6 weeks, Ward with the Titans and Shuck with the Saints. They also play the Panthers with Bryce Young. They play whoever the Colts are going to throw out there with Daniel Jones or Richardson. I could see them being 4-2 the first 6 weeks. And NFC West is pretty well balanced. Instead of taking them plus 380, plus 390 to win the division, if you're telling me right now they win the division, Gannon is on the very, very short list of coach of the year candidates. So I think the bang for your buck is there with Gannon, 20-1 coach of the year.
Will Hill at Not The Will Hill over on X. Check him out. Fox Sports got the Bear Bets podcast and the Shoulda Bet More podcast as well. New York guys crack me up. It's been funny ever since the Knicks lost. I love the reaction that you're going to see to the end of a pretty strong playoff run there. I've seen Cat needs to go. He's an all-time loser. He's never going to win here. I was taking my shots on Tibbs, and we've had our history with Tibbs, and we know the story there that his teams are probably going to burn out at some point. Whether you want to go on the Knicks, what they should do, what they should not do, or if you want to take a look at the NBA Finals, what's on your mind as far as the NBA playoffs right now?
Yeah, it's funny. I wish I remember who said this, but somebody compared Tibbs to Buck Showalter, where he'll get you in the playoffs, he'll win you around, but there's just a ceiling there that's limited. I think there's some truth to that. Doesn't love playing the bench. Some of the rotations can be a little weird. I think the Knicks fan has talked themselves into, hey, we're right there. We run it back, trade here, trade there. We're a championship contender. This is a very strange season, which will lead into my thoughts on the finals. This is a very strange season where whoever comes out of the East, usually you make the finals, hey, you're a title contender. I don't know that that's the case this year. It is so much the JV bracket that it was just, look, okay, you're disappointed. It's weird because they overachieved in that we didn't think they were getting to a conference finals, but they underachieved because they lost the home court series here in the conference finals. It's easy, not easy, but it's doable in the NBA to go from bad to decent or from decent to good. It's very difficult to go from good to legitimate title contender. And there just seemed to me going to be stuck at, second round team. Maybe things break right. You get to a conference finals. But even in a weaker East, they just, I know Knicks fans hate hearing this. I don't think they have a top 5 player. I think Brunson, his physical limitations, his inabilities on defense, I just don't think, he's not SGA. He's not Jokic. He's not Luka. He's not, prime LeBron. He's just, and there's no shame in that. He's probably one of the 10 best players, but he's just not one of the 5 best. So I don't know what the solution is. Giving up 5 first-rounders for Bridges to me was a big-time mistake. He barely impacts the game, and that takes up some of their ammo because this idea that you're going to trade for Giannis, well, what does that trade look like? Why do the Bucks want Towns and like OG Anunoby and a lousy pick? That trade's not going to work. So, but leading into the finals here, I think this is a hideous matchup for Indiana. They're trying to fight fire with fire. That's not going to work. The Pacers like to run. They like to push tempo. They like to push pace. That's going to play right into OKC's hands. I bet sweep plus 330. I think OKC gets the first 2 in pretty dominant fashion. They'll be favored in game 3, and then you kind of go from there. Maybe Indy gets a game just because OKC is a young team. They've struggled on the road, haven't covered on the road. I get that, but to me, bad matchup. I think we're looking at a very short series. Under 5.5 games is another way to play it. I think the enthusiasm here for Indy is getting a little out of control. People are getting caught up in the story here and not looking at the matchup closely enough. OKC has so many guys to throw at Halliburton with Dort, Caruso. You just go down the line. There's nowhere to attack them defensively. They just have good defenders all over the place. I think this is going to be a coronation here for the Thunder.
We have talked about this. Watch the Pacers get hot in terms of stock. Everybody wants a piece, and people just don't realize that as big of a blowout as the T-Wolves series was, the T-Wolves have a higher power rating than the Pacers. So, I mean, this could be really ugly, really ugly.
It reminds me a little bit, and this might be harsh, it reminds me a little bit of, remember when Georgia TCU was the college football title game, and everyone wanted TCU. Once they got to the title game, people got caught up in the story. They just beat Michigan. People couldn't stop betting TCU. All the bet splits were favoring the dog. They were a very, as our buddy Chris Felica said, they were a dog with fleas. I feel like the Pacers are a dog with fleas here.
Yeah, well, I know you've been this too. Yeah. You're going to see them throw the kitchen sink at Halliburton. This is probably a bad series for the people that think he's a top 10 player in the league. Could he be over time? Sure. They are going to hound him on defense and chase him off the line and get him to jump and try and find teammates. And it's going to be a long series for Halliburton, I feel, Will.
And I think they'll hunt him defensively too. They're just a really good sound OKC. I mean, look, OKC, I know they haven't won. Sometimes we, the media as fans, we struggle with teams that haven't won and they're really good because do you give them the benefit of the doubt they're not a champion? If they had won a championship already, we'd be looking at OKC differently because they're 80-18. Their net rating, all of their numbers are through the roof. It just we haven't seen it yet. Well, about 10 days from now, we'll see it. They're going to be holding up the trophy here pretty soon.
Yep. To your point, Sam, the points prop for Halliburton game 1, 17.5.
I go on.
Yeah. I agree with you there. Understand. All right. Well, I know you've been betting college baseball. You also prepared yourself for college football. So take us wherever you want in college.
Boy, how good are these college World Series games or these college tournament games, man? Just so exciting. So many upsets. Don't have anything right now. I lost my Georgia 30-1 from like Valentine's Day in just horrific fashion. I think they were minus 230 to win the regional. Don't get out of that. So I wasn't alone. I know a lot of people lost their tickets on all these SEC teams. So maybe I'll look to reinvest. I do love watching these games and just the excitement of this sport, I think is it's an underrated sport. I don't know how you can promote it better. It starts at a weird time where college basketball is just about to get going. I guess there's that month gap where football ends and the tournament hasn't started. Maybe they can promote it better there, but man, these games are just so exciting. I feel like that there's meat on the bone here in terms of putting these games on TV more, making them more accessible, because once you start watching it, it's addicting. It's really fun to watch. I know he's a favorite of the show. We'll go to Major League Baseball. How about Jack Cag plus 650 to hit a homer in his first game here against Palante? I know Palante is a ground ball guy, but 9 homers in 60-something innings. Could Caglione get one up in the air? I had buddy Mitch Moss on my podcast a little earlier. He mentioned that one, so I might be tailing that plus 650 for Caglione to hit one. I don't know. I hope he wins Rookie of the Year, Tammy. I got tickets like you do. I got some nice numbers. I worry Wilson has too much of a head start, but as we've seen, these awards, the narratives can change quickly. Caglione has a week where he hits 4 or 5 homers. Those numbers are going to tighten, and maybe we can get one here with Caglione Rookie of the Year.
Jack Wilson's Jacob Wilson. Sorry, I went Pirate shortstop. Jack Wilson.
Me too. I do it all the time.
Sorry. My bad, Jacob Wilson. He's a glorified singles hitter. Pfft, whatever.
Get out of here. Doesn't necessarily
That's all
have
he
to have a
does.
higher WAR.
All he does is hit
Yeah.
singles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't have to have a
Jake
higher
Wilson's
WAR.
kid, by the way. That is Jake Wilson's kid, I think.
Oh, is it?
Jack.
We know Sam doesn't even care
Jake,
about him.
yes.
He's like, get out of here. he doesn't matter. Who's this guy? It's Jack Cag's time. All right, well, best of luck with that wagers and the rest of yours. Always appreciate you jumping on at Not The Will Hill over on X. Check him out there. Joe O. Sammy P. We'll keep things rolling here. Talk a little college baseball. Get Jake in the mix. NHL, NBA. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Have to do, because we mentioned over the weekend Gertz was going through the state of Indiana. He could not find the Pop-Tarts ice cream. Sam is frustrated because near him, none of the Walmarts have the Pop-Tarts ice cream. So I took a quick gander, and you better believe I'm Chocolate Fudge is available. 3 left at the Walmart near me. It's like 10, 12 minutes away. 3 left. And Sam's saying, I can't wait to the end of the show and then drive over there. I can't do that. Like, I've got to have them deliver it to my house.
It's minus 110 both ways that there will be Pop-Tarts ice cream left when you get to the store. Minus 110, yes. Minus 110, no.
None?
You're going to take that risk?
Okay. Here's what's interesting. Strawberry out of stock. Brown sugar cinnamon out of stock. But they do have 3 I'm Chocolate Fudges.
I think it's a sign. And if I were you, I would secure the bag right now. So I went to Walmart and typed in my zip code, and the closest one to me says out of stock on strawberry, out of stock on brown sugar cinnamon, out of stock on I'm Chocolate Fudge, which I heard a lot about yesterday. I usually get a lot of text during the show. I'm sure you do too. I'm sure Paul does. The number one text I got yesterday was I'm Chocolate Fudge from multiple people. And then if you go back and listen to the segment in audio form, it's one thing to watch it because you can see us and you know that we are losing our minds on the show. But if you listen in podcast form, there's just pockets of dead air and you hear faint giggling because I had keeled over in my chair and I'm laughing hysterically. And then you're silent. So it's just, where did they go if you're listening to the podcast? If you're watching the video, you can tell that we're having a good time. But there are pockets of dead air.
Where are you going?
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. But full circle here, no Pop-Tarts ice cream in my zip code or anywhere near it. Out of stock.
Have you ever had one of these Fat Boy ice cream sandwiches? I always see them. Never had them.
No, I don't think so. What's a Fat Boy ice cream sandwich? Can I Google that and not get in trouble?
Yeah, no, it's on the Walmart website. It popped up because I started looking Pop-Tarts ice cream sandwiches. So then all the Fat Boy ones popped up. They look massive.
I've seen these before. I don't think I've had one. When you were a kid, all right, so let's go back in time here, if we can, for a second. And you're playing baseball with your friends at the park. It's a warm summer day, and you hear the ice cream truck. And maybe you got a couple loosies in your pocket, you got a couple singles, and you got $3 or $4, and you can get anything on the ice cream truck. What would you get?
Man, I would get the ice cream sandwich a decent amount of times. So now I'm thinking about those and how thin they were. They're like a half an inch, right? And you get the chocolate all over your fingers. What's the bar? Damn, chocolate bar. I was not a Bomb Pop guy. I was not. The wrestling one was very popular. The wrestling ice cream bar, WWF. Didn't like that. Once in a while, Bubble Play would be the move.
Really?
But Chocolate Eclair, that's the one I was trying to think of. The Chocolate Eclair bar. I like that one.
I would go either Choco Taco, which I believe just got discontinued. Good. I don't think that's a thing anymore. I think it's gone. So Choco Taco, or I would go with the Ninja Turtles with the gumball eyes.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, Paul put in right away in the chat baseball glove ? Which is Bubble Play, and
yes,
confirmed.
Okay, I didn't know it was called Bubble Play. That makes more sense. I was like, what is Bubble Play?
It was pink, right? Pink ice cream.
Oh, so the baseball glove is not Bubble Play, or it is? I'm confused.
It is. It is.
Okay,
right, Paul?
That's the same thing.
I think so.
The glove.
Yeah, I mean that's the only one I know.
Gumball in the mitt.
The gumball's in the middle. Yes.
I didn't know the name of it. Okay.
Me neither.
Yes, I got that before.
but we used to get, my brother and I would get the Ninja Turtles all the time. And you'd get they were bigger. My brother found out that they were bigger than most of the ice creams. Some kids would get the Bugs Bunny, but the eyeballs were always little round pieces of gum. Whether you got Bugs Bunny or Tasmanian Devil or the Ninja Turtles or whatever. Nothing like ice cream after playing baseball and then not having to go to school for 3 months. That was the best. No bills, no phone bills. Don't got to pay the gas bill, Joe. Don't got to take birds out of the filter. Those were the days.
Yep. Oh, man. Now I'm looking at the bubble play. Yeah, I see it. I forgot about Choco Taco was the best. It was always the most expensive, too. Like, they made you pay for the Choco Taco, but it was worth it.
$2.50, I believe, for a Choco Taco.
So, speaking of baseball, we've got the Myrtle Beach tournament this weekend. And yesterday they sent the schedule. And pool play is like the first games. They determine standings, which bracket you go into and all that before, stuff gets on the line, right? So they schedule 5 what they call pool play games. And I look at the schedule. I'm like, we're going to get our ass kicked. I know nothing about the teams. I didn't look them up at all. I see the name of the team and I see the state that they're from. I'm like, we're going to get smoked. So I've got to look
Florida?
up what the slaughter rule is. Okay, first team.
I'm guessing Florida, Texas.
First one,
Georgia.
9 inning prime baseball from Georgia. Second game, legacy baseball from Florida.
Dead.
Third game, factory select from Georgia. Fourth game, hype baseball from Utah. And then it just says Bulls from Florida.
Oh, so Florida and Georgia.
2 Florida, 2 Georgia, 1 Utah.
Ideal against Chicago.
We're gonna get
Give me
These
you
kids are
guys
playing year
Give me you
round.
guys on the run line against Utah. Give me you guys on the run line against Utah. Other than that, good luck.
Well, here's the thing, Paul. Like, I agree with that thought process, but when you go to smaller areas, there aren't as many teams. So they've probably got the radius of like 50 miles. Any good baseball player within 50 miles working on the farm.
But the altitude. You got an altitude advantage. They're used to like little pop flies going out. They're
not gonna be able to handle the heat.
Yeah.
I hope so. That'd be awesome.
You
But
do
we're gonna
have
get
some
you.
hope,
Come
though.
on.
I think Paul's onto something here. When you face the Utah team,
Okay.
let's assume the parents don't have a lot of fun back in Utah. Okay? Hang with me for a second.
So you saying the whole team's siblings? Is that what we're saying?
Nope.
Anyway, go
Star
on.
pitchers' parents go out to the beach bar and get completely decked and don't make it home. And then the kid can't get to the game. You got some options
Oh.
there. I think a
That's a
lot
good
of
move.
things, when people from Utah go to a place that isn't Utah, they're out of their element and weird things happen. Trust me.
All right, I'm looking them up. They're 12-12 on the year. They've got
they're-
25 players on the roster. What?
25?
Yes.
How many do you
I
have?
need a
Like
couple more.
15? 12?
18.
Yeah.
18's a lot. We had 13
Well-
in Little League.
Well, yeah, there's a lot more games. We're 18-12. Oh, this hype team's coming off a win against the Kanab Cowboys, so we'll see. They might be feeling good right now.
I
But
will
yeah,
say-
2 Florida, 2 Georgia teams. We're done.
Yeah, as a team from the Philly burbs going up to Cooperstown. Granted, we also went from 46 feet on the mound to like the in between, whatever it was. It wasn't 90
We're
and
at
60.
we're
but it
at
was ever
50. We're at
yeah,
50
it was like
this year.
50 and 75. Anyway, up in Cooperstown after playing, 60 and or 45 and 60 for a summer, and this was in August. We got worked by like everything.
How bad?
From like
Yeah.
not surrender rule bad, but we were outclassed. But we were also on a little bit of a hangover. We had just blown the state
There we go.
title. We were the team that made it to the championship without losing, and then we lost 2 in a row. to a team from like Lake Wallenpaupack in Erie, Pennsylvania that had illegal kids on their team. So we're in a tough spot mentally. The pitcher's name was Darren Cannon. Really? And the kid was like 9.
I'm starting to see pitchers with facial hair. I guarantee you I'm going to have stories of like a 12-year-old with a beard from this tournament.
There are probably kids in this tournament that can grow facial hair better than me. I'm not even kidding.
Yep.
It's probably happening.
Are you guys in a dorm with another team?
Nope. All the families got their own homes. Thank God. Not doing dorms, not interested. So your coaches stayed with you, right? In the dorms?
Some did, like the assistants. The head
Kinda
coach was
weird.
like, I'm getting my own place. Yeah.
Yeah. Kind of weird. I know. I'm like, yeah, we're not going there. We're not going to do that. I'm not interested. So, that'll be a lot of fun. This NBA finals, like I've got almost no interest. Like we know what's going to happen. They're going to come out Thursday. They're going to cover the 9.5. And then it's just going to be like, what's the point of watching? If they lock down Halliburton, like we were talking about with Will Hill, if it goes under 17.5 points, like good luck. How are they going to score? I can't say that I'm like counting down the days here to get this thing started on Thursday.
I know a guy who says he's going to bet a lot on the PRA under for Halliburton. I branched off that thought and went points under, but he was the one that warmed me to the idea of under PRA, which I believe you can get right now at 31.5. And he said, his words, not mine, if he doesn't score, there's no chance because you can only get one dime and one board at a time. You're going to need the points to get over 31.5. I mean, you could have 10 points. You could have 10-10-10, which he won't, but he could, and 10-10-10 would still be under. You need the points. And that was sort of my handicap of his handicap. Well, if you like under 31.5 because he's not going to score enough, why don't I just take the point number and go under? BetMGM 17.5 points, and the under right now is minus 115. Other books are minus 125, 130, 136 to go under 17.5. So it is getting more expensive by the minute, and I can only imagine that game plan for the Thunder is pressure the ball, speed them up, try and force him to get off the three-point line because, as Rick Camp brought up the other day, Halliburton shoots the most threes of any player in this series. It's like 7 per game. Chase him off the line. Meet him at half court. Double team him. Make Aaron Nesmith and guys like that beat you. You have to take Tyrese Halliburton out of this series. And I think given the defensive structure and ability and size and length and wingspan and all of that, it could be a very long series. I hate that the hot take shows keep having the same conversation after every Pacers game. Is he a top 10 player in the league? Who cares? And after every big game, it's yes. And every big game that doesn't go his way, it's no. It's annoying. It's the only talking point they have on the Pacers because they don't know what to talk about. Keyshawn Johnson talking about the Indiana Pacers. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear people that didn't play basketball talking about basketball. It's annoying to me. But that's the conversation around Halliburton. Is he a top 10 player or not? I don't care. What does it matter? Number. It doesn't. It doesn't matter at all. One bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Like whether he's 12th or 8th, I know what they're trying to do. Barroom conversation, Oh, this kind of debate, top 10. Here's the funny thing. Like Joe G used to do the show, Joe Giglio, and he was always right on this. He's like, people would top 5 quarterbacks or top 10 NBA players, whatever the conversation is. You throw out a name and people would say, yeah, top 5 quarterback. Or yeah, top 10 NBA player. Absolutely. Yeah, top 10 all time. But if you asked them you go down the names, they would say there are 15 top 10 NBA players, okay, which ones are ahead of them, which ones are behind them. They never want to take that extra step. But it doesn't matter. You don't get extra points if he squeezes into top 10. It's a story because of the overrated thing. I think, because some players came out with the Athletic poll and they said that he's the most overrated player in the NBA. But we know that's because he talks smack. And we saw in the playoffs him back that up, which I like. I root for him. I just think that's a losing proposition, though, this series, going up against a rested OKC team. It's probably going to be rough. I don't even see it getting to 6, Sam. We'll dissect it more over the coming days, but that's going to be a tough putt. It feels like this is a conversation of 4 versus 5 more than anything else.
One of the largest series prices we've ever seen in the NBA Finals. And when teams are priced that high, they win. One more quick point on the top 10 thing. It can't be a moving target. You can't say LeBron. And then, because like LeBron, you're not building around LeBron. Is it top 10 to win now or top 10 to build around? And everybody moves the targets.
Yep. Totally. And, of course, reacting and overreacting to what we just saw. So, yeah, Jalen Brunson is sometimes, and then a lot of times he isn't. Joe O, Sammy P, Lightning Bets the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to
I've heard from some complaints from the people of San Antonio.
Why would that be?
And they want me to apologize. That's not going to happen.
What they want you to apologize for?
Me joking about those big old women down in San Antonio. And so, listen, y'all can write letters to your mama, your daddy, your uncle. I'm going to have fun on television. You know that I'm joking around, but if y'all waiting on me to apologize, hell going to freeze.
Wait, what are you apologizing for?
There's no big old women down there.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
Even if they work something out, do you think that would fly at Disney? Would that fly at ESPN? Or would we'd have to have apologies issued and this person's very upset and they're trying to get you fired? Like, how would they react over at ESPN based on what we've seen over the last decade or so?
Probably not well. And then there would come a time when somebody would tell Chuck he has to apologize, and Chuck would probably quit on the spot.
Yeah. So maybe it's best, because that would just anger, I think, everyone. See? Yeah. God, I hate. Not a big ESPN fan. A lot of time. McAfee's the only dude, and it's because he's doing his own thing. He doesn't have to answer to anybody. Nobody. Have to respect that. Joe, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM network. We'll get to our lightning bets coming up in just a moment. Jake, I failed to give you a heads up on this. Can you hop on real quick? Because I was a little behind in what was going on over the weekend with the change with the time and how much Florida was upset. But there was so much drama going on between Coastal Carolina and Florida in the College World Series. Can you lend some insight? Because I know you have more details and probably were following all this drama and the screaming, which I am not surprised at all at, but maybe some would be, that was going on.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Florida's manager, their head baseball coach, whatever you want to call him, Kevin O'Sullivan, he threw a fit at one of Coastal Carolina's staffers because the East Carolina game against Florida got pushed back an hour. It got pushed back from noon to 1 o'clock. He got all upset. He's getting in the face of the Coastal Carolina staffers, even though it's not their fault or not they're just there to tell you what happened, man. He's also had a history of kind of maybe not even liking his job, not even liking baseball that much, where he's gotten into trouble, into hot water for saying stupid stuff before too. There was also, and this is unfounded, I don't know if this has been confirmed or not yet, there were rumors that he was making comments about people in East Carolina's dugout, about people on their team. They famously have a kid who has a prosthetic leg who comes into games sometimes when it's the scores out of the way, and he does a lot of the stat keeping and stuff. And Kevin O'Sullivan allegedly made a comment about him, about just how he only keeps a whiteboard. So an ECU made a post after they beat Florida and eliminated them from the regional, said, put that on the whiteboard with the final score on their graphic, which was very funny. So that kind of stoked the flames as well. And then Florida made a statement yesterday from the athletic director and allegedly from manager Kevin O'Sullivan, who people then poked holes in, saying this is clearly a ChatGPT apology and he actually doesn't care. He just said, yeah, sure, send it out.
He refused to apologize. They were asking him, would you like to
immediately
apologize?
After the game, he said, no, I handled that correctly. And then yesterday there was a statement put out from Florida and from him.
What a clown.
Yeah.
He went off on the associate AD. And the Coastal Carolina coach, good on him, he goes to the podium and he ripped into O'Sullivan. I thought it was kind of entertaining. But, I know a lot of people may have missed that. So I was happy to see that they got bounced. Sam, what do you have left? You got North Carolina, right? Is that your
20-1?
20-1.
I texted Jake yesterday, too. I was all excited. North Carolina hit a late home run, a 3-run bomb to go up 11-2 or something to basically clinch the regional. And I texted Jake a foot emoji, which is clearly a Tar Heel. No?
Yes.
And
Yes.
Jake says, what does this mean, Sam? And I said, well, I'll paraphrase. I said, Tar Heels. And he said, I thought you were asking to see my feet. I don't know how we got there, Jake.
Say what you said after that, then, Sam.
I mean, I'm not asking to see your feet, and then you didn't respond to that either. So, no, I thought we were in the Tar Heel. I mean, that's the logo. It's the foot. Didn't we all have a North Carolina hat back in the day with the foot on the back?
It's on their shorts in basketball. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Jake had no idea.
My bad.
You didn't know?
I mean, after he said it, it clicked. But like in the moment, no, I was busy putting up emergency podcasts. So
I could have sent a ram emoji, but then that probably could have been more misconstrued. If I sent you a ram, would you have known?
No, I would have thought you were talking about the Ramley again.
Known.
Ramley back.
I sent the foot, and the foot didn't resonate, but it's fine. Just know going forward, when I send you a foot emoji, I don't need to see your piggies.
I
just want
got
you
it.
to support North Carolina baseball.
Depends. Highest handle percentage, North Carolina, 32% at BetMGM. They are the biggest liability. Hope you cash it, Sam. Good luck. You feeling good about it?
The biggest one left, because a lot of the bigger ones are out, right? Vanderbilt's out. Texas is out. I think this was one of the first times ever where you saw, was it the seeds, Jake, not make the regional championship?
Final.
So that's
first time since 1999
wild.
When this system, as we know it, was put in place.
So I can't wait to get picked off down the road by whoever,
UTSA.
Oral Roberts, or whoever's left. Some other mid-major is going to just pick off North Carolina, and then I will no longer send feet to Jake.
Jake, do we have a long shot with these people falling out? Do we have a team worth hitting?
I mean, if you really want to take like a super long shot with UTSA or something, go ahead. I think it's going to be I think it's going to be one of LSU, Arkansas, or North Carolina. Like, I want nothing to do with Tennessee, Auburn, maybe like Florida State. Like, I think it's going to be LSU, Arkansas, or North Carolina.
What do you have left?
I could be wrong.
Jake.
I have LSU and Arkansas. I hit LSU at 12-1 before the year, and I hit Arkansas at 10 in the middle of the season. But other than that, we got nothing.
You guys on 3 different teams there. All right. Good luck with that. Let's talk about CAGs as a group. What are we going to do here?
I tried to get some 8-1 down, and by the time I got a text back, it was too late. So I have plus 650 on CAGs to go yard.
I also have 6.
Plus 650 still available. I'm surprised. What does this close at? 400?
Maybe 5. There doesn't seem to be this huge. Maybe we're in this Jack Cags bubble and nobody else is in it. I mean, here's the one thing I thought about today. Before May 1st, how many other Monday to Friday shows on this network even knew who Jack Caglione was?
Probably only You Better You Bet, and that's because I was on it.
Yeah, so it's not like he's a household name. He doesn't play for a huge organization. He's not somebody that everybody's going to run to the window or log into the app to fire on. I think we are maybe putting him on a pedestal because not many casual baseball fans are aware of his abilities. I think that's fair to say. So, no, this is not. I thought mistakenly myself, I thought that this would be a Castellanos new pope and everybody would bet it. Not the case, at least yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you're right. It's also market size. This is not the all-timers. It's not a game changer coming in. Like, not that sort of hype. And you're probably right. Maybe not as many people are going to pay close attention. It was big to us when Passan sends out the late-night tweet. It was big to us, but I don't know that maybe the rest of Major League Baseball. There was one MLB show I was checking out the other day. And I was like, how is CAGs not the lead story? It was like the third or fourth thing that was mentioned. I'm like, this is number one story, but maybe that's just in our world. I'm going RBI at 2-1 and also home run at plus 650. Sam, what else you got for lightning bets today?
I really like this under. I teased it earlier. The under, Texas and Tampa. You got 2 really good righties on the hill. under 8 at minus 110. Other books are minus 14, minus 20 to go under. BetMGM minus 110. You can do it flat. Under Texas, under Tampa. I don't know why I said under twice. Under! Bet the under. And
All right.
can I do Strider at minus 140? Is that a fair price or no? I'm looking now. There's 148, 150. I'll do it. I'll do it with Strider. I think the Braves are going to win tonight, and I'll lay minus 150. You know what I'm not doing is Miami minus 170. That won't happen.
I know. I was looking at that one as well. Dude, when is Atlanta going to turn it on?
Hopefully tonight.
We're waiting and waiting and waiting. Like, come on. Now they just lost 2 of 3 to Boston over the weekend. We'll see if it happens against Arizona. I have not been super impressed with Strider. I'm actually on the other side. I was looking at Arizona at plus 130. I'm with you on the Miami one. I'm like, okay, I could sit here and make a case for Colorado, but I'm not going to take the Rockies at plus 150. It's just not happening with their 10 wins out of 60 games so far this season. So yeah, agree with you on that one. We are oppo on the Arizona Atlanta game, and I fade Bayo. You're not doing it today? Just me?
I should do it.
Yeah.
I'll jump in with you, but let's keep it your play. So if it loses, we can blame you.
Yeah, please do. We'll take the Angels at plus 115. Boston, a pretty heavy home favorite today with Bayo on the bump. All right, Paul and Jake, what you guys got today?
We'll let Jake go. I looked at the Castellanos corollary to homer on the Cags debut day, but he homered a couple days ago for the first time since the pub. So we're off that. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I'll play the Jack Caglione home run. I got 6-1 at the beginning of the show. I'll play the RBI 2 at 2-1, and God help me, I'll play the Rockies against the Marlins. Chase Dollander is probably better than Sandy Alcantara at this moment. So Rockies make it 2 in a row. Let's rock.
You're going to do it. Okay. I mean, I considered
it.
I understand the Sandy fade based on what we've seen this year. That'll be hilarious if they win back-to-back games. But I could actually see it happening. For Sam, I'm Joe. For Jake and Paul as well. Thanks for watching and listening to Bet Sweats right here on the BetMGM Network. Talk tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.